of the Weather Service noted this, less of a line, but we're starting to see some more individual storms. Anytime you have a line like this and these storms can find a way to kind of break apart along that line, that actually increases the chance of them. We're seeing that rotation. They're trying to produce tornadoes. But look at the way, Jill, the way that stands out there, that is certainly a significant radar indication of a tornado at the moment. That is crossing around Geiger. That's going to be crossing Highway 17. Sumterville is right in here. There's Gainesville. What you're looking at there is Highway 17. This is the Sipsey River, runs in here right between Pickens and Greene County. So areas north of the Sipsey, especially if you're watching me around Aliceville and Carrollton, that is going to be moving in very, very close. And notice that tornado right here. It is about to cross Highway 17, but that is a strong indication. And we may want to go over to the correlation coefficient and just check out the debris signature with this, just to make sure we might start to see something out of this with that kind of radar signature in Sumter County. And a lot of times in these areas, these sparse outlying areas, you don't get a lot of those reports. We don't have a lot of eyes in the sky out here, so sometimes you get a lot of these tornadoes that happen. In fact, this recent event, it was just discovered yesterday that there was an EF0 in the Yellow Creek community in northern Tuscaloosa County. So the Weather Service actually went out, they surveyed in that area. But can't say what kind of size tornado we're looking at right now. The big thing right now is that you get to that safe place and we're ready for what comes through. And we're going to have some situations here. The Weather Service is going to have to go out, look at some of these spots, and there's going to be areas where we have straight line winds, kind of like what we saw in Melville last week. And there's going to be areas where it might be a low wind scale tornado in some situations. But it's one of those deals when you have these, we call these lines QLCSs. They're quasi-linear lines where you have storms that move across the state. And many times, like what we saw last week, you get these rotations that show up in there. But we're with you right now. It's 8:22. Chief Meteorologist Wes Wyatt, WBRC Fox 6. We've declared a first alert weather day because of this enhanced and moderate risk of severe weather that we're seeing unfolding across Alabama. It's one line of storms, but that line is causing some big problems as it moves in tonight. And out ahead of that, the winds have been quite gusty, impacts across the entire coverage area tonight. We've had some reports of some outages and some trees toppled in this situation. The system, if there's one trend that I have noticed, and Jill and I were just talking about this, it's moved in to West Alabama. We started seeing the impacts around 7 o'clock, but it does seem like compared to some of the data earlier today, it is a little bit slower and more in line with what we were thinking yesterday time-wise. Still looks like 9, 10 o'clock, some of these areas as you get into central Alabama. Here's Tuscaloosa right here, and I just want to stress, even though I'm not calling out Anniston or Gadsden or Birmingham and some of these other locations, that's a good thing right now because that means we're not underneath a severe thunderstorm or a tornado warning. What we're focused in on is a starting point here across West Alabama, but we will get in. I want to get Lauren in here in a few moments to talk about where we've had some of these storm reports happening across the area because we've had quite a bit of wind-related reports already happening across Alabama. All right, the active tornado warning for our friends here in Pickens County. Let's get in really close. Actually, Jill, I think I may take the controls here. And let me see here if I've got the interactive controls. Here we go. I want to zoom in and just point out some of these roadways. Let's get in really, really close as we bring in the interactive radar. So we're talking about Geiger right there. Let's go to the Columbus radar. We'll check that out, and we'll bring in the velocity and take a look at this. And this is where that tornado would be right in here. See that? It's now crossing Highway 17. Let's check it out from Birmingham, and we're checking it out from 2 different scans. Let's get in really, really close. And one thing, when you're looking at a setup like this where the storm is far away, it looks like you kind of have to factor in a few extra miles here because it may be displaced just a bit. I would say anywhere from Fair Oaks, there's Clark, Highway 17. We're zoomed in really tight here over northern Sumter County for this tornado warning. This one looks quite impressive at the moment. Let's see what this other storm looks like. I want to back the view back out. I'm just handling the controls here. There's West Greene, Aliceville. This is moving your way. Let's get in really, really close here. So it looks like that's one area of concern around Forest and about to move in around Pine Grove and Ethelsville. Looks like we have a little bit of a spin going on right there. Let's go to the radar. Another tornado warning for Pickensville. See if we can check out the shear rate on this. May need to check out Columbus. And this is Right in this area here, we are looking at some very strong winds. It's hard to pinpoint where that strongest circulation is based on this, but you can see that wall of straight line winds there moving in out of Mississippi, now entering into Pickens County. And I would certainly be in a site-built structure and treating this as a tornado warning. I know we have a tornado warning in effect right now, but I can certainly see the possibility of some damaging, destructive winds in this up to 80 miles per hour now in Pickens County. There's Archer, Pickensville, Highway 14, Beavertown area. There's Beards Mill, Coal Fire that's out here on Highway 82, Coal Fire area. Be ready for those strong winds very soon to move in your direction. So backing this out once again, we're watching 2 tornado warnings right now. We've got one in effect for Pickens County. Let's take some of this off the screen. That one polygon to the north, that is going to be in effect until 9 o'clock. The warning to the south in effect until 9 o'clock. You can see where I've circled one of the more impressive indications of a tornado is this one to the south here. You can see that one polygon to the south that does include northern Sumter County, and right there we're seeing some strong indications of a tornado based on the velocity scans. And the way all this is moving, looks like around Tuscaloosa here. Next hour it's going to be closing in Fayette County as well. You see the main line, and I don't want to forget about our friends here around Hamilton and back towards Guin. Let's check out the triple threat. This will show us where if we do have some of those strong wind gusts within this line. And it looks like in here we have, typically when you see these purples showing up, sometimes with this particular product, that correlates with where we have some of those strongest winds. And it looks like some of the stronger winds have actually moved through the city of Hamilton, or just out here on the eastern portion of Hamilton. Pierce's Mill, looks like around, I mentioned Haleyville will be impacted by this. Glen Allen's to the south, there's Guin. We're getting some indications in here, some strong winds. That's what you're looking at here with the triple threat, some possibilities of some strong winds and some very heavy rainfall with this now moving into Lamar County. But we're under a severe thunderstorm warning, so I would be planning for that possibility there of some very strong winds as this moves into Lamar County. But tornado warnings right now in effect. Jill, I want to go back over to the other source here to check out the radar product. What Jill's actually looking at right now is where we could have debris with this system that could be over Pickens County. I want to check with the Weather Service. We've got a lot of reports that we've been bringing in of trees toppled in several areas around west central and east Alabama. The National Weather Service, they have issued that tornado warning. That does, I just want to stress, that includes parts of Greene County. If your weather radio is going off in Greene County here around Utah, this is the tornado. Jill has circled it here around Fair Oaks, and that track's going to take this over towards Ridge. There's West Greene, Cochran community. This is going to be tracking in that direction. It's going to take a sharp turn here to the northeast. There's Olney, I mentioned a few moments ago, giving you that first alert around Olney and the Lewiston area in Aliceville. This is Highway 14, okay? This is about to cross Highway 14. You have literally minutes, even seconds are very precious at this time to get to where you need to go. That is still a strong indication there as that tornado moves north. But the National Weather Service, they have actually issued a tornado warning for Sumter County until 9:15. So Sumter County until 9:15. Another tornado warning. Looks like we got one southwest of Cuba. So there it is. Yeah, Jill is showing us here. So we have 1, 2, 3 tornado warnings active right now across West Alabama as this line comes blasting into the state here. So another tornado warning for this area. And we may get a pretty good view on this out of Jackson. We could try that DGX source there, Jill, and let's see what that looks like coming out of Meridian, Mississippi. But for folks here, a lot of folks watching us on the app right now. We're on iHeartRadio in West Alabama with tornado warnings. You can find us on stations like 98 TXT. Write that down somewhere. It's a great source. In case you lose power, you can get those alerts. And I know this is an attention-getting kind of night out there with these winds area-wide. That's why we went with the first alert weather day. It's been very windy. There's the tornado in Mississippi that's now approaching Sumter County. This is Tumsuba, Mississippi. That is a strong radar indication of a tornado that is moments away, minutes away from moving into West Alabama. So if you're watching me around Cuba, Livingston, University of West Alabama area, Boyd, Alabama, Cuba and Ward, W-A-R-D, the Ward community there in southern Sumter County, want you getting to that safe place. This is closing in on you right now, even around the Belmont area and Demopolis. Let's watch this, okay, as this storm moves out of Mississippi. We're just giving you that first alert here for that possibility of a tornado. Jill is showing you very strong indications. We're looking at these things from multiple radars. We got it covered up here across various directions across West Alabama. So we got one coming in from this direction. We'll head back to this other tornadic cell that's now in Sumter County. You can actually see it there from Jackson, that rotation. Quite impressive as that now moves in across North Sumter County. There's Highway 17. I mentioned Sumterville. There's Hamner there in areas to the south, Fair Oaks. The way this is moving, this is north of Amell. But anywhere, if you're lined up from, if you're watching me around anywhere along Highway 17 in West Alabama, going from Hamilton all the way back into Sumter County and Marion County into Sumter County, you're going to have some strong winds here with this line. But I can promise you big improvements after this line moves through. If you're getting that alert, that first alert right now on the weather app, I want you getting to that safe place. I know we say it time and time again, but the best place for you to be in a situation like this, that interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Stay away from windows. I know it's tough. You want to kind of see, well, is my house okay? Is anything coming towards the home? Don't worry about that. Turn the TV up if you must so you can hear this information, but get to that safe place right now. Grab a quilt, a blanket, something to offer some extra protection, cover you up. A lot of times with these situations, that's the flying debris when you have a tornado, but it's so sudden. These things happen, and with a lot of these situations where we have lines of storms like this, many times, as I noted, it can be straight line related winds with something like this, but we want you safe, and we want to make sure that you're taking action as soon as these warnings are issued. Many times when we get a warning like this, the tornado has been sighted, so that's why I always like to say those first moments when you get that warning on your device, it is very critical in times like this. But this is a radar indicated tornado, and we're looking at it right here. We're doing the real-time analysis together here on WBRC as Jill's kind of going through this. You can see the winds that are moving away from the radar, and you've got the green. Those are the winds that are moving towards the radar, and we're looking at this from Columbus, Mississippi. So what's happening here is you've got this wall of winds. You can see it's shifting direction behind the storms, but we're also dealing with some gusts in here that are topping 40, 50 miles per hour easily. We had a 52 mile per hour wind gust at the Birmingham airport earlier. Tonight we've had a 57 mile per hour wind gusts. You know, we've stood right here. We've talked about tropical systems for days that could impact our area with high winds, but it has been a while since we've had a windy day like this with those kind of wind gusts repeatedly in the area. And it's been kind of an interesting setup despite all the rain that we had last week. It's been relatively, with the wind, it's helped to kind of dry things out. That's one of the things the winds kind of impacted today with it being so breezy in the past couple of days. So that's why we're dealing with some fires in several areas, or why the fire conditions have been so critical across our area. And then you throw in the extra thing tonight, we're getting some power lines, limbs touching lines, and the power lines arc and start fires. You know, we've had a couple situations where that's been an issue out there tonight. So we've had fires because of the wind and how that's kind of impacted the fire weather conditions out there today. It's just been a unique setup across Alabama tonight with all these gradient winds out ahead of this line of storms. But we're staying on with you right now. It's 8:34. As you know, our policy here at WBRC, we stay with you as long as we have active tornado warnings. But in some cases, you know, if we see a severe storm with destructive winds, we're also going to be right here with you. The National Weather Service, they actually changed severe thunderstorms. Sometimes you can have these thunderstorm warnings for destructive winds in some cases. If you ever get a severe thunderstorm warning and your phone goes off like with an Amber Alert, sometimes we have those elevated risks. So we have to treat a lot of these severe storms tonight almost like tornado warnings. But let's go into where we have these active warnings right now. We're with you because of tornado warnings in Sumter. You can see Pickens County. We still have a couple of warnings that are happening here. We're following along with the Weather Service. We've got Gardendale Police reporting power out in a good part of the city, and that's concerning, Jill. When you have power outages, we've got the line of storms hasn't even reached our area yet. So tonight, you're going to have to help us out here. You have friends, family, some of these areas where we've had some outages. Help spread the word and notify folks if there is a tornado warning. Help us spread the word on text, social media. We're talking about some outages here around the Gardendale area in Jefferson County. So we have a tornado warning for Sumter County until 9:15. We've got a tornado warning that is in effect until 9 o'clock. That includes Green, Pickens, northern Sumter County. That is warning number 2. And that first tornado warning that is in effect for Pickens County, that is going to be in effect until 9 o'clock. We'll let you know. Stay with us right here. We'll let you know when that threat does clear the area. But you look at this, and on the radar, there's one right there. I can see 2. There's a strong indication. Jill, let's get in here to Aliceville really, really close. I want to go into the street level right there. We're seeing some indications. This is where that tornado would be. That is right around Vienna. So the Vienna area, and there's Warsaw Road, 85. There's Cochran Community. Here's Clark. There's Panola. So Sumter County down in here. We're talking Pickens County. And this is that tornado now lifting in towards Aliceville to the north. There's the Vienna area. There's Vienna Road. This is all out here on the let's back this out just a little bit, Jill. Let me see where we're at here. So this is on the Tombigbee River, actually. There's Cochran, there's the Tombigbee River, and this is the Sipsey River in here. So if you're familiar with these areas, you know where I'm talking about. There's Highway 17, Highway 14, Bridgeville, Olney's to the north. We're talking Cochran. This is north of Amel, and this is moving towards Vienna. So there is the Tombigbee River. But Warsaw Road, as Jill, she was zoomed in right there. Vienna Road, that's where this tornado, that's it right there. If we have something, this is where it's going to be based on some of the radar data that we have coming in. But that is a line anywhere in here. We could have some damaging winds. Just make sure, again, I mentioned site-built structure, sturdy structure as this line. You can see right there indicating those strong winds, and also about to push into northern Greene County. If you're watching me in Lewiston, Mantuay, talking about Eugenia, Pioneer, we're going to have some winds out of this about to move into those areas to the north. Let's go further north. There's Carrollton, Reform. That line has now passed. If you're watching me in Ethelsville, the severe weather threat is over, okay? There's Ethelsville there. This has passed. This is around McShann, Coalfire, the Palmetto area. And if you're watching me here, Highway 159 areas to the north here, you go north of Gordo. I want you being weather ready. First alert there for this line's about to approach. It's tracking from near Palmetto, the Shaw community. There's Reform. It's going to head over towards Gordo. Possibly some damaging winds in here, and possibly a tornado in this as well as this moves to the east. This is Tuscaloosa County back in here, so you can see where this is with respect to Tuscaloosa County. Jill, I'm going to let you jump in. We're watching what's coming in with the Weather Service and seeing the Lauderdale County emergency managers there and reporting some wind damage in. That was Lauderdale County, Alabama. But what I'm seeing with some of these warnings coming out of Mississippi, it seems like this line's becoming more segmented, which is a bit of a concern.
Yeah, it allows, that inflow notch to develop, and we have so much wind shear, we can quickly get a tornado to develop. So again, we were stressing this earlier, if you have a severe thunderstorm warning, to almost treat it like a tornado warning, because again, these things can quickly develop on the leading edge of the squall line we're tracking. Again, we have multiple tornado warnings. If you're just joining us right now, we're seeing all of a sudden, as it moves into West Alabama, multiple tornado warning. So at times we've seen some tight circulation. We haven't had any confirmation of debris detected by the radar yet. But again, this is across all of Pickens County. Then you get into Greene County, a little break in between that. So Utah, you're not under a warning, but we have that warning down towards Sumter County in the York area. That is the strongest storm right now. So what I want folks to do that are watching us right now, and if you're in Tuscaloosa County, if you're in, let's see, Hale County, I want you to start getting to your safe place right now. Don't wait for the warning. Again, this allows you that, calmer, ability to get to your safer place and listen up to any of the warnings that maybe get extended into your area. But again, we want you to be ready and in place, not waiting to the last minute. If you live in an apartment building, top floor, again, I want you to get down to that lowest level, knock on someone's door. Hopefully you already made this plan earlier in the day, but you don't want to be at an upper level, higher level. Those are the levels that get, messed up first. Hopefully folks aren't on the roadway, but if you're listening to me or on the radio right now, listening through the radio, again, you need to be getting off an exit right away and finding somewhere else to seek shelter, sturdy shelter. Again, we have multiple tornado warnings. These storms right now are moving into an environment where the winds are really sustaining things and creating that spin in the atmosphere. So again, we want folks obviously under the tornado warning. You're in your safe place, you're in an interior room, you're away from any of those windows, you have your helmet on, you have your shoes on, and maybe your keys in your pocket, you know, hopefully all your valuable things that you need already in your safe place. So again, we're watching these storms, they're moving off to the northeast. Notice that marker just showed up. I want to zoom in on this area that could be a little bit concerning. There could be some tightening happening right now with this part of the storm across Pickens County. So this would be right over or just north of Ridge and headed towards Aliceville. You don't have much time there. So we're talking about Aliceville, that would be 8:46. It's 8:41. So again, you need to be in your safe place there. Again, we're seeing indication that the BTI, the Barron Tornado Index, 1 to 10, it's at a 7. So this storm could be in the process of trying to produce a tornado. We'll go to the velocity data. Again, we're seeing that little couplet. Again, our system's picking up on this. We have additional towns in the path, 850 Cunningham. We have Beasley, 853. So again, multiple tornado warnings if you're just joining us across West Alabama. These storms right now, radar indicated. We are seeing with our technology rotation. We have the possibility of a tornado forming at any minute right now. Wes, you have an update?
Yeah, Jill, and just getting a report here, some brush fires that broke out on Sawyer Mountain area west of Aniana. Looks like some homes may be threatened there. This is just wild, you know, seeing these fires that have been happening tonight. It's just kind of a domino effect. You get the gusty winds, you get some down power lines, and then it sets a fire off, and then you got the winds that drive those fires. But that's been a case where it's been very windy across several areas. But let's get back in here on First Alert AccuTrack as we go in on the radar. I want to zoom in right now, get you into Pickens County where we have multiple warnings. So let's zoom in. As Jill was noting a few moments ago, we're scanning from Birmingham, but we've got that severe storm possibly producing a tornado right in here crossing Highway 82 around Reform. Okay, this warning, that is going to expire at 9 o'clock. That's when this particular polygon is set to expire. If you are anywhere within this red flashing polygon, there is Lamar County. This is Fayette County in here. Places like Pilgrim's Rest Baptist Church is here. This is Highway 159 to the north of Gordo, and areas that actually, let's get in a little bit closer there. I want to make sure I label some of these roadways for you. There's Fairview, and you can see areas to the north, Fairview, and there's the Zion Community, Lubbock area, all north here of Gordo. But there's a look at the Pickens County map as we get you in a little bit closer, just so you can see some of these familiar areas. We do have lightning turned on as well. There's Reform. If we have a tornado with this, let's just check out some of the analysis data. I want to take a look at where we might, if we do have a tornado, we can look at the velocity, and often at times in here you can see those very strong indication of those inbound outbound winds. But based on what I'm seeing here, looks like that couplet's not quite as enclosed as what we saw. Jill, I want to jump back over to your source, let you drive this when you do, clear off some of that lightning data. Let's go to the south, this warning that we have. We're monitoring all storms that we have here across West Alabama. This is York right now, and that is a strong indication, the way that kind of bows out there, that we could have something spinning up. Jill's circling, and this is far from the radar site, but you can see Scratch Hill all the way down to Ward. This is moving very close to the Livingston area as it tracks to the north and east. This is another tornado warning that we have. This includes southern Sumter County, and if this holds together, I'm going to give you the first alert here. If you're listening to me around Forkland and Utah, be watching this one, okay? Around the Thornhill area there in Greene County, Bologee and Point South, we need to be watching this one. This polygon also includes places like Epps. If you're watching me there in Epps, Alabama, as that moves north. There's Bellamy. I mentioned a few moments ago, Belmont's back in this area. So the way that's moving, there's Forkland right there. Just want to give you that first alert. We're under a severe thunderstorm warning here in Greene County, all the way along Highway 43, Utah to Forkland, all those areas. At least be ready here for some strong winds. If you're out here on the river, and you're camping out at spring break week, I know it's not typical routine week for us, if you're out in a camp or you're away. I've had a lot of folks messaging me saying, Wes, we're out of town, and what's this weather going to do? You know, if you're in some of those areas, you need to be getting somewhere that's a site-built structure. You don't want to be in a camper with these kind of straight-line winds that could come along with this threat of a tornado. We know how devastating a tornado can be, but with the straight-line winds, we certainly need to play it safe. Here's that tornado near Aliceville. If we have one that's producing some damage right now, Jill is tracking this. She got the latest time, and this is what we call our shear marker. Whenever this shows up, many times we often see, if it's not a tornado, we see some wind damage reports with something like this. But you can see that our system, it's detecting that circulation right there. We're talking Cunningham around 8:52, the Hickory Community 8:53, Pioneer at 9:03. These are first alert times, and based on it being 8:45 right now, if you're watching me in somewhere like Hickory and Olney, you need to just go to the center of your home. Don't try to go out to the car, drive to Carrollton where the storm shelter is located. At this point, you need to be in that safe place. You need to get to the middle of the home, get to a closet, get to a bathroom. This is going to be closing in on you at any moment. So at this point, it's a lot of times when these warnings are issued, again, those moments are critical, and use this as a kind of situationally aware here in Tuscaloosa. We like to do this often here when we cover severe weather. We like to give you that first alert. If you are in Tuscaloosa and you're watching this, this is all moving in that direction, so be ready to take action. If you're in the Hallman area, Ecola, out around Moores Bridge, all those areas, Highway 171 that we talk about in Tuscaloosa County. I'm just going to name some of these, a lot of locations. Just want to make sure you're thinking about where you will go if we do see this warning extended into Tuscaloosa County. Notice what Jill is doing. She's giving us a 1 hour advantage here, that 60-minute advantage. We're taking this from current time and running this all the way to 9:46. Where will this be in an hour? Within the hour, this will be impacting the city of Tuscaloosa. Now, I'm not saying it will be a tornado warning at that time, but there's a good chance we're going to have some damaging wind gusts moving through Tuscaloosa here by 9:47. We're giving you that first alert. Tuscaloosa, 9:47. Also in Hale County, be ready here. Havana Junction, Moundville. I know it's been a hard-hit area this season. Let's be watching it there around 9:47. As we follow this even further north, don't want to forget about our friends here around Smith Lake. At Smith Lake, this is going to be closing in on the western shore. That would include places like the Houston area around 9:45. Giving you that first alert. Jasper, Carbon Hill, and Oakman. Possibility some damaging wind gust here also by 9:47. As we time that out, that's the 60-minute advantage, but we'll let you know here, Birmingham, Coleman, Alabaster, as we gather more data, we get closer to that line arriving here across the heart of the area. But several active tornado warnings. The one good thing, the severe thunderstorm warnings have expired to the north, but there's going to be some strong winds in here. There's going to be some reports. We'll probably have some trees down in a few spots, but be ready. Smith Lake, Jasper, Dora. I know I was talking about those arrival times, but what we're seeing in this area is just some very gusty winds ahead of the line, and once that moves through afterwards, again, we'll have some big improvements. But our strong indications right now of tornadoes in West Alabama. At this point, we've got this one now moving across Pickens County. This is right around Benevola. If you're watching me around Benevola, it's just crossed around the Vienna boat ramp area here, Vienna Road, and it's now moving into places like Aliceville. This one, Carrollton, we're under a warning, but this one to the south here that we're tracking, you can see our system really indicating some wind gusts over 60 miles per hour moving towards Olney. If you're watching me in the Olney area, and let's get in really close. We can bring up some of those roadways as well on this as we get in here really tight across Pickens County. That's showing County Road 2, and see the Stevens area is back in here. But all the way from Aliceville back to Olney, that's where we're seeing at this point, if we had to pinpoint where that strongest indication of a tornado is happening at the moment, that is where we are seeing it. But we are zoomed in. That was Pickens County. Let's back this view out. We'll go back to radar. I want to show you the big picture here again as we scan the sky. First alert to AccuTrack showing that line of storms now moving in. The timing has really lined up. It's close, 8:49. Now we're seeing this pushing on through Hamilton. The severe threat has ended, okay? Hamilton and Hackleburg, I can give you the all clear. We got some rain. It's still windy, but the worst of that line has now pushed through. So I'm glad to start, saying some good news here for parts of the area. We're about to be able to give some all clear for parts of Lamar County, but we've already had reports of some trees down, some gusty winds even before this this line got into parts of Lamar County. But there's the warnings that you see Pickens County and Sumter County, and all this closing in on Tuscaloosa County. We have a watch that is in effect at the moment. I want to go back to the map and show you the tornado watch that actually includes well, it includes most counties. You can actually see it in the corner of the screen there. The only counties left out, Cherokee, Calhoun, Clay counties. We may see those added for folks watching me here in East Alabama. But Jill is working the radar. Let's just check in. We're getting some more updates from our network of weather watchers. The Hoover Fire Department updating us on that brush fire. Seeing some reports here. The brush fire has been extinguished. 2 patients were treated for smoke inhalation. 1 building, although not directly involved, received some damage. So we had some families displaced from about 6 units. I'm talking about Hoover, where we had that fire earlier, that wind-driven fire. It got out of hand, and looks like there was a few 26 units there where families were displaced because of the fire in Hoover. The Red Cross has responded to the scene, so we're getting some information on that. Looks like we've got a lot of trees down. Center Springs Baptist, looks like a tree down in the Trafford area. Center Springs Road. Watch it out there tonight in these areas if you must travel once all this moves through. We got trees down all over the place with some of these reports coming in with the gusty winds that we've had. So storms right now moving into West Alabama. This it's rolling in, and this is what's going to be the big show tonight. It's going to be this main line. And I know it's been windy out ahead of this, but this is going to be the final line of storms, and it's just incredible. You see all these tornado warnings. We've got 1, 2, 3 in our coverage area to the south. There looks like there's one in Wilcox County around Thomasville. There's a Linden. That one looks like it's going to track up towards Selma. You know, we'll watch some of these smaller cells here to the south. Some of this may try to lift in. That is a nasty storm right there moving out of Mississippi. We're talking that's south Mississippi, south equipment around Waynesboro. Looks like that one's going to track over towards parts of Washington County, maybe Sardis, Alabama in here will be impacted. There's Thomasville, Grove Hill, and places like that, but that is a storm. We need to keep an eye on some of those reports coming in out of South Alabama. That certainly looks like a very intense storm there impacting parts of South Mississippi. But at the moment, we still have a lot of active weather happening, and it's interesting at this time we have more tornado warnings than we do severe thunderstorm warnings. So several tornado warnings have happened here along this line. And with a lot of these tornado warnings, just be aware that we could end up with the kind of winds that you would deal with severe thunderstorm as they move in. And we've got trees down countywide. Another report coming in from the National Weather Service. And it looks like the National Weather Service, they're going to continue that tornado warning for Sumter till 9:15. They're continuing all of these warnings. They're going to continue 9 o'clock for the one here in northern Sumter County and also into Pickens County. Jill?
All right, Wes, we continue to double check all of our sources to see whether or not we have any updates regarding whether or not these tornado warnings are just radar indicated, or are we seeing any debris being wafted. So far, we have just seen radar indications right now, meaning the radar's detecting that rotation and a tornado could form at any moment. A tornado watch means that conditions are favorable for possible tornadoes. And also, we can't forget about the damaging wind threat. It's kind of a 2-in-1. When you have a tornado warning, you can't forget about there could be some damaging straight line winds as well. The rain's coming down in buckets. It is transferring that really strong winds you've been hearing today. It's even stronger higher up, and it's going to transfer some of that down to the ground, and we could see some of those destructive straight line winds along with that tornado potential. So again, multiple tornado warnings right now. We're talking about Pickens County still. We're talking about parts of, let's see, very far northwestern corner of Greene County. And then as we zoom in, we have Sumter County also under a tornado warning. So again, we're watching these real close. Of course, next in line, as we've been saying, we want folks that are the county to the east of the warning, that you start to make your preparations now, to not wait for the warning to get your way. Just go ahead and go in your safe place. Let this squall line pass on through while you're there. It may be an hour or two you're there, but it's going to be worth it. You don't want to be near windows when these storms go through. As we know, the non-thunderstorms have been problematic. Well, guess what? These could be even worse blowing on in. So again, go to your basement if you have one, lowest level, center of your house, many walls around you as possible. Just go ahead, put your helmet on, all the things, just be ready to go, because again, these are all going to be moving northeastward, and everyone to the east I know is watching anxiously, hoping this just weakens, but again, we're seeing this stuff ramping up. Wes?
All right, Jill, and just to let folks know, in West Alabama, we are on iHeart radio stations across West Alabama, 94.1 ZBQ, 98 TXT. A lot of folks without power. That's a place where you can find us, a First Alert Weather Team, as we monitor these tornado warnings. Very active evening tonight. It's a First Alert Weather Day. Chief Meteorologist Wes Wyatt, we're going to stay with you here as we track these storms as they move into West Alabama. What I want to do here, I need to step aside. Lauren, if we could go ahead and put that in interactive mode, put the radar. I want to grab the controls there on that particular radar. We want to zoom in here across parts of West Alabama and on these storms that we have here across Pickens County. But you can see those storms there at the moment impacting. We have one warning across northern Pickens County. We have a warning across southern Pickens County, also into Sumter County at the moment. We have three different tornado warnings that are active at this time that are happening across Pickens County. Jill, I guess you're just going to have to drive this. Let's go back over and let's go back to the wide view and let's get in here across Sumter and Pickens County. I want to walk through each one of these, give folks those first alert times. And this is one storm, as Jill zoomed in on, that we're following. This is Pickens County, and you'll notice that that particular one, if this holds that track, that's going to put this into Tuscaloosa County. That's the one near Olney right now. Very strong indications of a possible tornado. And you can see those first alert times shows Romulus around 9:14, the Buell area around 9:16. But let's clear some of this off. Let's go to the north. I don't want to lose sight of this storm that we have to the north right here, because we could have some damaging winds in this area. Maybe a little something right in here, perhaps around the Stancil area. Jill, it's a little bit tougher to pinpoint where that tornado might be with this one that's just to the north. Let me move some of this stuff here so you can see right there some strong winds. That's the Lubbock community, Fairview being impacted. I mentioned Gordo, Reform, Palmetto, and the Zion community also being impacted as that moves into the northern part of the county. We may be able to bring in Lauren here in a two-box. Lauren's got some photos and some reports coming in. If you guys listening in the back want to do that, we can bring Lauren in here in a two-box to talk about some of those reports. But I don't want to lose sight of these storms that we have moving across West Alabama. Jill is filtering out all the heavy rain here, so you just see where the most significant parts of these storms are located. And it seems like, Jill, at the moment, this one here moving around Aliceville in the Olney area, that's our strongest indication. But we continue to see these flare-ups that happen along the line from south to north as these move towards Tuscaloosa. You can see around Ecola, that line closing in. There's the Olney area. We're talking Elrod, 9:15, Buell around 9:17, Forest Creek Park around 9:19 p.m. on this particular tornado warning. So Pioneer, Romulus, Elrod, anywhere along Highway 82, giving you that first alert for the possibility of another advisory here if this thing holds together and moves into Tuscaloosa. Those moments very critical right now, Jill, as we continue to track this. I want to send it back over to you.
All right, again, we have multiple areas we have to watch right now, multiple counties under a tornado warning. Of course, we're going to focus on the one that's jumping out at us that looks the most intense, and that is across Pickens County. We want to give folks all clear. I've been excited to give the all clear today, and as many all clears as I can give, because I know a lot of people are feeling anxious about this. We can give the all clear in Aliceville and Bridgeville, because again, that circulation has now passed to your east. So that means folks in Kirk If you're in Ecola, you're in your safe place right now. If you're listening on the radio, hopefully you're not driving. If you're traveling, you need to get off and exit, and travel is not advised with this squall line moving on through. Again, we've seen it wavering with intensity, and this is typical with you have these, brief flare-ups. They can be very intense, though, if a tornado does develop, and it can happen, within a couple of minutes and then go away very quickly as well. So we've seen some intensity building. There you go. We have a new shear marker here. This is showing the towns and the time at which you're going to be impacted by this potential developing tornado. So again, I want you in your safe place. Of course, if there's a tornado warning, but the county next to it, we're talking about Tuscaloosa County, you're in your safe place too. If I call out your town, Holman, you're in your safe place. We're not going to wait for the warning to be issued, because next in line, that's going to be you. We want you there and comfortable and ready to go, and hopefully it does weaken, but we can't count on that. Buell, we're talking about the potential by 9:14. Again, where we're seeing that rotation, our system is picking up on strong rotation right now. Again, that has passed through the Aliceville area. We gave you the all clear, but we're saying Kirk, you would be next in line by this potential developing tornado. So again, we are monitoring everything here from the radar, making sure that there's no debris being lofted. Nighttime tornadoes are, 2 times more deadly than daytime tornadoes. Again, a lot of this, it's harder to see. And then plus, we're relying on the radar to tell us if there's debris being lofted. So we just want everyone to take it seriously, way ahead of it moving into your area. Wes?
Okay, Jill, and looks like that tornado warning has been canceled for Pickens County. And, we'll go in here and take a look at this. I mean, we were just talking about that particular storm, and that one there across Pickens County looked quite impressive. The Weather Service, we're still seeing indications here that we could have some damaging winds with this. It's a severe thunderstorm warning still in effect. You can actually see the swirl, the eddy that's showing up in the radar data. See that little bit of curvature right there? We had 2 warning polygons, but in this one area right here, I want to show you that. This is where we're getting some damaging winds. This is going to be moving towards Buell at 9:16. We're talking 9:19 around Western Hills. Just because that tornado warning has expired, I just want to stress this is one of those situations we got to treat some of these severe thunderstorm warnings like a tornado warning, because we could end up with some winds in here that could certainly top 60, 70 miles per hour as this moves to the northeast. So all these areas, we've been giving you that first alert. Just be ready here in Tuscaloosa County in case we have a severe thunderstorm warning that is issued. So that's the severe thunderstorm warning until 9:15 for Pickens County. For Sumter County, we're going to stay with this one as well. Active tornado warning with this particular thunderstorm that's moving through Livingston and York. That one tracking closer to Forkland. All of Greene County also under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. You see that line now. It's pushing across the Tombigbee River and it's moving into Greene County. So anywhere from Livingston to Greene County, and by far that is the storm of the moment right now. It looks like across Pickens County, Fayette. We got some heavy rainfall happening here and also around Double Springs. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued. So there it is. Let's talk. That's Tuscaloosa County. So there you go. 10 o'clock for Tuscaloosa County. This looks like it's north of the city. We'll get in really, really close on this. But Tuscaloosa, be ready here for some strong winds out here along Highway 171. Let's bring in the different radar view. Let's get it back to Birmingham here and take a look at this from Birmingham radar. And we'll take this off. But that warning again, if you're just now getting the alert on your First Alert weather app, that is a severe thunderstorm warning now for Tuscaloosa County that goes until 10 o'clock this evening. That line of strong to severe storms now crossing out of Pickens County and moving into Tuscaloosa County. So what are we talking about here? We're talking about places like Highway 43 North, North Side area, Moores Bridge. This is Highway 171 if you live around Ecola. Brownville areas. Want to make sure if you live in the Brownville area that you're in a sturdy shelter in a site-built structure for the possibility of some damaging straight line wind gust here, possibly in excess of 70 miles per hour associated with this line. And be alert for the possibility of a tornado as well. Could be possible with this storm. Just because it's a severe thunderstorm warning, by definition, severe storms can produce an isolated tornado. So we need to watch that as that storm now crosses from Gordo into Tuscaloosa County. There's Coker, and also talking about places out here around County High, and areas to the north, the northern bypass. And there we go, a new tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County that has been issued. And that's what we're seeing here. We're seeing these areas of this line. It looks like it's trying to rotate, and then we see different scans, and it shows up, then it looks like the rotation weakens. But when you have one of these lines like this, it's very, very tricky with these warnings and how quickly they can expire and then return. But this is what we're tracking right now. Gordo, that is another tornado warning now for Tuscaloosa County. That is going until 9:45. This is it, right in here south of Reform. You could see that indication there. Our shear marker was showing up, and we'll probably get that again here in Tuscaloosa. Let's get in really, really close. And I just want to show you, I mentioned Ecola a few moments ago. That is Shelly Hughes Road here. If you're watching me in Shelly Hughes Road, Highway 82, Old Columbus Highway's back in here. There's Ecola, the Hallman area, Elrod, Buell, and Coker. If you're watching me in those areas, you are in this tornado warning polygon. If we get back in here to the city of Tuscaloosa, this is Wood Village. There's Fox Run. So Northport, old downtown Northport's right in here. So most of this is going to impact perhaps Northport and areas in here. We have that possibility, some strong wind gusts. There's Carrollwood. Let me see here. There's Binion Heights. So the Binion Heights area out here around Beacon Point and looks like Larry Lake Road areas, Mitt-Larry Road. If you're watching me there along Mitt-Larry Road, that's another area where you need to be getting into that tornado shelter and those points north. I think around Carroll's Creek and areas north towards Samantha and Northside, that's where this is going. You can see right in here, this is where that tornado would be located. Let me circle it. You can just look at the reflectivity right in this area. You can see that rotation that's showing up. A tornado warning right now for Tuscaloosa County until 10 o'clock. Let's get in here to some of the velocity products. I want to take a closer look at this one more time, and there it is. Yeah, you can see now moving in. We've got that wind shift, that what we call the inbound outbound. We have the outbound shift and the inbound wind shift on the velocity data, and that's one of the powers of Doppler radar that we've used for quite some time. And you see a lot of times radar indicated tornadoes in a situation like this, but that is what we're seeing, the red shift and the green showing those inbound outbound winds. The red, the winds moving away, the green, the winds moving towards the radar site, and that is right around the Nolan and the Kirk areas. If you're watching me here around Hallman, this is just over the Tuscaloosa-Pickens County line at the moment, and it looks like the way this is going to cross, let me get in here really, really close on this. I'm probably going to have to take this. Let's turn this off, and we'll go in really close. There's Ecola Road, Highway 82. There's Ecola Road. Fairview is here to the north. So the way that's tracking, that's going to take this. I mentioned Brownville a few moments ago, giving you that first alert. If you're watching me here around Brownville, there's the Harless Road area. This is Highway 171 right here, Highway 171 that runs back to the bypass just north of the Tuscaloosa Airport and near the Tuscaloosa EMA office. That's Highway 171 that runs to Fayette, and you can see here around Moores Bridge also will be impacted by this as this tracks to the north and east direction. North side, I mentioned a few moments ago, you are in the path of this. North Side Road, you are in the path of this possible tornado. So Tuscaloosa County, that is the warning. Fayette County, we have the possibility of some damaging winds. You can see there a severe thunderstorm warning that also includes Fayette County. If we put the Fayette County warning on here, it looks like until 10 o'clock tonight for Fayette County. Here's what radar looks like for folks back to the east. And Lauren and Jill, I want you standing by to plot some of these wind speeds that we're seeing out ahead of this, because we're getting some strong gradient winds, even for East Alabama. I know we're not seeing a lot right now, and for our friends here around Birmingham, Gardendale, back towards Shelby County, it's been very windy. We're getting some rain starting to move in, that moisture starting to move in, but the main axis with the heavier winds, the gusty winds, let's see, there's Birmingham and Hoover. I don't know if we can actually measure. This is still, you know, if we draw on here, we're still looking at about 54 miles from the downtown Birmingham area. There's Warrior. You can see that line now about 50 miles from Warrior. Jasper area, that line about 26 miles away. So about 26 miles from some of those stronger winds there having an impact in the Jasper area. And let's clear some of that off. Let's go back to the north here. Things somewhat behaving around Winston County. I know it's been very windy. Still that possibility in here with we've had a high wind wind warning in effect for Winston County, so we still could get some of those winds gusting over 40 to 50 miles per hour with this. Same for Fayette. The storm obviously of concern, this one, and one really telltale sign with something like this I want to show you right here. See to the back of this storm, that little notch right there? That's a good indication we've got some air that's being brought down to the surface. You could have some very strong straight line winds with something like this. I was noticing today looking at some of the model data, you get up 5,000 plus feet up into the atmosphere, you get a lot of dry air. And sometimes when you have a situation like that and you get a line of storms like this, some of those, that just feeds those powerful winds towards the surface and brings down those strong wind gusts. But there is a sharp sign that we've got some rotation within this line here with,
We have new information coming in from the Weather Service that a tornado debris signature was noted along I-20 in Sumter County. So
okay.
That is the storm that has debris indicated by the radar.
Okay, wow. So seeing that from Birmingham, let's go ahead and take a look at it. The possibility of a debris signature. This is the other warning. We've been, in Tuscaloosa County. Sumter County technically is in the Meridian television market, but we have a lot of folks that watch us here. WTOKS, our sister station out of Meridian, Mississippi. But I do want to go in here and take a close look at this over Sumter County. And what Jill was noting is what we call the CC. That is the correlation coefficient, and was noting the possibility of a debris signature. And in this particular frame, I can't see it. Jill, you might have to do the loop and take us back to see that. So you might have to go back to take a look at that coming up. But let's get back to Tuscaloosa. Again, that's just further verification. We could have a tornado in Sumter County if you're watching us there in areas to the south. New tornado warning right now that has been issued. Jill, I want to let you grab the controls here to show us where that debris signature is. That's going to tell us a lot here about what's going on in Greene County. So I want to let you grab the controls right now. Okay. New warning for Greene County that's just been issued. So we've got a tornado warning, and that tornado is showing up right now in Pickens County. There you see it, about to move into Tuscaloosa County. And as Jill is zooming in, this might be it right here, Jill. Let's just stop this here and see if we can look at some of the if we can look at the debris signature with this.
It isn't showing up that well with our system right now, so
you might have to do a loop so we can kind of see a trend with this and where that tornado might be. So if we can kind of loop this along.
1 second.
So we're looking at a couple of tornado warnings happening right now. We have Greene County just went under a tornado warning, and we also have Tuscaloosa County. So Jill's going to do some analysis on that storm there that we have. Let's go in.
Probably right there.
Yeah, that seems like what we might be looking at here across Greene County. Let's go in.
I have
it
up
close
on the computer now.
Okay, so we'll go back to that source, and looks like that might be it right there.
There.
That's it. That's the debris signature. That is around Livingston. Let's stop that time, Jill. That was 9 o'clock. So that is where we have debris that's been lofted high up in the atmosphere. We're seeing that with the radar. We're talking thousands of feet up into the atmosphere on that particular debris signature. But that is near Livingston. That was around 9:05, I believe. But you can see it. We lost that as it moved further north, but it looks like we might see another spin up happening along that line a bit further south. But Forkland, we were talking about you in those areas. Just be weather ready in those zones. Let's get back in here really close to where we have the active warning happening at the moment, and this is possibly one. There's a couple trouble spots I'm seeing here. There's one here that's around
Wes,
Gainesville.
it looks like we got debris with that storm that is across Tuscaloosa County. If you want to switch sources,
okay,
and debris indicated right now.
All right, so we'll go to that one here in a second. I want to give these first alert times here for Greene County. If you're watching me in Clinton, if you're watching me in Union, 9:36. Get to that safe place. These moments are critical here. Potentially life-threatening situation with a tornado warning now moving towards Union. That is 9:36. Murrow's Grove around 9:38. Take note of those first alert times. It's 9:13 right now, so you have some time here. 9:42 around Oak Grove. Okay, Jill's keeping keeping an eye on this other storm. Let's go to it here as we switch sources. This is crossing into Tuscaloosa County, an indication of debris crossing Highway 82. We could have had some damage out here around Benevola Road. Jill is circling that tornado or at least the debris signature. In many cases like this, if that tornado, if it touched down and then it dissipated, then touched down again, sometimes you'll see these off and on debris signatures, and when you see these, it kind of verifies that, yeah, there was some damage produced, but many times we don't know if that tornado is still producing damage at that time. But we still see all these different signatures on the radar that alert us enough to tell you that we could have something going on here. And actually, the radar velocity data and that shear rate still looks quite impressive to me, just based on what we're seeing. Jill, we got this warning at the bottom.
It's observed tornado right now, located near Gordo, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Okay,
so there you go. Observed tornado right now near Gordo, and that is moving northeast. Jill, move these other side of the screen here so folks can see the times. I want to bring up the chat again here. I'm just kind of monitoring the conditions from the National Weather Service. And the National Weather Service, they've issued that Greene County warning, by the way. That is going to be until 9:45 on that tornado warning there for Greene County until 9:45. I want to pass that along. So we've got reports right now coming in. Tornado warning remaining in effect for Sumter as well. And still seeing some reports of some fires across parts of the area from these gusty winds that we've been seeing impacting the area. So right now we're zoomed in. We're in Tuscaloosa County. There is Brownville, the Ecola area. Chief Meteorologist Wes Wyatt, if you have friends, family in this area, text them. Let them know, social media, call them, help spread the word in times like this. We've got power outages in some areas. Folks may not be getting the warnings out there tonight, and it is critical we help pass along the word. It never hurts, because there's some areas out in here where we could have some very rough weather happening right now. Jill, you're probably going to have to move this away from the banner, that bottom box. You may have to slide that to another part of the screen. But looking at what's going on here with this now, it's crossing. There's Buell, there's Coker, and areas to the north. That tornado is right there around Ecola at this point. If you're in Ecola right now, you're getting that warning. I mentioned this a few moments ago. It's too late to try to get in a vehicle. You don't want to be in a vehicle in times like this. You want to be in a site-built structure. If you don't have a basement, you don't have a concrete reinforced safe room, an underground storm cellar, at this point you just need to get to that interior room. Go to a bathroom closet, grab a pillow, blanket, something to offer some extra protection at this time. For a lot of folks listening to us here, we're going to let you know once this warning expires, or at least once this threat moves on through. Now, Pickens County, we do see this now pushing east of Pickens County. So if you've been watching me there in Pickens County, that risk is starting to taper off. We still have some rain, some gusty winds, but the tornado at this point is in Tuscaloosa County. And you can see right now that is moving towards Brownville and the Shirley area. I want to go back in as we've been showing you some of these different warnings that we have. This is one over Greene County, and I want to back this view out so you can see right there, Greene County, there's Utah, Walden Quarters, the Clinton area, and Allison. This is another tornado warning that is in effect, and we're seeing indications here that we could have a tornado tracking to the northeast. This would be moving towards Knoxville. There's Utah. I mentioned Union, Clinton, the Mantuay areas, and with time, if we still see some of those indications in here, we could see something moving towards Tuscaloosa. But we've had some debris signatures associated with this off to the south. Let's go in quickly here. I want to check out the analysis as we go to velocity one more time. Just look for, it's kind of tough to pinpoint the tornado in this one storm here to the south. It doesn't look quite as clear cut as that one to the north. I think this is a situation we could have some brief spin ups that happen in here, but the straight line winds are probably going to equate to some of the damage we could see out of a tornado with something like this. Let's go to shear rate and let's bring that up. That tornado warning until 9:45, but you can see in here as we look at this tornado warning, just indications that we've got some weak rotation at this point showing up from Mount Hebron all the way back to Bolagee, but this is moving off to the northeast. It's 9:17. That warning goes until 9:45. Anywhere pretty much from Clinton to Forkland and along Highway 43, I want you to be ready for the possibility of some damaging straight line winds as that moves in. Got some strong winds right now moving into Coker in the Buell area. We're getting into Tuscaloosa County here. This is where we have that tornado warning, Tuscaloosa County. That's going until 9:45 on this tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County. You can see we're zoomed in to Tuscaloosa County. County. That tornado warning, let's move that box so we can get in really close, and some strong indications. Here's the updated times. I just want to show you this. Moving northeast at 56 miles per hour. That BTI. Many times we see this in a 3 and 4 range, 6.5 on a level of 1 to 10, 0 to 10. This is a unit that we apply to storms, kind of like a strength scale, if you want to say. It's our barren threat index, barren severity index, and when you see that at about a 6, that gives us a lot of confidence. This could be producing some damage right now. This is a very dangerous storm, and anytime over a 5, often at times we see something like this produce a tornado, and hopefully that value starts to drop off. But that's something to kind of keep an eye on. When you're following along with us here and you see that at a 6.5, if it starts to go up, you know we have a strengthening storm. If it starts to drop off as each scan passes along, that tells us something. That tells us that this could be weakening. So that's something just keep your eye on. I know we kind of work to, go through these storms together, and we track these here on WBRC, but that's one of the values that we look at. But here are the latest first alert times. It's just updated. North side, Samantha areas. First alert time 9:30. The arrival time Wyndham Springs around 9:38. Now downtown Tuscaloosa, University of Alabama, all those areas. This is going to be north of you, okay? This is going to track across northern Tuscaloosa County. Tuscaloosa County, one of the largest counties in the entire state. So a lot of times, we see these warnings to the north. We have weather radios that go off in other areas. Again, this is going to be tracking mostly north of Lake Tuscaloosa. There's Beacon Point. You see that? Let me clear some of this off the screen. Here's Fayette County right here. There's Ashcraft Corner. I mentioned right around the New Lexington area. There's Concord. And the way this is tracking, it's going to clip northern Tuscaloosa County. It looks like it's really turning a bit further north. Let's go in really close. I mentioned earlier there's a North Side Road is right here. So North Side High School, there's Binion Creek Landing right here, Binion Heights, Hagler Mill Estates, all those areas there to the north. And let's see which road we got. We got Fennel Road to the north here, Old Fayette Road, and Searcy Road. This is going to be near those areas. There's Searcy Farm, and just to the north, if you're watching me here around Trayweek Road, okay, Trayweek Road, that is going to be impacted, giving you that first alert for the possibility of a tornado with this line. I know we've been talking about straight line winds, but in this particular case, it is the risk of a tornado. And I believe we have Lauren standing by. I want to see if we can bring Lauren in on a double box here. Lauren, you've been checking in on some of those storm reports across the area, so we're going to go to Lauren here in just a few moments, talking about some of those reports we're getting out of this as it's been moving through West Alabama to see if we have any ground truth with this. That's one thing, we have a warning right now. What are we seeing with this? Are we actually seeing some damage reports? We're going to check in. Jill, you may have something for us. Go ahead.
Yeah, if we can come up to me on camera, I can show you some debris, the signature right there. Again, this is popping up. The radar is detecting the tornado on the ground. You actually might have 2 areas of circulation, but Samantha, you need to be in your safe place because we have a confirmed tornado on the ground. Again, we're getting, an area of rotation and possibly another tornado on the ground southwest of Samantha. There has been indication just north of that. If I show you the velocity data, you'll see what I mean, that we have maybe 2 areas of rotation. So again, we have to watch anywhere from Moore's Bridge. Well, actually, you might be just now back behind it. So again, there's an area of circulation. This is north of the Brownsville area. It is very close to Highway 171. So this is moving off to the northeast. We've had a confirmed tornado debris with this particular one. Again, it's a little bit displaced from that area of circulation. So again, we could have 2 possible tornadoes across Tuscaloosa County. Again, that's the northwest part of Tuscaloosa County. As we go back to the velocity data, kind of widening the view. Again, we have 2 areas that we're watching just southwest of Samantha and just north of that. Again, we've had circulation, we've had debris detected, we've had reports of that tornado being on the ground. That was 3 miles northwest of Elrod. That was reported at around 9:11. Here we are at 9:22. So again, this is the most significant storm that we are watching right now. We're going going to send it over to Wes. It looks like you have some new information.
Yeah, Jill, just getting this in. Significant damage being reported in Livingston. The Rush Medical Group office has sustained structural damage just east of the University of West Alabama. That's being reported by our sister station WTOK there out of Meridian, Mississippi. So just letting you know there in Livingston area, we got some reports of some damage. Let the newsroom know there as well. WTOK reporting we had that debris signature that was in Tuscaloosa, and we're zoomed in really close right now over Greene County. We need to get back to Tuscaloosa County at the moment, but Greene County, this is that same storm where we had the damage. I mean, we've got a line where we could have winds in here up to 70 miles per hour from Clinton along Highway 14. That's the old Green Track exit right there towards Utah, and you know where I'm talking about. This is going to be moving. There was a restaurant here years ago called the Cotton Patch. Folks know where I'm talking about here across the Greene County area. There's Union, Knoxville. This is moving your way. This is going to be moving over towards the Ralph area, and Foster's moving to the north. This is a possible tornado in here, at least some damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour moving towards the north. So that is until 9:45. Be ready here if you're watching me in Greene County, Knoxville, and especially north around Foster's and Ralph, giving you that first alert. Let's watch it from Moundville points north on that particular storm. But at the moment now, we're zoomed in over northern Tuscaloosa County. Strong indication of a tornado still showing up, and also some damaging winds here now crossing Highway 171. There's Brownville, so this is crossing Highway 171. Here's Samantha. Northside Road is right in here, okay? Northside Road and Northside High School. You know where that's at. That's right here. This is where Binion Creek Landing is located. There's Binion Heights, Binion Creek Landing, Searcy Farm, Samantha, Northside High School, all these areas. I want you in your safe place, okay? If you're watching me to the north around Sulphur Springs, I want you in your safe place. The way this is moving to the north and east direction here, we're going to have the possibility of some 70 mile per hour winds, and there could be a tornado in here. We're still seeing that rotation. Looks like, Jill, it really tightened up. We saw the debris signature. It's there. We've had a touchdown. We've had some debris that's been lofted. We just saw that. Jill was showing us in that debris signature a few moments ago. And Jill, we might want to actually go back to debris signature, and let's just show folks at home. Let's loop through that. I want to kind of loop along so we can see that pop up. There it is right there. Is that a current image?
It's saying it's current.
Okay, so we're still
9:22, so just a few minutes behind. But again, we have scans every few minutes. Anyway,
yeah, so take this. Let's loop it back, and let's clear some of this off the screen here. And we're going to take the timeline and just kind of move it along so you can see where we possibly had a touchdown. Want to loop this? All right, let's go, and might need to move.
A couple areas. There's one originally. And
so
then
it looks like around 919 south of Brownville, somewhere in here, we had a touchdown. This is the Sipsey River Valley right here. There's Moore's Bridge to Brownville. So we probably had a touchdown right in this area. That tornado might, you know, if it was still producing some damage just off to the east of 171 in here, the way this is moving. Let's get in really close on this, Jill, and let's get some. There's Northside Road I mentioned a few moments ago. Around Northside Road, Walker Elementary School and Northside High School is right in here. See Northside Road. This is the high school that's right there. There's the high school. That tornado's possibly right in this zone at the moment. There's Trawick Road. There is Mormon Road, Trawick Road. This is east of Highway 171, northern Tuscaloosa County. Again, I can't stress enough, you're looking at debris. This thing has touched down. It's produced some damage, and that's what we're seeing here on the radar. An active tornado warning at this time, Highway 43, Northside Road. This in here, this is Northside High School, and it seems like, I know the past two events, there was one before the last event, we had the big scoreboard that was flipped over here at the high school, and here we go with another storm. This has been a popular track here, unfortunately, with some of these storms, but the way this is moving and that strong indication of a tornado, if you're watching me down here around the Yacht Club, Carroll's Creek, and Flatwoods Elementary, places like that, this is going to be north of you, okay? This is going to be tracking in northern Tuscaloosa County and moving up towards places like perhaps Wiley in the far northern part of Tuscaloosa County. So a strong indication there that we could have a tornado at the moment. That is just one of the many reports. Let's go back over to First Alert AccuTrack number 2. I want to switch sources. We have multiple computers in here we're switching between in the First Alert Weather Center, so we don't leave any of these storms unattended for you here as we track this active weather across West Alabama. There's there's that line, and I'll tell you what, we've got some development out ahead of this we need to watch. Here's one. If you're watching me in Heiberger in northern Perry County, okay, here's a storm that we need to monitor here in areas to the south there around the Marion area. That's a storm we need to keep an eye on. Let's bring in some of our camera views. Let's see if we have those loaded up. And I just want to check here from Tuscaloosa, that woods and water camera. I just want to look at the view to the north. I know it's kind of a bit out of focus at the moment, just to see what the lightning frequency is like with this storm as it tracks north to Tuscaloosa County. And sometimes with these tornadic thunderstorms, it's almost continuous in many cases. But that's from woods and water. That's looking back towards Skyland Boulevard. Gust up to 22 miles per hour. The temperature there at 69 degrees. Let's get back to our other camera views, and we have Centerville. That's a view here, that's on the E911 tower. We're seeing gusts up to 26 miles per hour, but we don't have heavy rain that's happening in Centerville at the moment. But we're certainly going to check in with a lot of these views here coming up on our First Alert Sky Vision. Let's clear some of this off. I know we got a lot here on the screen, but you can see below me the current warnings. That tornado warning for Pickens County has actually been canceled, so we can take that off the screen. Greene County, that tornado warning in Tuscaloosa County, the Greene County and Tuscaloosa County warnings do continue. We have a severe thunderstorm warning now for Coleman County, and for folks here in Coleman County, possibly some damaging straight line winds. You can see that line pushing through Winston County. We don't have a warning for Winston County, but we have one for Coleman County. It's the same storm, but I will tell you, once this moves into Coleman County around Smith Lake, anywhere along this line, we could have some gusts over 30 miles per hour. The areas of most concern off to the south, where we have these little breaks or these segments within this line of storms. And at this point, I'm looking at this and thinking, you know, how long the timing, when will this be moving into the Birmingham area? And I just want to show you some of the forecast radar data, and actually we have the next 60 minutes. Let's bring that up just so you can see the timing. I know a lot of folks are watching from other parts of the state and the coverage area. If we follow that main line and the way it's tracking, that's going to put that here in the Bibb County. It looks like around 10:30, and moving into Jefferson County around 10:30, giving you that first alert around 10:30 into Jefferson County, and that line moving into Coleman County. You can see there, it looks like Coleman County through 10:30. So the next hour, we're talking about impacts here across the heart of the area as these storms move west to east across the state at this point. But debris signature in Tuscaloosa County, I can't stress enough that, Jill, I want to get back over to your radar view here. This is one, there's Wyndham Springs, and still seeing some indications again as we zoom in over northern Tuscaloosa County. There's Samantha, Skeleton Bend Estates, there's Benyon Heights I mentioned a few moments ago. This is very close to Northside High School, between there and New Lexington, crossing Highway 43. This tornado crossing Highway 43, some of the most powerful winds at this time. Jill has the times of arrival. It's 9:30 right now. If you're somewhere like Barry, you have very little time to get to where you need to go, just because I think some of these areas to the north like Barry, the big concern is going to be some of those damaging wind gusts as this moves on through. And Lauren, are you seeing much there? I know we're seeing some of those reports coming in out of West Alabama. We might be able to bring Lauren in here just on a double box. We want to stay on this, but bring meteorologist Lauren Linehan in to give us an update on just what we're seeing there out of parts of West Alabama. Are we seeing any reports now out of Tuscaloosa?
Yes, Wes, we have been seeing reports that have been showing up here on our First Alert AccuTrack. We have seen that confirmed tornado that has been moving through Tuscaloosa County. But as you mentioned earlier, also in Sumter County, there has been sizable damage around Livingston. So most of the reports that we have across our area are still the wind damage reports, which are still going to be an issue as these storms plow through this evening. But if we zoom in here, Tuscaloosa County has where we've been seeing those two reports of tornadoes that have been spotted on radar. So these haven't technically been seen with anyone's eyes, as we've been seeing as those reports have said so far, but you can see near Akola and Tuscaloosa County that debris signature was detected on radar, as Wes and Jill were just showing us, and that is still looking like that is mainly to the north and west of Coker, but headed towards Highway 43. And then as we look at the First Alert AccuTrack going back into Sumter County, close to I-20 is where we're actually seeing that report report of some damage. We were seeing too on Twitter coming in out of one of our sister stations in Mississippi that the University of West Alabama, at least to the east of that, is where we have been seeing some reports of damage. So it includes snap trees and structural damage. So this is certainly something we're going to be monitoring through the evening. If you have any reports in your area, you can let us know on social media, whether that be Twitter or Facebook. If you have any actual photos, if you can send them safely, maybe after the storms come through, you can send that through the WBRC First Alert weather app. But we're certainly tracking those storm reports through the evening. Just know that even though we've got these tornadoes that have been popping up, we still have that potential for a damaging wind risk tonight. We're talking winds on the order of 60+ miles per hour, and we've seen how powerful those winds have been outside of any storms coming through. So now that these storms are coming through, we're having to deal not just with the wind, but the potential for tornadoes and the heavy rain that is coming in, Wes.
All right, Lauren, let's get back to this storm and keep us posted there as we have these warnings that are now updated. There's a new tornado warning. We were just talking about this, a first alert right now, Perry County. I mentioned Heiberger a few moments ago. We're getting reports, just had a report of some trees down in Hueytown from this storm, and that's the one that's crossing Highway 5. If you're watching me around Marion and Perry County, be ready here. We checked in with Centerville a few moments ago, and we're going to be watching around Centerville for that storm there as that storm tracks off to the north. And I'm getting some reports in here about Livingston. That's where we had some of those damage reports that happened earlier. And so we're going to be checking in there with Livingston and to see, try to get the magnitude of that particular situation. But overall, we got 3 tornado warnings right now. Severe thunderstorm warning for Tuscaloosa County that does include parts of Fayette County. Jill, if you want to kind of move this a little bit and take us around to each one of these warnings. Coleman County around Jones Chapel, we're also under a severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. But we're zoomed in right now to northern Tuscaloosa County. Still a very strong indication in here that we could have a tornado around New Lexington. Mentioned around Northside High School, and that is tracking towards Wiley and Sandtown. This is Highway 69 back in here. There's the Whitson area. If you're watching me from Wiley to Whitson to New Lexington, all those locations get to that tornado shelter. This is tracking in your direction. Further south, the winds could be quite damaging, and even around Lake Tuscaloosa. You get out here and those winds pick up out on the lake. We had a report earlier of a roof missing on I believe it was a boathouse around Smith Lake, a report earlier. Getting a lot of reports, trees down because of these wind gusts that we've had before the line even gets to some of these areas. But Tuscaloosa looks like the Northport area, that's in the severe thunderstorm warning polygon. You can see some areas in there where we could have some brief gusts, possibly over 50 to 60 miles per hour. Tornado warning in effect for Greene County. Anywhere along the southern end of this line, we could see things quickly spin up even between radar scans, but that strongest line of storms right now, if we go back to the radar reflectivity, that is crossing the Warrior River. I know we've had quite a bit of flooding happening here recently along the Warrior River, and looks like Akron, if you're watching me around Brush Creek, Akron, Brush Creek, Roebuck Landing, Old Lock 7 areas, and Sawyerville, be ready, okay? I know this area was hard hit with one of those recent events, but we're going to have some strong winds that's going to be whipping through this area. I know we had that tornado that happened around Sawyerville, and there's a lot of tree limbs displaced and things like that, and I know it's been very windy out there, and this is one of the more impactful high wind events that we've had all year long. I mean, the entire area has dealt with some gust out there for this evening, and that's enough to kind of lodge some of those tree limbs that may be very weak, a lot of those easily breaking off in some spots, and we're going to see those strong winds all across Greene County moving through. But the greatest indication of a tornado, if we do see anything, there was a little bit of a signature, kind of those inbound, outbound winds really coupling up there across northern Greene County at this point, but it looks like it doesn't look quite as impressive as what we were seeing earlier in Tuscaloosa County. Now this one south of Centerville, you see that is the indication. Actually, Jill, what do we have?
2 areas. Yeah, I was just going to say we need to watch this because it is a weak rotation. So I want folks that are watching right now in Bibb County, I would just go ahead and get to your safe place. Let's just ride out the rest of this until it moves on through, because circulation, it's not a warning yet, but that could change yet, we say. So we have that strong rotation down towards Marion and Perry County. Again, everything's headed up towards Bibb. So we want you already to get to your safe place, ride out this storm there, and hopefully we don't not see an extension to this tornado warning or new tornado warning. So
yeah, we want to give you that first alert there. If you're in Bibb County, I want to go over to my radar view. Let's take this full screen. Let me clear some of this off, and let's watch what's happening here in West Alabama. We have multiple areas that we're keeping an eye on. I think we're going to have to actually take this off the screen, and we'll go back to the radar view. And this is the current radar view from Birmingham as we scan these storms. We have several areas in here, and this is, I'll tell you, this is quite impressive to see what's happening with this line. You know, it looked like we may see just one single bowing segment, but this has really broken up in here, which is concerning. We're getting more discrete storms that are starting to happen. Notice right in this area, one right here across northern Bibb County. If you're in Centerville, I would go ahead in Centerville, go on to that safe place. The way this thing is moving in right here, we're getting some strong wind gusts. If you have a storm shelter at your home and a safe place nearby, I would go ahead and play it safe on this. We're going to get some strong winds out of this. The way this is moving, we had some rotation showing up. This one here especially could clip southern Centerville as it moves in. So we got a couple of
in Perry County.
So a confirmed tornado with this one right here. Confirmed tornado in the Sprott area. This is in Perry County. Notice those times. I mentioned Heiberger a few moments ago. It's 9:51 now for time of arrival. Heiberger area. Get to that safe place here. Highway 5, Perry County. This is one of the more intense storms of the night from what I'm seeing here on the radar. Let's take a look at this again. And when you look at that BTI again, back over a 6. So we're seeing debris now as Jill's reporting with this particular storm. So debris indicated. Heiberger, I mentioned areas north into Bibb County. This is Highway 82, so be ready here around the Centerville area. And I tell you what, we have a camera here. If we can go to that. Lauren, have that camera in Centerville on standby looking to the south, because we're going to have a view of this thing as it moves into Centerville. We may see this tornado. It depends on how frequent the lightning is, but we're going to watch this storm there as it moves closer to downtown Centerville. So let's have that camera ready to go there looking to the south as that storm approaches. And what I want to do now is I want to head back over into Greene County. And really what we're seeing with this storm in Greene County, this tornado warning set to expire at 9:45. When you look along this line here, it's mostly a risk for some damaging straight line wind, which is a big concern and could equate that to a low-end tornado. Could be equal to EF1 or EF0. Typically with an EF1 or EF0, those 3-second wind gusts are over 80 miles per hour, and we could have some isolated cases like that along this line as it moves in. The most intense portion is right now close to Knoxville, and I want to zoom in our friends here around the Knoxville area, moving towards Ralph. There's the Sylvan and Foster's areas with this. No indication right now whether we'll see this expanded as a tornado warning into Tuscaloosa County, but we're going to have some high winds. Get ready here. If you're watching me, Tuscaloosa, point south towards Moundville, those winds are about to pick up there over towards the Hillcrest area as this line moves in. Be ready, giving you that first alert. There's Maxwell showing 9:57 there for those times of arrival. So looking at this part of the line at this point, and just stay with us. This is why we stay wall to wall when it comes to tornadoes, because these things, they change so quickly, develop quickly. It's like trying to track a rogue missile sometimes, the way they move in various paths and various tracks. But you can see here now, we have some new developments on this northern end of the line now. We have a new warning that includes Walker, and it includes Fayette County. New tornado warning that is in effect for Walker and Fayette counties. That will be in effect until 10:30. Walker and Fayette County until 10:30. That line right now across northern Tuscaloosa County, we had that warning, and this is taking a sharper turn to the north. I was noticing the track a few moments ago, Jill, actually took this thing, it was showing Barry in the path of the tornado, and that's what's going on here. These different markers that pop up, our system has a lot of proprietary programming that can pinpoint exactly where that tornado is going to track, and in some cases it can move further north. But there's Walker and Fayette until 10:30 now, a new tornado warning giving you that first alert. And boy, I tell you, I know we got a lot on the screen here. Let me clear some of this off. Can we drop this banner here briefly at the bottom of the screen? Okay, so we just took a power strike. We got lightning now here at the station. That was the first lightning strike that we've had. You know, if you see your screen flash briefly, that's because sometimes we're taking some lightning that's happening here on the mountain. And let's see if we can get this thing to I think our magic track system here. Jill, I'm probably going to have to head over to you here on AccuTrack 1. So let's go back to change sources, and we're in the Wiley area in Sandtown across northern Tuscaloosa County. There is and let's take some of this off the screen here at the top. This is where we have some of the stronger winds now pushing to the north, and looking at this, may have to go back and forth between the reflectivity. May have something here around Barry. It looks like, Jill, that might be where we have the tornado here. So it looks like we have a spin up around Barry that's tracking to the north. We have actually a couple of areas. We could have a tornado right now around Barry that's moving to the north based on some of the velocity data, and then also that residual circulation. See right there, Jill? That's right there around Barry. That's going to be moving north towards Pea Ridge. There's Corona areas, and also here over northern Tuscaloosa County, a couple of areas, a couple of circulations there where we have possible tornadoes. I mentioned, I think I said Sulphur Springs a few moments ago. It's Bowley Springs here. I was mentioning in the areas to the north, Sandtown, there's Wiley, Sandtown, and Corona. You are in the path of this. So if you're watching me in Pickens County, most of this has passed on by now. We're seeing some improving weather. I know we were talking about Samantha a few moments ago. The worst of this, if you're in your safe place, the worst of this has passed to the east of Samantha at this time. But we've got a dangerous storm at this point moving into Bibb County, and actually I think we have that camera available now, so we can go. Let's check out the view from Centerville. This is a live look as we have that tornadic storm, a couple of areas now approaching Centerville, and I saw a flash of lightning a few moments ago. That's one thing we look out for, is when we see that lightning frequency really pick up here. What you're looking at, actually, that's the correctional facility that you see there back to the south, but there we go. We've got the lightning starting to ramp up there in Centerville. Jill, I want to let you step in. I want to actually work on getting the controls up for this camera. Mayor Oakley there and Josh Lambert, they've done an incredible job getting us this view there on the E911 tower and helping us establish this. This actually took a hit, storms a couple of weeks ago. But this is a popular area through here. You know, we have a lot of active weather. That EF5 that moved through in the late 70s here through the Centerville area. And I know folks here right now keeping a close watch on these storms moving in. Let's also, Jill, I'll let you jump in on that warning that's happening in Tuscaloosa County as well.
Yeah, we are still seeing debris detected by the radar, and we're going to be watching at this in particular because, again, this would be heading towards Bibb County next. So what you're seeing right there is debris lofted into the air. The radar is able to detect that, and what we are seeing is likely a tornado still on the ground. This is into Perry County, and again, this is moving northeastward. So that means if you're in Bibb County, we want you to be in your safe place now. I don't want you to wait for the warning. Again, we have a confirmed tornado on the ground. This has the better environment to sustain itself to be potentially a very strong tornado. So we have to really watch this. The debris is pretty significant we're seeing right now. So again, this is the one tornado warning that we have a confirmed tornado on the ground. This is for Perry County. As we widen the view, again, we had the newer tornado warning that is up towards just to the west of Jasper, so parts of Walker and Fayette County. Again, we're going to be watching that area very closely for possible spin-up tornadoes. You're not going to be able to see this kind of, tornado. It's going to be wrapped in rain, and we want you in your safe place. I don't want you trying to look out the window, see what's going on. Just be in your safe place, ride out this storm in your safe place, and once it passes, we'll give you the all clear. So right now in Barry, we're seeing that stronger circulation passing a little bit farther to the east of you now. So we may be seeing actually to the northeast, kind of falling apart a little bit. We want to see that trend continue. So really what catches our eyes right now is weak rotation. We'll watch this area. We want you in Double Springs. We want you in the Winston County area. Since this is moving northeast, I want you to just go ahead, go in your safe place, wait till this passes, and that way you don't have to worry about, rushing there if there's a warning. Again, Wes, we've been watching that circulation. There's a couple areas down into the Bibb County to watch very closely. I want to go down there real quick and and show you again.
Yeah, stay right here, Jill, and show us that. I want to kind of step aside. What you're looking at, this is where we have a observed tornado that's moving out of Perry County. We're looking back to the south from Centerville. Let's go back to that 2 box there so we can see the radar. With Jill's got that pulled up, you can see showing Jill, that is going to be to the south right there. Looks like south of Centerville at this point. I moved the camera around as looking back in that direction. The lightning has picked up some. It's going to be difficult, you know, with the lightning frequency that we're seeing right now. It is going to be difficult to see this thing, but we're going to be monitoring closely. Lauren, keep an eye on this. I do have the controls here if you need to move the cameras around as we monitor that, but we're going to try to get some ground truth as we continue to watch these storms. Okay, Jill, I'm going to switch back over here. We'll go back full screen on the radar view, and let's talk about what's happening. I'll let you kind of drive this. This is that debris signature showing up. This is Perry County now. Tornado, we've got a debris signature, so we've been talking about this. Here's Centerville. It looks like the way that's tracking, that may stay just to the south and east of Centerville. Let's go to the north now, Jill. Let's get back into Tuscaloosa County. We need to go into Fayette, need to go into Walker County. I want to see these storms to the north. Actually, let's go back. Let's go back south just a bit here. We've got a new warning that was issued. That is let's stop it right there. That's a severe thunderstorm warning. That does include Mountville, Tuscaloosa, and Centerville. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning now that includes a good portion of Tuscaloosa County and also parts of Hale County. There's that line right there, and you can see it moving into Mountville, moving into Greensboro. Lauren, if you could put this back into interactive mode over there as well, we'll try to grab the controls here and follow these storms. But that's a look at Mountville, Greensboro, damaging winds, Tuscaloosa, areas to the north. That line now crossing North Tuscaloosa County soon. This is going to be pushing into Jefferson County. Here's Walker County, Jasper. The tornado warning that we have. Let's go into this particular warning. The one that we had across northern Tuscaloosa, we were talking about around Wiley, that has been canceled right now. This is the warning that we have moving across northern Fayette County. This is the tornado right here. There's Berry. It moved from Berry to Pea Ridge. And this is Highway 102, okay? Highway 102. This is going to be Coal Valley, the Corona area, and actually this is Highway 13 right here. So there's Highway 13. There's Cleveland, Bankston. This runs back up towards Eldridge areas. That is Highway 13. It has crossed. It's now crossed Berry. Highway 18 now just north. This is Pea Ridge in Fayette County, the Pea Ridge community. And the way that's moving, Carbon Hill and the Cedarham area, Saragossa Road to the north. I want you getting to that safe place, okay? This warning does include you. Carbon Hill, now is the time. That warning, that tornado, the way it's lifting to the north, it's almost moving right along that line to the due north right there. You see that? And the way that's moving, here's the tornado. The rotation in the latest scan, it actually just broadened a little bit. Notice there, but we're still seeing the in outbound, and it's closing in right now. Jill is circling that. There's Carbon Hill. This is Highway. Let's zoom in on this roadway here, Jill. There's Howard. Let's get to some of these communities. I mentioned Highway 102. There it is. There's Shady Grove Road. I believe that is. Let's see here. Let's turn this. This Wolf Creek Road that we're seeing, and Beech Grove Road to the north. So Highway 102, Beech Grove Road, and Shady Grove Road. There's Townley. Parrish is going to be back in here. Jasper also will be east of this, but that is a signature. Still some broad rotation in there. It's showing up. It is definitely there. It's about to cross Highway 102 at this point. That is the Fayette Walker County line. Carbon Hill, Cedarham. They
canceled the warning. They just canceled it.
Okay, so they just canceled it. So you can tell that the rotation kind of broadened up. I mean, Jill, let's go back. Let's just zoom in on this and kind of take it back a few frames. Let's stop it right there and just kind of take it back a few frames so you can see starting around Berry to Pea Ridge. You can see how it was more pronounced right in here, and you just kind of move along the timeline. You can see how it was more pronounced, and then it just kind of dissipated there as it moved further north. But see Jill's kind of running through the timeline and see it kind of dissipate. See, it was showing up right there, and then we can see it becoming a bit more broad as it moved north. So that's a good thing. So watch it. Still need to keep an eye on it. Wouldn't surprise me if we saw another warning spin up. It's going to be a night like that. We continue to see along this line these storms that start popping up. But those strong winds now moving in to the Centerville area. I want to go back to the camera view here. We'll bring that up and check out the view there coming in from the Centerville area where we had that camera view. Well, let's see here. Do we have this working, Lauren? Are you on the computer over there? So Okay, so we're going to have to probably come back to this. Let's go back to the other computer. And Jill, I'll throw it over to you while we continue to track these storms. Lots of severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment.
Yeah, it still looks like a little bit of debris showing up there, Wes, in the northeastern part of Perry County. So I'll slide this over so you can see it. What we're seeing right now, again, a tight circulation. There's been a reported tornado on the ground there. Also, Marengo County, that tornado warning. We have a confirmed tornado associated with that. So we've seen the numbers come down a little bit, the Barron Tornado Index. Let's just hope this thing fizzles on out, because you know where it's headed next. We're talking about Shelby County. We're talking about parts of Bibb County. So I'm going to widen out the view so you can see where this storm would be headed next. We're going to go to the reflectivity. Let's go to the rotation so we can clearly see where this, look at that. Remember, Wes, we were talking about that circulation. It just got warned upon into Bibb County. So we were watching this southwest of West Blockton, EO line. We have a tornado warning for that area. This is right now a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. So we were watching that circulation. We have the other one down to Perry County. So now we've got 2 tornado warnings. Again, the one in Perry County has had a confirmation at times of a tornado on the ground. I do actually want to show you the times in which this is going to be headed, because it's going to be going into the Centerville area, East Centerville by 10:16. The one in Perry County. Then we also have up towards West Blockton a circulation. This could become a tornado at any point in time. So again, Lakeview, you're included in that. I want you in your safe place right now. I want folks that are just to the north and east of that in Jefferson County and also in Shelby County. I want you to get in your safe place. Let's ride out this storm. Let the squall line pass on by. Get in your safe place right now. I wouldn't waste any time, because again, these can quickly produce tornadoes. It's getting into the time of night where we have a lot of wind shear and these things are spinning up fast. And we've had confirmed tornadoes again with the one in Perry County, and we are watching that circulation. It's tightening up right now, and this is near Scottsville right now. We're watching that area very, very closely for a possible tornado developing heading up towards West Blockton. So again, we continue to monitor chat. We have observed, let's see.
Jill, let's go back. I want to get to it. Let's bring up Lauren. You've got the Centerville camera pulled up here. That storm is moving in. We're now looking at 2 separate warnings. And Lauren, let's bring Bibb County up and bring up the radar view. I just want to take a close look there where we have both of those storms. You can see that's now moving in. I have the, let's hold this here for a second. I do have the camera controls that are pulled up, and we are taking, there's another lightning hit that we just had a few moments ago. I want to see if I can pan around to the north here as we try to bring up some of the camera controls. We have quite a bit of lightning out there, and it's having some impacts on the signals. In addition to, we've had some wind, power outages around the area, but we have several views. This is coming in right now to the Centerville area. Let's zoom in really close, and we can just remove this toolbar here at the top, get some of this stuff off the screen so folks can see at home. Let's go ahead and take this off there, Lauren, off the top.
We've had an extension to that tornado warning, by the way.
Okay, let's take this off, Lauren, at the top, and we'll remove that, and let's go in here to let's go into Bibb County. I want to zoom in here really close. And Jill, you said that was an extension on this particular warning?
I think that computer is a little bit acting up, but it looks like maybe Lauren's got it under control now.
Let's go back to this other box here, Jill, and there we go. We've got the other warning now. This is into Bibb County. There's West Blockton, and there is the warning that we had, the confirmed tornado. This is Perry County. This is Bibb County. There's Centerville, West Blockton, Centerville, and Bethlehem area. We've got a couple of tornadoes here, one north of the city, one south of the city. This is that second warning. This just crossed around Eolin. And the way this is moving here, this particular one, that's going to head up towards Lakeview. And then we have this other that still looks rather impressive here. That's around the Adler area, that's south of Centerville. Jill's giving you some first alert times. If we follow this one along, the way this is moving, this is going to move towards Randolph and the Lawley area there in Bibb County. That's moving towards the Ayden and Alabaster areas. Well, it's yet to be determined if this warning is going to continue into Shelby County. But listen up, the way this stuff's behaving right now, if you are in Shelby County and Jefferson County, I want you to listen up here. Be ready, because we're seeing these things popping some warnings to the south, and you can see there's 2 strong indications of a tornado here. And the way this is moving, we have one that's moving towards Shelby County. We'll need to watch out here in Shelby County for that possibility of some strong winds. Hopefully this weekends as it moves further north, but you can see that line there as it's tracking in that northerly direction. But right now moving out of northern Perry County, there's Centerville about to cross Highway 80. 82. This is around the Bethlehem area. And for folks watching here, this is clipping. This isn't far from Tuscaloosa County. Let's get in really tight on this northern warning. I know we haven't zoomed in on some of the roadways. Vance and Coling to the north. West Blockton. If you're watching me in Woodstock and West Blockton, the way this tornado is moving, this northern warning, it's moving in your direction. You can see some of the times here. There's Red Eagle showing up at 10:02, time of arrival. It's 9:56 right now, so there's some other times. Jill's putting on there showing Sumter around 10:23, John's area around 10:24, but if you're watching around Green Pond, Caffey Junction, Woodstock, over towards the Holiday Raceway, all those areas, that's the way this is moving here. And it may move a bit closer to Tannehill in that general direction. But anywhere and those locations I'm calling out, you need to be getting ready here for this thing. It's moving in that north direction. So we have a couple of tornado warnings. This is that new polygon. And this includes parts of, does this include parts of Shelby County? Jill, let's back
Not yet, but this is
Okay.
still a confirmed tornado on the ground. So we want folks in Shelby County, you need to be in your safe place now. This is making a beeline towards Alabaster. And so we want folks Birmingham to Alabaster, you need to be in your safe place. We've got 2 circulations, 1 confirmed tornado coming out of Perry County, moving into the southeastern part of Bibb County. It will get very close to the northwestern part of Chilton County. Significant tornado ongoing. We're getting reports right now, far northeastern Perry County, moving into southeastern Bibb County. We're talking about, probably a PDS warning about to be issued because
this is a dangerous storm right now,
Yes.
Jill, and we really need to stress, if you're watching me anywhere, Highway 139, Maplesville to Lawley and Randolph, listen up. We've got a confirmed tornado. This thing being reported, it's still producing some damage possibly at this moment. This is an emergency situation right now with this tornado, and there's the debris signature. This is around the Bethlehem area. There's Pine Tucky. This is northern Perry County. Centerville, we are back in here. We have the view. Lauren, is that panned to the west direction? I don't know if we could we could also double box. We might be able to show the other camera that we have, but we have a camera here in Centerville that's showing some of that lightning picking up in areas back to the west direction. But right now along Highway 139, if you're watching me around the Trio area, Antioch, this is moving towards Shelby County right now. Highway 139, University of Montevallo. If you're watching me in those areas, and there we go. We've got the, we don't see this often, but on our Barron system, when it produces that tornado debris signature right there, that is our tornado detection. That is factoring in a lot of different variables. So even our AccuTrack system right now is highly confident that we have a tornado here that's moving to the north.
Wes, it is a very large, extremely large and dangerous tornado. It is moving over the Talladega National Forest. It is 9 miles or so to the southeast of Brent, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. So that's why we are advising the counties to the northeast to definitely get in your safe place, because this is
the live look right here, Jill.
fast.
That's temperatures in the 60s, winds gusting to 17. Look at that lightning picking up. That's what we talked about. You can see that lightning frequency. This is live from Centerville as we look south. This is from the town square. We're looking in that direction of that tornadic storm that's now moving towards Shelby County. Lauren, let's go ahead and get Montevallo ready. We need to be watching that view. We have a camera here in Centerville. We're going to take that view in Montevallo as we track this thing as it's moving to the north, but you can see blinding rains now as that severe storm rushes in here across. If you're in Bibb County, even in Centerville, I want you in a safe spot right now. This is a dangerous storm, but especially if you're in Montevallo, the Briarfield area, this is going to cross somewhere around 6 Mile over to Alabaster, right there around the University of Montevallo. So that's it. That's a live look as that tornadic storm now is moving out of Perry County. Let's get back over to radar. You can see it's lofting debris. We're seeing that with this. And notice even across Centerville, is that another debris signature we may be seeing? Maybe
I don't know if that's actually from a tornado.
Maybe
I think,
some gusty winds.
Yeah, probably some gusty winds. Right now they're saying the debris coming in with this system right here, that tornado, debris lofted like 13,000 feet.
Yeah, that's quite strong. In fact, Jill, we can look at this here. Let's see, put the cursor over that right there. We can actually see that is, Jill, we can take a look here. And yeah, thousands. We're looking at a very high elevation there in that one scan. I believe you said 13,000 feet was some.
Yeah, that
debris?
was the Weather
Wow.
Service saying that TDS.
We'd have to look at those
13,000
different
feet.
elevations there on the radar. That's just incredible. So there could be some debris that's falling here out ahead of this storm as it moves in. I mentioned 6 Mile a few moments ago. There's 6 Mile to the north. Let's put some first alert times on here. Let's move we might need to move these boxes here so we can see some of these communities out ahead of this storm. There's 6 Mile, there's Ashby. I mentioned Montevallo. There's Montevallo. Times of arrival, the Ashby area around 10:19. This is Highway 25, okay? If you live along Highway 25 and you're watching me right now, get to that safe place here in Bibb County, 6 Mile to Montevallo, Highway 25. An extremely dangerous situation right now with this storm. We've got debris that's being detected. There's Montevallo. Here's Alabaster to the north. Hopefully this thing weakens. We've seen these have somewhat of a short lifespan so far tonight with most of these warnings, and hopefully that is the case with this particular one as that storm moves to the north. But I want to bring in some of the views, and there we go again. We're seeing this as you don't see this often, but when our system picks up debris, we see our radar system also when it picks up wind shear and debris, and it sees a good indication there that we could have a tornado. We often see this icon that shows up, but we're looking at tornado warning now for Tuscaloosa County until 10:45. Jill, let's get back to Tuscaloosa County. That was located over northeast Tuscaloosa County. Now we have another warning. Let's get back to, so we got Tuscaloosa. Let's just back the view. Let's just go full screen on this, Jill. We've got several warnings we need to go through. So we've got Chilton County under a tornado warning right now. If you're under the alert right now in Chilton County, we're talking the northwest part of Chilton County, northern Perry County, Bibb County. We have a warning to the south. We're juggling several tornado warnings. We've got one across northern Bibb County at this time. Now Tuscaloosa County, we have another tornado warning. We're seeing these spin-ups along this line. Let's get into the city of Tuscaloosa at this point. This one's spinning up quickly now, right around T-Town, and there it is right there. Here's the river. This is the Woozy-Fennell Bridge. It's about to cross right around the Woozy-Fennell Bridge, the Bryant Bridge, Rice Mine Road areas, okay? This is going to be just south of the Smile Design Center right there. Jill is showing us rain coming down in sheets here at Woods and Water, gust over 20 miles per hour. That main line has reached us, and I know we've got, at this point,
Looks like there's no power. Do you confirm? Does that
well,
look like
I mean,
there's power out?
we just got low visibility right now, but it certainly looks like
Distance?
we've got power there, but maybe the power's out perhaps there towards Skyland. As we go back to our view from Centerville, again, we're watching those storms there tracking to the north. And Lauren, I was having trouble. It looked like we might be having some difficulty there because of a connection issue. I'll see if I can pan this camera here. We'll try to pan a bit further to the west and east direction. See if I can reload that signal. Let's get that Montevallo view up as well as we monitor that storm that's coming. That tornado is approaching Montevallo at the moment. That's going to give us the best view. So here's another look from, looks like the rain has kind of backed off in Centerville right now. If we get, see if that view helped you out there, Lauren. We got a couple of live pictures we want to bring you right now where we have a couple of these warnings. There's one view. Wow. So that's looking to the south. Again, I mentioned a few moments ago, that's back towards a correctional facility there, but those storms are coming in. We had that one warning to the north. Let's check out the view there to the north of town, and that's back towards the storm, and you can see that intense lightning as we look back. That's the one that's tracking across northern Bibb County. That one is moving towards, I mentioned, Woodstock and West Blockton. Get to that safe place if you are in Woodstock and West Blockton. A reminder that our iHeart radio stations, by the way, are carrying us. Lauren, let's go back to Montevallo. Let's check that view out. And I want to see the different camera views here that we have. So there's Montevallo, and we're looking more west in this particular view at this point. And let's bring up, can we go up to the radar view across, I want to go to just a general radar view across the area here, see what we're looking at. So that is that debris signature there moving across Bibb County. So we've got 1, 2, 3 tornado warnings. Coleman County, we're still in this severe thunderstorm warning. A good chunk of Tuscaloosa, Hale counties under a severe thunderstorm warning. All of this now coming in here closer to Shelby and Jefferson counties. Let's get into this. Let's take these warnings one by one and let's go in closer now. We'll start with this one to the south. This is where we're getting the reports of the tornado right now around Trio. This is Highway 139. There's Wilton, there's Ashby, Oakley, and back towards the Lawley area. This is active, and Highway 82, that tornado is crossing. There is Centerville. It's crossing Highway 82 at Trio. It's about to move to Antioch, Oakley, and Ashby. There's the 6 Mile area. Here's Highway 25. Meteorologist Lauren Linehan driving the radar here as we move some of these forecast times. You can see there around the Mars Hill area at 10:27, and the way this is tracking, I mentioned a few moments ago, there's Montevallo, the University of Montevallo. Briarfield is back in here, so if you're watching me around Briarfield, in those areas, giving you that first alert for where this storm is moving. That is one warning that we have, and let's be ready here in Shelby County. This would include Alabaster if this warning is extended. All right, let's move over to the next warning here. We need to take these one at a time. Let's go to the one now that we're watching. Still fairly impressive. Looks like we've got a nice little curvature to this one as well that really grabs my attention. Centerville, that other warning is staying north of us. There's Caffey Junction, I mentioned a few moments ago. A first alert, Caffey Junction, Lakeview, Eastern Valley Road. Here's Interstate 5920. The way this is moving around West Blockton, this is going to be tracking to the north and east. There's Hilltop, the McCalla exit, the new UAB Medical West is being built in this area. If you're anywhere from there back to the Tanny Hill area, get to that safe place just in case this warning does extend into those areas. This is a dangerous storm, and especially if you're in this polygon, you need to be in that safe place. Now it's too late to get in the car, try to outrun this. You need to make sure you get to the center of your home. Stay away from windows. I know at this point, you know, that you're getting the alerts, you're getting those warnings. It's a fast-moving setup out there tonight. You need to make sure you grab if you can, if you have to, just grab a mattress and grab a pillow, blanket, something to offer some extra protection to shelter you from any chance of any debris or tornadic winds with this moving to the north. But again, as we look at the scan into the storm and filter out all the clutter, you can see where that tornado would be here. There's Griffintown Road, Big Springs Road at the moment, and the way this is moving, Mountaintop Drive and Gray Hill. If you're watching me, Gray Hill Road, Gray Hill, Mountaintop Drive, there's Eastern Valley Road. That is the other warning. Let's get to Tuscaloosa, okay? We need to head back over. Do we have Fred Hunter and the Storm Tracker standing by? We need to check in on Fred here. He's in Tuscaloosa in the First Alert Storm Tracker. If you're listening in the back room, we need to get Fred on standby there in the First Alert Storm Tracker. Still very strong indications here, by the way. And Lauren, we need to get to that Tuscaloosa storm, but hang on here a second. Very strong indications of a tornado producing debris right now crossing Highway 82. There's Centerville, there's Trio, this is the tornado, there's 6 Mile and Highway 25. I mentioned Briarfield. We still see possibilities that this thing is producing damage right now, this tornado. You see the damage being indicated here on First Alert AccuTrack, moving north-northeast at 35 miles per hour. That is a possible tornado that we have. Jill, you go ahead and get on that Tuscaloosa storm, so we have both systems here operating on different storms, and I'm going to come to you as we track that one there moving through Tuscaloosa. But this one at the moment producing damage as it moves across Highway 82 right now. We're seeing indications. You're looking at the debris detection on our First Alert AccuTrack system. This is like having a virtual spotter. I mean, this thing has lofted the debris, radar seeing it, sending those returns back to the radar and telling us, you know what? This isn't rain. This doesn't fit with what we're seeing with the radar. This could be pieces of wood. This could be anything, pieces of homes, but that's being lofted high up, thousands of feet up into the atmosphere with those winds there at possibly gusting as high as 80 plus miles per hour. Let's go back to this other storm. Jill is zoomed in. There's Tuscaloosa and Northport. This storm tracking towards, looks like the Bryant Bridge at the moment. So as we stop this right now, we'll show you exactly where the storm's located. Here's Forest Trail, Lake Tuscaloosa. The spillway is located right here, and looks like Colony Hills, Holt area as well. I mentioned Northwood Lake a few moments ago. That's actually going to be just north of, this is going to be on to the east of Northwood Lake, the way this is moving, but it's tracking towards Fleetwood and tracking towards the Searles area, or the Birchfield area. You know, we talked about these locations last week, and actually I mentioned earlier the Yellow Creek area. Just yesterday, the Weather Service surveyed and found that there was an EF0 tornado with that last event there around Yellow Creek. But this is where the strongest indication of the tornado is located. The spillway near the North River Yacht Club, just south of there. You can see the track along, there's Rocky Branch Road, and this is along the Warrior River. The way this is moving, it looks like it's staying just north of Alberta City, but near Crescent Ridge Road and near the Holt area at this point. There's Peterson, Holt, Peterson, Brookwood, right there along Highway 216. Be in that safe place. This is a dangerous storm and some strong signs. You see that strong rotation. There it is right there that's being detected by our First Alert AccuTrack system. That's going to put that around Rocky Branch. So we've got 1, 2, 3 tornadic circulations now closing in on Jefferson and Shelby counties at the moment. So now is the time you want to stay with us right here and stay put. We're going to let you know as these storms approach. We could have some warnings that may be issued for Shelby and Jefferson counties here as these storms track to the north. But by far, this one here to the south around Centerville, you can see that's showing extreme. Look at that extreme rotation showing up on our system. There's Oakley, there's Elliotsville, Simsville Road is right in here. There's Alabaster. All these locations, you know, we need to watch this. I mentioned Montevallo. We're not officially in the tornado warning polygon. And if your warning is going off your weather app, you're getting those wireless emergency alerts here across northern Chilton County around Manuka Park. You're located within that polygon. We often say the polygon here, the area is flashing, but what you'll see us do a lot of times here on Channel 6 when we're tracking these storms, we kind of go outside the polygon ahead of these storms to give you that first alert so you know you have some time to get ready as these storms approach. But that's why we often say, you know your county and those areas to the west in situations like this. Hopefully it weakens as it moves north, but if it doesn't, we'll have you ready as this thing tracks on to the north. I want to go back to our other system. Lauren, I want to let you go back to tracking here on this. And let me see, we're looking at a fairly significant debris signature there around 6 Mile again as this storm moves north. National Weather Service, at this point, they're going to continue that tornado warning until 10:45. They have a severe storm capable of producing a tornado located near Deer Lick Creek campgrounds or near Holt. That's what we talked about, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So stay put in Tuscaloosa. This is going to be north of east of the downtown area, east of campus at the university. For folks watching in Tuscaloosa, this is the eastern part of Tuscaloosa County right now. You need to be in that safe place for that tornado warning. Lauren has zoomed in right now. We're over Bibb County, that tornado warning. We've got 3 warnings. We'll also get back to the one near West Blockton, but this is the one you can see by far, so we're showing the stronger signs of debris with this. 6 Mile and the Thomas Mill area. This is going to make a move right between those areas, right around Tucker Road, okay? Tucker Road areas moving to the north. There's West Ashley Road. I mentioned a few moments ago around 6 Mile and Highway 25. This is Highway 25. That's where it's located, and that is close. If you're in 6 Mile, stay put. This thing's passing by right now. Stay put. This is almost past 6 Mile. Ashby and Briarfield, stand by, okay? This thing is moving closer to us. It is moving closer now to Briarfield and Ashby, the tornado, and even that debris. And this might be a situation, you know, in these areas in here, you might have pieces of paper, or if this has, you know, hit a structure, you'll have debris that sometimes can fall out of the sky with some of these things. And that's what's happening here is we're seeing that lofted debris. Could be pieces of tree limbs, leaves, and all kinds of things they're tracking off to the north there with this storm. So Bibb County, we've got this warning. Lauren, let's take this off. Let's go back to the one to the north here. I want to watch this one that's moving towards Jefferson County for our friends here watching around Birmingham. There is a sign right there around West Blockton. See, we got a little bit of rotation that's moving towards Academy Park. That is still showing up. Actually, this is debris. Let's go back to rotation tracker on this, Lauren. So that was a look at the correlation coefficient. So this is where we still have that weaker rotation. Actually, it's about out of the polygon. This is it. Let's zoom in right here where I have my hand. Let's go into this area right here, Kimbrell. Let's stop it right there. So Tanny Hill Ironworks, Bucksville, Those areas we were calling out, this is where we got the strongest rotation at the moment on the northern end of that warning polygon.
Confirmed tornado observed Tuscaloosa County. This was located over Deer Lick Creek campgrounds or near Holt, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour.
So we've got confirmation with this one now. So Jill, just noting there, we mentioned the Deer Lick area. That's where we have the confirmed tornado, as Jill was just noting. Waiting to see here if we're going to see this warning expanded into Jefferson County. So be ready here in Jefferson County. So it looks like we got a new warning also, Jill, for Perry County. Another tornado warning, and that's going to include the southern part of Perry County. So we've got several of these tornado warnings. There it is. There's another tornado indication right there. What you're looking at, again, is the greatest rotation, the areas where we have tornadoes. One here, that's going to be near Vaden in southern Perry County. This one right here, that's produced some damage. That's moving through Bibb County. And then we have some strong rotation that's over Tanny Hill. That's about to move in towards McCalla. Be ready here, McCalla area. Be ready to take action. I'm giving you that first alert just in case that warning is expanded to the north. But if you're in West Block, then the worst of this has passed you. Okay, this is on to the north. Actually, a great job there, Lauren. Just circle all these so folks at home can see where we have each one of these tornadoes right now. We've got ground truth, confirmed tornado here, Tuscaloosa. We have some ground truth with this one right here near Centerville, and we have other warnings that are happening. And you notice this is right in that moderate risk zone that we were painting for that risk of tornado, that greatest hatched area and areas to the southwest. You know, hopefully as these continue to move on to the north, they will weaken with time as they continue to the north and east. But we're clearing some of that off. Let's show the area view, and then we're going to get back in really close. We've got several significant storms at the moment we need to watch, but I just want to show you to the north into Walker County. It's a lot of rain. Still could have some gusts in here, 40 to 50 miles per hour. No tornado concern right now for us here in Walker County. We still have that severe thunderstorm warning in Coleman County. It's for this line that moves in. Could have some gusts of 40 to 50 miles per hour, but no tornado warning for Coleman County. But where we have the confirmed tornado, or at least the reports, I mean the Weather Service, they'll go out and check these areas out, is Tuscaloosa. Let's get in here. And I know right now you're probably hearing some loud rumbles. The winds are quite gusty, and it is whipping here across parts of Tuscaloosa. But the greatest tornadic concern at the moment is moving towards the Birchfield area. This is moving up through Kellerman, Fleetwood. This is moving on east of town. University is going to be back in here. So Northport and Tuscaloosa downtown, the worst of this has passed on by. In fact, for the rest of the night, once this back edge of this moves on through, it's over for the rest of the night. You can rest easy. But this storm right now, Birchfield, there is Jefferson County. So be ready here. We could see, if it's not that warning to the south that's expanded, we could see one out of this if this continues to hang on. This is getting closer and closer here to Jefferson County. There's Hueytown, Pleasant Grove's over here, Concord and Pleasant Grove, all those areas. Want to make sure that you're watching this, paying close attention to this line as it moves closer. That is moving into the Birchfield area at the moment. So East Brookwood, and still seeing indications of some strong winds, but the greatest rotation looks like it's right out here around Lock 17. Actually, looks like a area where we got some strong rotation. Doesn't look quite as impressive as what we saw earlier, but it's there. Hall Road, if you're on Hall Road, you need to be in that safe spot. Birchville, there's Lock 17 Road we were talking about. You can see there. So be ready in Tuscaloosa, and we've got some tornado warnings. Looks like the tornado warning has been canceled for Bibb and Tuscaloosa, so let's back the view out just to double check there on that one, Lauren. And yes, it looks like the warning here, Weather Service, they're not going to issue a warning for this one that's moving into McCalla. You can still see that circulation. It is there. Just be watching here in case what's happening. These things, they spin up and then the warnings go away. So just in case we see this start to ramp up again with a tornado warning. But we're staying on these storms. We're not going to lose sight of these as they move through the area. Jill, I see that you're tracking one there. I want to go back to that other source here, the one that we're watching that was moving out of Bibb County to the south, right around the Lawley and Ashby areas. Actually, there's Oakley, and you can see there's 6 Mile Highway 25, and that is pushing up towards Montevallo at this time. Do we have that camera, Lauren, at Montevallo? Let's take that, and I just want to see what the view looks like there in Montevallo. There's the source. We got gusts to 17. Just looking at this, we're looking back to the west direction, but this might give us, I know it's at night, it's difficult to see, but we might see some indications here of some of those very strong wind gusts as this moves through. Might see those whiteout conditions as we've seen in some of these cases with these straight line winds and these storms at night. There was one night years ago, if you remember, we were right here. We had one of these cameras on UAB Medical West, and we saw that tornado moving into the Bessemer area, sometimes with the lightning. And that's actually telling me a lot here, too. You look at this, you don't see that frequent lightning like we saw Fultondale night with the tornado that moved through northern Jefferson County. It was almost like that strobe light effect. It was continuous lightning, and that can be just an indicator sometimes when you see that lightning frequency back off that we do have some weakening that's happening. Jill, I want to throw it over to you as we continue to monitor this. I guess at the moment, the two storms of concern, it's this one now moving out of northern Bibb County. We had a little bit of weakening, which is a good thing, the one that's now moved into Jefferson County, but stand by here. It looks like perhaps around Oak Grove and Jefferson County, these areas, we might have a warning that's extended out of Tuscaloosa County.
Yeah, so far I'm not seeing on the chat any word about an extension to the warning, but that could change. Again, I'm sure they are analyzing this, talking amongst themselves, and determining whether or not a tornado warning needs to be issued for parts of Jefferson and Shelby County. Of course, as soon as we get the first alert, we'll give you the first alert. So again, watching those two areas, they have been showing signs of weakening. Let's hope this trend continues. Again, we've had reports of both of these storms producing tornadoes. And as I go to the debris really quickly, again, it's really shrinking. I like to see that it's really shrinking, that debris that is north of Ashby. So the debris is going away, so that circulation's weakening. Still seeing a little bit of debris near the Birchfield area. That is the area where we are seeing again where that circulation and tornado could possibly be. So again, we are looking at the chat, making sure there's no indications of any additional warnings right now. So far, not seeing an extension. So I hope that trend continues. I know a lot of folks are very anxious as we watch and see where these storms go, how they, eventually either dissipate or redevelop again. So
hey, Jill,
again, Wes, go ahead.
I'm sorry to jump in here. I just want to let you know we got a tornado warning for Shelby County that's coming. Shelby County, a tornado warning, and that's going to be for that one near Briarfield Ironworks or near Montevallo.
It just popped up.
So there we go. There's Shelby County tornado warning. I just want to, first off, I want to start here where this thing's at right now. As Jill was telling you, we just jumped in. Keep an eye on this camera there, Lauren, if you notice that we have any indication of some of those damaging winds there moving through Montevallo. But we're zoomed in on the Montevallo area. This is the tornado. It's showing up right now at the corner of 25 and Highway 139 at Briarfield and Ashby. That is moving northeast, Wilton, Montevallo. Get to that safe spot right now if you're a business in this area. I mentioned earlier, this has been one of those weeks. It's spring break week, and we might kind of be out of routine this week, but help spread the word. A lot of folks out of town, just to let folks know that you need to be taking action. I know we might not be in our typical routine on this spring break week, but it's important to spread the word and help share the message that we've got a tornado now entering into Shelby County. Now, the way this is moving, I just want to let folks know here, the way this is tracking, it looks like the greatest impacts here would be near or south of Oak Mountain State Park. So if you're further north, closer to the Hoover area, I think this is going to be tracking over towards Chelsea, and we need to be around Chelsea High School. We need to be ready. This is going to be moving in that general direction around the Ballantree area. Ballantree, be ready, okay? This is moving your way. Alabaster, Country Hills. Let's see what we're looking at here. There's Manuka Park, and this is the radar. So here's Shelby County Airport. So anywhere from Shelby County Airport exit all the way to the Alabaster exit. Here's Pelham. The Tank Farm exit's going to be right in here.
Producing a tornado observed, located over the Briarfield Ironworks Park or near Montevallo, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour.
Okay, so let's go back to the camera view right now. This is a live look from Montevallo, and we're starting to get some intense winds there. We notice, look at the camera. Camera's starting to move. Those winds picking up there. This thing might come right across the University of Montevallo campus as we watch this live here on WBRC Fox 6. We have a tornado warning right now, and if we can, let's double box this with the radar if we can bring that up. We also watching this and watching the radar data. We've got, look at that camera moving there. Jill, I know we've got the radar popped up, so just
I've got friends in the path, so I'm texting them as well.
If you can just pull up the reflectivity. I know we got a lot on the screen. It's kind of hard to see behind you. If you can zoom in on that, and let's get those tracks and those times. But that is just wild there to see that camera moving like that. I mean, the winds, that observation may be a METAR site. I don't think it's actually at the site of the University of Montevallo. That may be coming in from Shelby County, actually, where we may be pulling that data. But that camera, I'm afraid we're about to lose it here with the way these winds are picking up. But we're getting some very strong winds. When you have a tornado like this, you get winds that are moving in different directions into the tornado, away from that circulation. So you have winds that are pulling in different directions here, and that's one of the things we're seeing. Lauren, keep an eye on that. We'll get back to the full screen. We got to get folks ready here. Shelby County right now, we've got a possible tornado about to close in on Montevallo. There it is. This is where that camera view is located. The tornado, as Jill just noted, storm spotters, let's stop it right here. Storm spotters, we're seeing that right here along Highway 25 and Highway 139 to the south, right there around the Briarfield area. This is still showing some of that debris. Here it is. It's coming into Montevallo. Here's Highway 25. There's Glen Forest to the north. Let's see where we have Dry Valley here. There's Highway 155 here to the south, County Road 113, Highway 155, County Road 113. There's the Glen Forest area, and there is Montevallo. You can see that now moving into downtown Montevallo at the moment. Let's follow through, Jill, on this polygon. Let's give folks the first alert. Let's slowly pan this off so we can see some of the roadways. So let's stop it right there. Here's Calera. Downtown Calera, the warning polygon is just north of you. It's around Kemp Branch, Varnon's included. Here's Alabaster, so the Tank Farm exit and Shelby County License Office, that's going to be just to the north of here, okay? That first exit, it's going to be the second exit there.
Check out the camera.
Okay, let's check out the view here as we go back to, so here we go. This is that tornadic storm there moving into Montevallo at the moment. So that storm has arrived here. That's at the University of Montevallo at this point as we continue to track this. The tornado warning has been canceled for Bibb County, by the way. The National Weather Service, if you're watching in Bibb County, that tornado warning has been canceled. That tornadic storm now moving in here, Montevallo.
Right over Montevallo. So the debris, it looks like it's right over Montevallo.
So we might see some debris in here, perhaps falling as that circulation center passes right over. Stay put here in Montevallo, okay? If you're listening to us on the radio, we still have power at the moment. Power here at the university as we continue with this camera feed. The winds gusting now showing 21, but that's coming from the Shelby County Airport. You watch it when this line gets close to Calera. You'll see that number go way up there on those current observations. So I want to step aside. What were you seeing there, Lauren?
It was just showing stuff around the water tower.
Okay, so it looked like we might be seeing maybe a little bit of debris, perhaps. We're watching the camera view closely. It's obviously very difficult at night. A lot of these severe weather events happen at night across Alabama, and it's very difficult, especially when you have a line of storms like this. But it's just amazing, you know, to have this technology these days with these eyes in the sky can give us a lot of ground truth on these as we watch these storms as they track across the state. We need to get back to storm tracking. Here we go, and Jill is zoomed in. There's the debris. It's showing up over Montevallo. There's Selma Road, and there's Montevallo showing a debris signature, possible tornado. There's the live view from the University of Montevallo, and we're watching here as this thing crosses. Stay put in Montevallo. If you're watching me to the south in Bibb County, you can leave your safe space now. The severe threat has ended. Right now this is moving into Shelby County as we monitor the conditions there. Very strong winds moving in as we look back to the west direction, that line approaching. And you can see there where we've had some of those heavy downpours moving in, but it's just now moving into Montevallo. As we monitor this further down the road, let's back the view out, Jill. There's Spring Creek Road. There is the Dargan area. Let's go even further north. I want to talk about some of these areas. Camp Branch Road, there's Alabaster. There is the Alabaster exit. So anywhere from the Alabaster exit to Shelby County Airport, you need to be in that safe spot right now, safe place. I mentioned the Ballantree area. Let's keep moving along so we can get all areas. Jill has circled the debris signature showing up here in areas to the south. Let's move the map so we can see these areas to the north. There's Deerhurst, there's Joinertown, also included. Oak Mountain State Park, you can see we're on the northern fringe of this. There's Oak Mountain right there. So basically this will stay to the south of Oak Mountain. There's Pelham, Oak Mountain. So if you live south of Oak Mountain here in Shelby County and north of Wilsonville, you need to be ready to get to that safe place.
It was confirmed over American Village.
American
right
Village.
Over Montevallo, it was confirmed. Tornado still on the ground right now. And we are seeing that debris being lofted, and it's being detected by the radar. So still, this is not radar indicated. This is confirmation that we do have a tornado observed on the ground. And this is, again, we have Montevallo. This is where that tornado has moved right across the area. Again, we haven't had any reports of damage yet. That would be trickling in afterwards, but we want folks to take this seriously. Of course, if you're under that warning, you're in your safe place, lowest level of your house, interior room, in a basement if you have that. Of course, we have Chelsea, which would be next in line. You're not under that tornado warning yet, but I would go ahead and get in your safe place. Anyone across the northeastern part of Shelby County, from Sterrett, Chelsea, in this zone, I would just go ahead and get in your safe place. Let's just ride it out. Even if a tornado warning does not get extended across your area, at least you're there and you can be safe. So again, you have some time to protect yourself. Make sure you get your helmet on. Make sure you get your shoes on too, a worst case scenario. So again, we're still seeing that circulation. I'm gonna zoom back in a little bit. Might be weakening a little bit, but still there is debris still being detected on radar. Again, that's just to the northeast of Montevallo. So we're talking about, a mile and a half maybe northeast of Montevallo. So this would be Country Hills next in line, Highway 22, 119 cuts across there. And again, we're moving northeast. What is it? Lauren.
Okay, so we got reports. Let's get back over here to the wall. We got reports right now of the tornado between Highway 139 and Highway 25 there around Shelby County. Multiple reports of a tornado still here. There is Highway 25. There is Montevallo. The way this is moving, listen up. If you're around Thompson High School, if you're around Meadowview School, Meadowwood Elementary School actually, and Thompson High School, those are some areas. Just thinking about some locations in here. Simsville Road and Buck Creek Park. If you're watching me in all those areas, we've got several reports of a tornado here from storm spotters. We've got some ground truth that is moving. That tornado here is moving through this polygon. We are zoomed in over Shelby County. Now, if you're watching me in places, let's say the Colonnade, northern Shelby County, right in there, you get over towards places like River Chase. This is going to be south of there, okay? This is going to be south of Oak Mountain State Park. This is going to be south of Pelham. Where this is moving is going to happen between Calera, and it's also going to happen between Alabaster. This is where the Walmart's located, the Alabaster exit. Just trying to name some areas in here. Thompson High School, I mentioned, where we have the Alabaster City Fest. That happens in here. Been out there many times. That is one of those areas that's in the polygon. Okay, this is further south, and this is where it is going to be tracking. Jill, we need to show velocity. Okay, let's just go to the velocity data, and let's just loop it along really slowly. And we'll take it frame by frame, and we'll find that tornado as it moves to the north. So here it comes, right here. Let's clear some of this off. And what we can do is, just let's see, what are we looking at? We're looking at base velocity.
It's right about here. Glen Forest.
Yeah, that's one of the things, as you noted, Jill, we're so close to the radar site right now. As we look at this, we're actually zoomed in. We're almost to the radar site, and the radar can't see directly ahead, but it is. We might have to go to the shear rate and take a look at this, and something else we could do too. That's it right in there. That's where the strong signature is showing up. You can see around Glen Forest and Elliotsville. right in that area. You know, a lot of wind in here with this, Jill. You know, in many cases, you may end up, if you end up with a wall of wind sometimes trying to spot these things at night, often it can be a low shelf cloud and just a white out wall of wind, and sometimes it may be tough to determine if that is a tornado or just a big area where we have a low cloud base. But, you know, you look at this and you do see where you have some of those strong winds right now pushing through Elliotsville, the Glen Forest area, and maybe if we scan this thing, let's take a look at it. Well, that's not helping us out. I was going to say if we could look at it from Montgomery, but let's go back to Birmingham and just bear with us here. We're doing some real-time analysis. This is, if you've ever heard the term cone of silence, that's right. That's the radar. That's it. And the radar is looking at an angle so it can reach out across Alabama. So it can't see, the radar is not scanning directly above, but when we look at these different tilts and we look at the radar at different angles there.
Right now they're saying radar indicated, so let's hope that this tornado has lifted.
Okay, so we went
Doesn't mean it can't touch down again, but right now there's been an update to the tornado warning that it is radar indicated. So
it's right in this area. This is where that tornado would be. I want to circle it on the screen. So near the radar site.
Right by the airport, as we've been saying.
Right by the airport. So there's Shelby County Airport. There's Highway 31. I mentioned Camp Branch. Highway 26, okay? So if you're watching around Highway 26, the way this is moving, if we follow along, that's going to put this thing, we'll actually do a manual, we might need to put a manual storm track on this, and that we will. And just to show you the track of where this is going, that is moving in this direction. And I would say it's moving over 40 miles per hour, but just to kind of give you an estimate, the way this is tracking Simsville, I mentioned Simsville Road. We had a fire there today. Actually, we were reporting we've had several wildfires out ahead of this system with all the gusty winds, but Simsville, 1053, Chelsea, 1058, okay? Get ready there with that Chelsea camera too, Lauren. We may get a view of this thing coming in. And I'm hearing some loud thunder here in the Birmingham area. That is actually the only tornado warning that we have at the moment. Now all of Coleman County is included. We have Perry County, by the way, another warning. We don't want to lose sight of this one to the south. That's also around the Bethlehem area. For folks south of Centerville, if we do have some areas, I know we're trying to assess, but if we do have some areas where we have damage south of the Centerville area, very strong indication. This is the storm of the moment right here. You see that? Big hook signature, Jill, I'll let you grab this. But this is the storm right now. You see that supercell. It's out ahead of the main line. It's discrete. We've got an inflow notch, and that is one could be producing a violent tornado there as it moves to the north. This is northern Perry County. There's Centerville again. It's another close call. That one's tracking towards the same area, so let's stand by around Montevallo, active, some of these areas where that one storm just went through. So we got one and now a follow-up storm that's moving to the north. But as we monitor the conditions here, we have severe thunderstorm warnings, Tuscaloosa and into Bibb County. Lauren, let's go to the wide view on the radar. I want to show what's happening. There's Chelsea. Again, Lauren showing us in Shelby County as that storm approaches with some gusts there over 20 miles per hour at the moment. But the lightning frequency not too off the charts right now as that storm approaches. But Chelsea, get to that safe place here in these areas. Chelsea over towards Chelsea High School. I mentioned around Thompson and over into Alabaster and places there around Meadowview and a lot of those areas. We need to be ready for possibility of a tornado here and some damaging winds as this line moves to the north and east. And there we go, a little bit of lightning showing up. But I want to reset the stage, show you the wide view across our area. Let's bring up the radar. So here's what's happening and what this line looks like. And unlike what we saw in Mississippi today, this thing took on an entirely different structure as it moved into Alabama. And you can see there's an abrupt cutoff back to the west. We're getting these broken segments in here where we have individual storms, and these rogue supercell storms, or these rogue cells that's out ahead of that main line, those are ones that are really troublemakers. And you can see that's where we have the two tornado warnings. Now, Tuscaloosa downtown threat has ended for us. If you're south of Tuscaloosa in the Hale County, that threat has ended. We're going to have some strong winds, though, about to cross Highway 5, okay? If you're watching me around Million Dollar Lakes, if you're watching me here in Jefferson County, we're probably going to see a severe thunderstorm warning that might include parts of the county. We're getting some gusty winds right now in I know around the Hoover area, some heavy rainfall. It's staying below severe levels. I know it's been a rough night out there. It's been very windy across the state all night long. But that tornado warning, it's included into that southern part of Shelby County. Coleman, get ready here in the downtown area. Could have some gusts over 50 miles per hour with this line as it's moving in. This is the same line that moved through Winston County, and we're not seeing the reports coming out of Winston County. For the most part, we haven't seen any major structural damage in those areas, but this line, as it moves through, it's had a history of producing some strong damaging wind gusts, but a lot of rain spreading into East Alabama. Let's get you back to Shelby County though on this tornado warning, and just a close-up. This is right at the radar site moving to the north, and we've got some heavy rain falling around Pelham, Oak Mountain State Park, there's Highway 31, Shelby Medical Center, Hardy, Alabaster, and also the Oak Mountain Park, all the way the Oak Mountain area stretching back along Cahaba Valley Road. Anywhere from Cahaba Valley Road north, it's non-severe at the moment. The big concern is areas mainly south of Cahaba Valley Road, okay? If you live south of Cahaba Valley Road, Highway 119, those are the areas we're most concerned about. We do have some gusty winds, though, that are moving through here, and let's watch some of this, Jill. Actually, let's check out Birmingham. Let's pan this to the south. We got some winds moving through. Let's get into downtown Birmingham. Let's see, there's Midfield, Miles College area. Actually, that's around Western Hills Mall. Seeing a little bit of rotation still out here. This is basically indicating some gusty winds. Let's go to reflectivity. I just want to look at this and do some analysis here for folks. This is out around the Ellington area. A.H. Parker High School's back in here. Let's see. Let's move this map down just a bit. I want to see what we're looking at here. Okay, so Carver's up in here. A.H. Parker. That's Legion Field right there. So Legion Field. Rickwood Field's right here where we had the Classic today. And you see we got a line of some heavy rain moving through Inslee, North and South Pratt City. Those areas, we're getting a lot of rain, some gusty winds here moving through downtown Birmingham, but be ready. Soaking rain right now around Homewood, stretching back across Vestavia. There's Highway 31, and basically Highway 31 all the way to, there's Columbiana. Pouring rain right now along Shades Mountain. So Shades Mountain getting that heavy rain back into Mountain Brook. This is non-severe at the moment, but this is pushing through the downtown Birmingham area, giving you that first alert for some gusty winds and some heavy rainfall, but that main axis of rain now making its push through Birmingham. We may get through this without a warning, at least in the Birmingham Metro and Jefferson County here as this tracks across the area. Again, talking about places like Mountain Brook, South Side. You know, we had some of that flooding in Birmingham, but I'm not too overly concerned about some of these rainfall rates that I'm seeing right now as this moves through downtown Birmingham. I don't think we're going to have the flooding surprise like what we saw a couple of weeks ago with that storm that moved through the area. Lauren, coming back over to you, or actually Jill, coming back over to you here on system number 1 as we analyze some of the more, I guess, suspicious areas along this line. It's pretty much Birmingham all the way into Shelby County. There's Glen Forest right now still under that tornado warning. Areas south of Alabaster. We have that severe thunderstorm warning right now for Coleman County, and I'll let you jump in here as we monitor the trends. It looks like we can finally clear Marion, Fayette, Lamar. Also, we can clear Pickens and Sumter counties. We can clear those areas. Notice the bad weather's moving on through, and very soon, hopefully, we can say severe threat over for Tuscaloosa and even parts of Hale County. But we have a new warning, by the way, for folks watching near Selma. That's Dallas County. That's the one there we'll need to watch here in Chilton County. That one, the way it's moving, that one may hold together here to the south. And there's another one along. We're seeing just one after the other here, trying to build into these southern areas. Jill, we'll send it over to you.
All right, Wes, we're watching this real closely because, as we know, these things can quickly change. We hope for the better, but we are watching, again, multiple warnings still. I know the Weather Service is going to hang on to this warning in Shelby County. They're just being cautious. Again, it's hard to see when it goes over that cone of silence. It's just too close to the radar. You know, normally we like, to have a storm close so we can see it. Sometimes it's too close, and this is that situation. So again, we're watching it still. It has shown signs of weakening. We're going to continue that warning. Let's see how long it goes until. So again, stay in your safe place if you're listening to us. Again, we are still seeing that warning continuing for the next, minute. So we'll have to wait and see. I have not seen any confirmation that they're going to allow it to expire. So that is some good news. Does that mean that, all right, let's just run out of our safe place and we're good to go? No, because we still have multiple storms that we're going to be watching down to the south and west. And again, we'll have to monitor to see if this decides to flare back up again and decide to rotate. So again, next in line would be the storm across Perry County. So that would once again put it in the similar path that we've already seen before across the southeastern part of Bibb. So you're talking about, let's see, in the Lawley area about 1054. We have, again, that would put it, again, the same path. If this continues to hold together, we want you to maybe just hang out in your safe place until this passes. Lauren, what's going on?
It does look like some strong winds. I know Wes was kind of mentioning this earlier, but some strong winds are headed towards Birmingham, the Birmingham downtown area, maybe showing up on our shear rate if we wanted to pull that up.
Yeah, so we've dropped the warning there for Shelby County. Let's get into the Birmingham area, and this is one of those spots we were watching here. We got some signs of some rotation we're watching. This is around East Thomas. That is, let's get in really close here, Lauren. Let me just look and see where we're located. Let's see, there's Inslee Highlands, so there's East Thomas. There's 65. That is Arkadelphia Road. So this is right there around Baptist Medical Center. This is Elmwood Cemetery right here. So there's Elmwood. There's East Thomas. Birmingham Southern College is located right here. And Princeton Baptist Medical Center is located here. That's Arkadelphia Road. This turns into State Highway 78 there to the north. So if you're watching me around Highway 78, we got some indications of some strong winds now right there around Highway 78 and East Thomas. This is Finley Boulevard to the north here. So Nicky's West and the pipe company here to the north. This is all where we're tracking those winds. Look at that, 71 mile per hour. Yeah, we could have some very strong winds right now, according to what our system's telling us, moving through the Birmingham area at the moment. So that's just some indications. I know this says tornado detection, but we're looking in here showing where we could have some of those strong wind gusts right now moving through the area. I mentioned earlier, this is around A.H. Parker High School, Legion Field, Baptist Medical Center, Rickwood Field, where we had the Classic today. In that general vicinity, they're tracking to the north and east direction. This is just north of Elmwood Cemetery. This is near the Titusville area and tracking over towards Railroad Park. There's Birmingham Railroad Park, Birmingham Kelly Ingram Park. We're watching it here for you as this tracks on to the north. North Birmingham also impacted. If we pan this to the south just a bit, there's North Birmingham. Carver High School is located right here, and there's Finley Boulevard. So Finley, all these areas, some of those strong winds right now moving through the downtown Birmingham area. There's the BJCC right there, so you kind of know where we're talking with some of those strong winds. This is not a warning, but our system's telling us that we could have some strong wind gusts right now moving through Birmingham. We're just giving you that first alert now as some of those strong winds impact the area. So let's see where we have the active warnings. I guess at the moment, the only active severe thunderstorm warnings in areas to the north and Coleman County. Actually, we still have that tornado warning, and let's get in here and take a closer look at some of these to the south. But see that, notice how this is bowing out. That's a clear indication. We have some strong winds there along this line. But Walker County, Jasper, I know we haven't talked about that area much, and here's the thing. If I haven't said your community, your town, that is a good thing in a situation like this, because we're only calling out areas that are under the gun for damaging, destructive winds and tornadoes, and where we're seeing those warnings popping up. But from time to time, we do see areas like we just talked about where our data is telling us that it's something we need to alert you about. And again, we got some strong wind gusts moving through the area at the moment through Birmingham. We've been tracking some of those winds. We've had wind gusts today over 50 miles per hour. That is actual measurements coming in from the Birmingham Shuttlesworth International Airport earlier today. East Alabama, haven't seen a lot so far, but it's been a very windy day, but this stuff's getting closer and closer. Here we are at 10:48 p.m. We're getting closer to 11 o'clock. Chief Meteorologist Wes Wyatt. We have the technically no active tornado warnings in our coverage area. We got a severe thunderstorm warning for Coleman County, and right now downtown Coleman. Let's start here, and then I want to head back to Centerville in those areas to the south. But this one right here, let me move this off the screen so you can see. looks like Dallas County, that tornado warning is going to continue for Dallas County. That's to the south. But the strong winds with this one now crossing Coleman and pushing on to the east. Looks like Holly Pond, be ready here within the next hour. But that line stretching from Good Hope over towards Coleman. If you're watching here around Highway 91, basically most of Smith Lake, we can sound the all clear. This line is pretty much on the eastern shore of Smith Lake at this point. This is going to be stretching. That line runs pretty much down Highway 69 back towards Bremen, Brushy Pond, Bug Tussle areas, and then stretching back towards Good Hope. So if you're watching me here around Huntsville, that is going to be the area impacted by some of these strong winds as that continues. Severe thunderstorm warning for these areas. At this point, Blount County, we are not under a severe thunderstorm warning at this point. We'll watch this line. It's going to be windy out there as this moves on through. Let's get you back to Perry County where we had that tornado warning. And by the way, Shelby County warning has been canceled. I know for a lot of us it's still windy and you're thinking it feels like we're about to have a tornado or we're about to have severe weather. It's a very windy setup out there tonight, but a lot of these storms at the moment, thankfully, they're staying below severe levels as they move through. So hopefully that trend will continue with some of these now as this pushes further east. But this is the one where we had the problems. Actually, the storm is in Bibb County. This is where we had the warning. This is where the tornado would be near Trio. See right there? That's a bit of curvature. I can just look at this and tell there's active in Trio. That's about to cross Highway 82. So Oakley to Ashby, the way this is moving, if we see another warning, we mentioned Oakley a few moments ago, that's another area that was hit earlier by that storm. And just be ready. There may be some spots in here where there's power outages again. Just be weather alert, weather ready. If you're listening in on the radio, a lot of folks tuned in on the radio right now across the state of Alabama. And let's just update you right now. We do have the power outage graphic. Jill, if you want to bring that up, we'll just show some of those outages that we have at the moment around the state of Alabama. And again, this is not an active warning for Bibb County, but we're monitoring another significant storm here that was producing a tornado warning over Perry County that's moving off to the northeast. Right now, we're showing 12,000 customers in Jefferson County with power outages, 3,000 around Tuscaloosa. So there are some outages around the states, most of our counties included, from those strong winds that have moved through. That's some of the numbers that we get in on our First Alert AccuTrack system. So Jill, I'll let you grab the controls here on the radar and take us through as we're monitoring Bibb County. And for folks, you know, here late at night, it's 11 o'clock. And if you have loved ones there to the south around Selma, need to watch this one here. These storms that are pulling up from the southwest direction. And we've got some more heavy rain. Centerville, notice back to the southwest, we're going to have some rumbles of thunder, some gusty winds as this wraps up. All this kind of lifts on to the north and east direction. There's going to be some heavy rainfall with this, but we've got to watch Chilton County closely here over the next couple of hours as this line moves on through. Let's go to velocity or either the shear rate. I want to look at this and still seeing some rotation with that. Watching that storm. I'm sure the Weather Service, they're watching it too. And if they see, they're watching it scan by scan. So if we see an indication that that thing is about to go in the other direction, it's intensifying, we'll see a warning on it. And they're watching that right now. They'll let us know. Let's go further north and want to get into Jefferson County and watching some of these. Well, we saw those gusty winds that showed up a few moments ago. I mentioned out here around places like Legion Field, you can see that the wind speed or the wind shear has backed off a little bit. It's a bit weaker there, but some gusty winds stretching north. There's Dora. Looks like some of the stronger winds have moved on through, now pushing over towards places like Warrior and Kimberly at the moment. And there's Smith Lake. This is where we had some of those winds there around the Birmingham area. But there's the tornado watch, and we'll back the view out. That watch still is in effect until 1 o'clock for several areas here to the east. No word right now whether we're going to see Calhoun County or Clay County, even Cherokee County's added. Hopefully things kind of trend in the better direction here. We have 2 warnings, and this one over Perry County will likely expire here very soon, or it may need to be replaced or redrawn. But we've got this storm that's coming in out of northern Dallas County at the moment. That one's right there crossing Highway 80. Had some reports of some trees down earlier around the Uniontown area. And looks like they are going to expire Perry County. The National Weather Service are going to let that warning drop. Multiple trees down on West Ashby Road and Briarfield, as well as between Alabama Highway 139 and Highway 25. That is a weather report coming in. We've got trees reported down there. We had a tornado reported to the southwest of All right, that was in the Mobile area, seeing some reports here. You know where Churchill Downs is, had some reports there of a tornado. That was in South Alabama. That was from the Mobile National Weather Service. And looks like seeing a lot of warnings coming in out of South Alabama here from the National Weather Service. But here we go, next 60 minutes as we walk you through this. You can see that line there pushing on to the east. We'll see the back edge of this by midnight, pushing through Birmingham. Leading edge of this, let's get ready here for Shelby County, or for St. Clair County, Talladega County. Looks like by 12 o'clock in the morning, parts of Etowah County being impacted. We'll see those impacts over the next hour, pushing into Bibb County, or Blount County, pushing through the eastern part of Jefferson County towards the airport and back towards Trussville, Clay, Chalkville, and then moving into St. Clair County as well. So any of these storms in here, it's going to be kind of random and chaotic with these warnings when they pop up. It seemed a little bit more clear-cut earlier when we had that solid line, but since things have kind of broken up, we've seen these little spin-ups along the line, so there could be some warnings that just pop on and pop off as this moves on to the east, so be watching it with us here. Tree and power line down, that is in Grove Hill, seeing some damage. Grove Hill, that's down in Clark County, Jill, down in South Alabama, where we're seeing some of those reports coming in right now. What are you seeing? I know you've been watching these storms, and Lauren's actually had some of the camera views. We'll go back as Jill, I'll let you jump in as we show some of these camera views.
Yeah, I mean, we were watching all the way down towards Mobile now under a tornado warning, so part of Baldwin County. As we've been mentioning, that's where the air is very ripe. So again, that's where we could see possible tornadoes, but all the way up through Monroeville. Again, this is a very dangerous squall line. Let's toggle on some of the reports. It's been a while since we've taken a look at these. And again, you can see the multitude of, the tornado reports and also the damaging winds. And a lot of this, the wind reports are from earlier, from the non-thunderstorm winds going on through, and we're still seeing that, some strong winds, especially off to the east. And again, some of the camera views showing that we've got plenty of lightning out there. The weather is starting to calm down at times, and then it flares back up again. So we don't have an all clear yet for Shelby County even. Again, we may not have any warnings right now, but that can change. So we just, if you want to just hang out in your safe place, might as well. There's no point in getting out of it only to maybe have to go back in it. The way I think of it is if you stay there, maybe nothing will happen, right? We can hope that. So again, we're looking at that storm still intensifying a little bit. The lightning around it that is coming out of Bibb County, that's still a strong thunderstorm, so we need to watch it. I don't have confidence that this thing is going to just completely weaken. So again, we have to watch this in particular. Moving off to the northeast, we have Calera, that would be in the path, 1122. Montevallo again, 1116. Wilton, 1113. So it is moving in that same direction. The Barron Tornado Index about 4.6, so not too terribly high just yet. Again, no warning connected with it. We'll watch this area. Let me toggle over to the shear rate, which will highlight where we have potential rotation, those stronger winds. That's right where the shear marker is at right now. So we're watching that right over Antioch. And again, this is over Bibb County. Still a strong thunderstorm, and can't ignore it, that's for sure. Even though we don't have a warning, I still want you to be cautious out there if you're listening to me. And maybe you're going to check out to see what happened, or rescuers going to the Montevallo area. We have a crew headed that way. Again, just keep in mind, we still have a storm to pass on through before we can say, okay, things look better. So right now, no warning with it, but we have to watch it. The other storms that catch my attention, not really a whole lot after that. We're not seeing any lightning farther to the north. That's usually a good indicator. Still could see some damaging winds out of these. Again, we still have the gradient winds, and just because these are just a strong squall line going through. I mean, you can see where we have that green showing up, some stronger wind gusts, Adamsville, Fairfield, lifting off to the northeast. Kimberly probably seeing some of those stronger wind gusts. And then as we head a little bit farther south, Bessemer, let's see, just south and west of the Hoover area by 150, some stronger winds there. So those gusts could start to pick up. And again, the storm that we are watching that catches our attention right now, the only one that looks any little bit concerning. Again, there is no warning for it. Again, nothing being talked about on the chat. I keep checking over at the Weather Service chat. They're not, saying anything like, oh, this looks super suspicious, but our system's saying we'll keep a watch on it. So again, that is the only storm right now. It's not warned upon that we're watching that's impacting the WBRC coverage area. Again, we had that tornado warning down into the Perry County area, but that doesn't look like much is happening there. And then we'll have to watch the one that is just south of that west.
Yeah, we're looking live here from Centerville. We've been checking out some of these camera views. Jill, I'm going to let you control the radar here. We're going to stay with you. Lauren is actually standing by. We got a report, as you noted a few moments ago, we may have some damage at a dorm there at the University of Montevallo. We're trying to follow up on, get some information on with that system that moved through. Lauren's got storm reports, wind reports all over the state. A lot of areas where we've got some downed trees. It's one of those situations in the morning. Now, a lot of this is going to be out before the morning drive time, but be careful out there. We got tree limbs down all over the place. This storm here south, as Jill noted, you see that little curl that's happening. The lightning has picked up. We may see something on this. Ashby, just be ready here. This thing looks rather intense at the moment. That's moving towards Wilton, Country Hills, and Calera area. Again, this looks like it would impact southern Shelby County, but it is one storm. It's trying to rotate. You can see that there. It is certainly trying to spin up as it moves to the north and east direction, but that is moving over towards Wilton. I mentioned earlier Shelby County Airport, where the radar is located. If we follow that along, you can see that track is going to take that in that general direction. But 6 Mile, seeing some indications of some strong rotation right now around the Oakley area, crossing Highway 25. Some indications that we could have something trying to spin up here that's going to be moving towards Montevallo, so be ready here again. I know in Montevallo, if we do have, we're trying to follow up on where we might have some storm damage, and if we do have some storm damage there for folks that might be out doing some cleanup, some assessment, just stay where you're at, stay put in that safe spot or near that safe space in case we see another warning pop up. This is another storm rolling in, and that one is also looking rather intense here from what I'm seeing on the latest scan. The only active warning that we have at the moment is this one over Coleman County, but kind of like last week, it's been the trend. We've seen these QLCS kind of tornadoes, these lines, these quasi-linear convective lines, as they're called. I mean, that's what they are. And embedded in those lines, you get these warnings that pop up. They don't last long. They're rather brief in some cases, but they are there. And we've had some strong indications tonight of tornadoes. And where we haven't had tornadoes, damaging wind gusts, this may be a situation we get out there tomorrow. We investigate some of these locations where we thought we might have had a tornado. It might have been damaging straight line winds. But to the south of this storm, you can see that it's trying to pull in some of that low level jet. That's what we have out there today with all these winds that have been quite gusty out of the south before the storms today. That south wind, we call that the low level jet. Those winds pick up out ahead of these squall lines and these lines of storms like this and feed into these storms, and that's what's happening. That's why you're getting these little areas of rain that's kind of rushing into this, and it's almost like the mouth of the storm right there when you see that little curvature. And the lightning, it's a healthy cell that's moving to the north. Not too concerned about large golf ball to baseball size hailstones with these storms tonight. I know that earlier we were talking about all the different threats and impacts that we could see out of this, but that hasn't been a major concern with a lot of these storms out there tonight. Maybe some smaller hail and some heavy rain obviously, but wind has been the story all along. Meteorologist Lauren Linehan standing by. Lauren, I want to come to you because you've been standing by working the radar as well as we monitor all these storms moving across the state. I guess if we just have to look at the entire picture here, it's a first alert weather day. It's another very impactful system, one of the first moderate risks that we've seen in quite some time that includes the western part of the state. Overall, I mean, what are we seeing with respect to local storm reports?
Hey Wes, well certainly the most notable one I have seen thus far, and I think we may have actually seen it occur in real time on our Skycam. But of course it's dark, it's hard to see when these storms come through. But if we look at our first alert AccuTrack and those storm reports, if we zoom in here, it hasn't officially shown up yet. I think the National Weather Service is in the process of putting this there, but we've been seeing this on the chat and in the newsroom that there has been damage at the University of Montevallo, which is actually where our first alert Sky Vision cam is. So at the University University of Montevallo, we've been getting reports from, I think, one of the dorm rooms, Brook Hall, where it looks like there has been some partial roofing that has come off in that area. So I actually want to show you here, not just the actual storm report, but I'm putting the radar loop back in motion. So when you notice the red popping up here from the south, we've got, there it is right there. You see where that tornado came through Montevallo. And we did have a pretty decent view of it, as decent as it can be at night on our Skycam from the University of Montevallo. But we've also been watching the secondary rotation that is to the southwest of Montevallo now, lifting towards Shelby County. And so we're going to be keeping an eye on that as it pushes towards the northeast, closer to I-65. Right now it looks weaker than the previous circulation that came through earlier. That was that confirmed tornado that possibly caused damage at one of the dorms at Montevallo, University of Montevallo, but we're going to be keeping a close eye on this. In the meantime, this rotation looks a little bit weaker, but as we've seen with storms tonight, they can weaken and then recycle again. So it's certainly something to watch, Wes, as we go into the next couple of hours. And you hate to see that these same types of storms are moving over the same area that possibly already received damage.
All right, yeah, and I believe Steve's standing by right now. Steve, you and Catherine also helping to kind of watch what's happening behind the scenes with a lot of these storms that are moving through. And Lauren, we're going to come back to you as we watch that one storm. We need to keep an eye on it. This one right here around Ashby moving towards Wilton, and it's still showing some signs that it's trying to rotate a little bit. We need to watch it. Again, no active tornado warnings at this time for our coverage area. Quite a bit happening down into South Alabama. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning in Coleman County, but let's back this view out, Jill, if we can. And I just want to show folks where we can sound the all clear. It's 11 o'clock at night. I know we want to get some rest. And right now, Tuscaloosa County, you're in good shape. The worst of this is passing on by. Walker County, Winston County, Fayette, it's over for us. And also looks like the severe threat has ended in Hale County as well. So again, Hale, Tuscaloosa, Jasper, Walker County, Winston County. Very soon, hopefully we'll be able to sound the all clear for parts of Coleman, Jefferson, Shelby counties, but Bibb County and down through Perry County, there's still some areas. These storms, the way they're wrapping in here, they are still quite potent in these locations to the south, but no active warnings that we have at the moment, but some very heavy rain now. That final push, that final line, it is right over Bessemer. There's Hueytown, Pleasant Grove area. Get ready here around the Wylam area. This is closing in on us here around Wylam to McDonald Chapel and Bayview Lake, those areas to the north around Mulgo. Talking about you, that first alert there for some gusty winds. We're watching it here. Notice it's actually crossed across Bayview Lake. It's over around Adamsville. You see right there the line. So that's getting closer and closer here over towards places like Colberg Road. And once that passes, that's it. Okay, so once this last gust of wind and heavy rain, if you're watching this on the First Alert weather app, from Coleman stretching all the way down roughly along 65 right now, once that passes, we'll be able to sound the clear for the western part of Jefferson County. If you're watching me in Concord and Hueytown, severe threats over for us. This has moved on by. You can see there. It's now over towards Adamsville. If you're watching me out around Oak Grove and watching me around Brookwood, again, I mentioned Tuscaloosa County, that threat has ended. But still watching East Alabama. This is just now starting to move into East Alabama, so we have a ways to go here as we monitor these storms. Steve, you guys have been standing by. I want to throw it over to you because I know you have a lot of information you've been wanting to pass along this evening.
Yeah, and you guys have been doing a superb job. I want to talk just a moment about power outages. This is Alabama Power's outage map. We've got about 45,000 people without power at this moment. Wouldn't be surprised if that number grew quite a bit. I want to show you some of the pockets here in the metro area where we're seeing some of the largest numbers of outages. So here you've got Hayden with 1,400 people without power. We've also got a pocket down here in Gardendale, 2,200 people. Also, Gardendale just south of that, Fultondale with a large number. Let's go down here to Vestavia Hills, or actually Birmingham. They're showing 1,200, but we saw some down here in Vestavia Hills with a fairly large number. And let's see if we can move over just a little bit to show you some of the western counties, western areas. Moundville with quite a few folks, 1,300 folks without power. So again, it's a dangerous situation out there tonight for your first responders, for you utility crews who are trying to get out here and service folks as they get a grip on this situation. A very dangerous situation for them. So please be careful out there tonight and let these crews work to bring you your power back. Wes?
All right, Steve, and just checking in with our network of weather watchers. We've got right now Briarfield. Looks like some Highway 139, Briarfield area requesting some assistance there. So this is not far from Montevallo, but we still have power here with our camera. That's a live look there from the University of Montevallo. 64 degrees right now here in Shelby County at University of Montevallo. We're seeing these reports coming in right now from our network of weather watchers. And mostly what we're seeing so far is we have a mix of reports from before the storms today and also associated with the storm. So in a lot of cases here, we're having to decipher what happened earlier today compared to tonight. It's a good thing, though, we have some rain moving in, because I haven't talked about this much tonight. We were talking earlier about the wildfire situation. It's been quite a unique event. We had issues with power lines arcing and starting some fires. We had about 40 wildfires that were being battled, and coming off of the weekend with that Shelby County fire, the forestry division was kind of stretched thin with what was happening. I think there was at one point we were looking at a fire in Coleman County. I believe they mentioned 30-foot flames associated with that particular fire, but the rain's coming through. It's helping us out right now. Hopefully later on tonight these winds will settle down as this line moves on through. So here we go right now. This is 11 o'clock, and we're staying with you, WBRC Fox 6. It's been a first alert weather day. I know that wind, it has been whipping, and that's why one of the reasons why also we made this a first alert weather day. With the kind of winds that we're dealing with tonight, it's been a high impact event around the entire area with these power outages, windy conditions, in addition to that threat for tornadoes. And at this point, no active tornado warnings at this time that we see across the area. We have Coleman County in a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's get in really close here. We need to watch Birmingham. And Lauren, this is where we had all the flooding that happened. I want to go into downtown Birmingham, and you can see we have some very heavy rain right now. Another wave of that heavy rain. There's Fairfield, Midfield. I mentioned Wylam a few moments ago. The back edge of this now very close to Wylam out here around U.S. Steel, and that's going to be moving on through. We'll see that tapering off. But here it comes into Birmingham again, some heavy rainfall. Good news with this, like we saw with the last system, or the last batch of rain that moved through, it's fast-moving stuff that is moving through parts of Birmingham and Jefferson County. Let me just check out some of the reports I have coming in, and good. I'm not seeing right now. I've been checking out the warning reports coming in and checking out some of the damage reports. Every now and then we continue to see the occasional downed tree with the gusty winds that we've had. Of course, Lauren was talking about what was happening there at the University of Montevallo, and we're keeping a watch on this. So looks like maybe an injury perhaps in Montevallo. So that's one report we're getting. So we're following up. We have a team on the way to Montevallo, so we'll let you know. Stay with us. We'll give you some reports on that as we continue to follow up. But there's some wind about to move in there. We're watching there in Shelby County. But that was one of the storms of the night, Lauren. I'll let you jump in here as we watch what's going on, and we probably need to go back to Coleman County here in a moment, since that's one of the only active warnings that we have. We'll check in on that. But what are you seeing right now?
Hey, Wes. Well, like you said, it seems like there has been some reports of damage in Montevallo, and unfortunately, apparently at the university, where there may have been some partial roofing off on one of the dorms. But we'll continue to get those verified reports in and give you that first alert if that storm indeed does look like it's going to be a little bit more potent, the one that's moving towards Montevallo. So I'm going to zoom in here to this one that we are still watching that is approaching Montevallo. And of course, you never want to see a storm going over an area that has already been impacted, but we are seeing some heavy rain where you're seeing the purple showing up here on our first alert AccuTrack. That's at least another round of heavy rain that is going to be moving north and eastward. And you see this little blob here, that's where the radar site is. So you've got the cone there where you're not able to see the rain that's moving through overhead. But what is promising is that we're not seeing any active warnings on this. So this storm certainly doesn't look anywhere near as potent as when it came through earlier clear. So if we zoom in here, where we're seeing some of that heaviest rain is actually near the University of Montevallo. Again, Aldrich, Oldmont, Dogwood, Country Hills, and this is all generally pushing to the north and east. But again, no active warning on that. As Wes was saying, though, the one place that we do have an active warning is just on the northern edge of our area. If you're watching us in Coleman County, there is a severe thunderstorm warning that I think has been extended as far northward as the state line. And so we've been seeing this, not any tornado warnings in this area, but as we've told you guys this evening, you want to treat even a severe thunderstorm warning like a tornado warning. But I will say it looks promising here that the winds don't look anywhere near as potent as they did earlier. If we zoom in here towards Huntsville, that's where we may be seeing some gusty winds moving through from Huntsville, Fairview west of Garden City. This is just pushing to the east of I-65. So if you live in Bangor, Garden City, up towards Chambly's Mill, Riverside, Huntsville, we want to go ahead and give you that first alert that there are likely going to be some strong winds moving in as they push towards the Highway 31 corridor. And Wes, I was actually just turned around and noticed on our Montevallo First Alert Sky Vision, it's looking a little dicey there again.
Yeah, it looks like we have some more warnings that are popping up. Let's go ahead and bring in the camera view here from Montevallo. And I know this is one of those areas where we're trying to assess. I noticed the Tuscaloosa County EMA, they talked about 3,000 without power there in that area. And with it being nighttime, they're going to get out and evaluate some of these areas tomorrow morning. We'll see, where we have some damage in some spots. But we just found out there were a couple of areas where we had an EF0. Actually, just found out yesterday that touched down with the last event. It was just found to happen at Yellow Creek, and the National Weather Service reported an EF0, confirmed that yesterday, going out and assessing the damage. So there's going to be a lot of those kind of situations over the next couple of days. But this is a live look tonight. University of Montevallo, we're starting to clear some counties. Got some good news. Notice at the top of the screen, we've got the map there in the corner of the screen. You see that? If your county is not highlighted in yellow, severe threat is over for you. That means the tornado watch has been canceled, and very soon we'll be able to sound the all clear for the Birmingham area. We're getting some reports coming in. We'll go back to radar view as Lauren was talking about. We got another nasty storm. It's non-severe, but we can see that heavy rain now falling there at the University of Montevallo. I want to point this out. I saw this a few moments ago. This just issued by the National Weather Service Mobile. I know it is spring break week. Baldwin County. Tornado warning issue. There was a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado southwest of Point Clear, Alabama, moving northeast at 55. So if you have family, friends, loved one taking spring break down on the coast right now, Baldwin County, want to pass that along. There's some tornado warnings happening there in South Alabama. Send a text, call, let them know tonight that there's some severe weather happening. That is in South Alabama. There's been quite a few warnings happening. You can see, look at that, covered up with warnings. In fact, we've been talking a lot about what's happening here. There's 1, 2, 3 tornado warnings happening here. Again, spring break week. A lot of folks here visiting the Gulf Coast, and if you have loved ones here, make sure they're up right now and watching this weather along the Gulf Coast. There's some significant weather happening. That is crossing Mobile Bay, and that's right there, Bankhead Tunnel through Mobile, and then over towards Fairhope. You can see right now this area across Alabama tonight. Since we're here with you, just to show you a lot of folks out of town right now and on spring break, and help spread the word. Of course, hopefully they have the weather app. If you have our First Alert weather app, it works anywhere you go, anywhere in the world, so you get those updates from us. But we have a tornado warning that was just issued now from the National Weather Service in Birmingham for Lowndes and Dallas County. That is a new tornado warning that was just issued. And Lauren, it looks like that warning, and we also were getting some lightning, some thunder, and some heavier rain now returning here on Red Mountain. But we have a new tornado warning. This is, let's see what we're looking at here. So we're looking at Dallas County and also Lowndes County, Alabama. So this is going to stay south of our coverage area. There's Selma, so Highway 80 in Selma. We'll keep a watch on this. This is the one. That is to the south. There's Greenville. This is going to be moving towards Prattville. So Prattville will be an area that could be impacted by this possible tornado as it moves to the north. If you're watching us here around the Prattville area, the way this is moving to the north, there's Whitehall. You can see the tornado warning and some of the projections on this. The BTI, about a 5. We saw a 6 for some of those areas earlier. There's a look at some of the power outages around the state. Let's head over to Steve right right now. Steve, you were telling us about some of those outages, and I believe you have some more reports for us to pass along.
Well, here's what explains some of those outages. Some of the pictures that our WBRC viewers have been kind enough to send us. And please, if you're going to go out and take a picture, please do so safely. Probably not tonight with all these power lines down, but this is the situation. Chad Simmons over in Clanton with a tree down, and you can see right here the power line that went down with it. So let's look at a few more pictures. Beverly Luther showing us the winds out at Smith Lake. Here's a good one. Shelby Z over in Warrior, up in Warrior, I should say. Look at the length of this tree that went down. Doesn't appear that there are any power lines in this picture, but certainly a dangerous situation. A couple more. Somebody's watching west, which is always good. And I think this is the wildfire. Well, I think that's an old picture, but here's one that I definitely want you to see. This is over in Jasper, a canopy that's been torn up that was supposed to be protecting a tractor, but then one more, and look at this. This is Emily in Hayden, which has seen a lot of power outages. Let's see if I can get you a good look at this tree that almost came down on her vehicle. Let's see if this will cooperate. Perhaps not, but very dangerous situation out here with all these big, beautiful trees that we love that are coming down because of the high winds. So we'll probably see much more of this as we get daylight, Wes.
All right, Steve. Yeah, I don't get a lot of, it's nighttime. It's tough to get a lot of those pictures. Well, there you go. I see the photo that you were talking about there. A lot of pictures like that, Steve, today. A lot of downed trees before the storms even arrived. And now we're getting that main line. We got some heavy rain, some gusty winds, and it looks like the storms, boy, it's so close here. We're about to get this through, and you look at this on the radar. Anytime you see these little bends, and with the kind of wind shear we have out there and the instability tonight, we have no warnings, and hopefully it stays that way. But this is an environment where we could have a warning pop at any time. All these areas will need to be closely monitored. The Weather Service, they've noted they're watching this one area near Calera, that latest storm to go through Montevallo. They are watching it, but we're watching it as well, and we're seeing some broad rotation. We'll have to see there if it tries to spin up, but it has so far. It's kind of stayed at one level. It hasn't went to that next stage, and hopefully it stays there. We do have some gusty winds now pushing through Centerville again. See right here, just moved through the downtown area, so be ready. Some more gusty winds are pushing on through as that line tracks through. We'll take you to Centerville right now as Jill's bringing up actually our live camera, and that visibility has dropped off. Jill, this is when we panned around earlier. We were looking at the town center, but visibility's dropped off. That rain really coming down, and hopefully again this will help with some of those fires. I know the Forestry Division was out there battling several blazes this evening as the fires happened with the gusty winds across the state, but we're getting some rain moving through fairly quickly now. Hopefully this thing picks up some speed. Let's get back into Birmingham. Heavy rain now falling around Alabaster. There's downtown. I mentioned if you're on the west side of town, the worst severe threat, it's pretty much along this line in areas to the east. We still got to kind of watch this, but areas to the west, that severe weather threat is over. There's Pinson, Trussville, Margaret areas. Yeah, it's still got a while to go here. The Trussville, this heavy rain's pushing on through. There's 459 Grants Mill Road, Sickard Hollow Roads down in here. There's Inverness. A lot of this this heavy rainfall now still yet to cross around the Summit and Cahaba, the Cahaba Heights area back towards Pine View and Mountain Brook, but here it comes. This is the final push here, at least through the Birmingham area. But lots of pictures. I'm seeing some photos. I'm actually going through some of the pictures that you're sending me. You can send those in. I know Steve was just sharing some of those. If you have them on the weather app tonight, it's not the best night to be out taking photos, but if you have any weather reports, any pictures, anytime you ever need to try to get some of that information to us, you can do that on the app if you follow us on the social media. But I'm still seeing a lot of the photos coming in from before the storms even got here today. A lot of the downed trees and parts of the coverage area, but it's so nice to see. Jill, are we seeing any indication that maybe Anniston and Oxford might be included in a new tornado watch? I haven't seen the latest outlook from the Storm Prediction Center, but it seems like at this point we're going to see those counties perhaps left out of the tornado watch.
Yeah, I've been checking the chat. I haven't seen any indication of that. Of course, we can check to see if there's any meso discussion. It looks like there may be a severe thunderstorm watch. I'm going to switch over and make sure that we have the watches all toggled on, and then I'll take away the radar so we can see what we actually have going on right now. So as I kind of remove everything, there we have it. So there has not been an extension to the tornado watch farther to the east. Let's hope that that's a good sign and we don't see that happen. But if worse comes to worse, we do have severe thunderstorm watch. That's in the pink. So again, that's where the stronger wind threat would be. That's North Georgia. That's towards the Tennessee into some of the Knoxville area, Cookeville. But again, we have not seen an extension to the watch. I don't believe that they are going to extend it. What we can also check is the Storm Prediction Center, because they are the ones that usually issue the watches. And let me just double check to make sure there's no mesoscale discussion. That is the fancy term for it. They have not kind of circled off this area and discussed that there needs to be a watch. So that is some promising news for those of you watching in the Anniston area. It doesn't mean you can't see wind damage tonight. I still want you to be weather aware and have ways, again, of getting the warnings and having it wake you up. If you're watching us right now in, say, Cherokee County, Cleburne County, Calhoun County, Clay County, I know you're not under a watch right now. That could change. I know you're not under any warning. Doesn't mean you can't have a warning even though there's not a watch. So make sure if you're like, okay, I'm going to try and go to sleep, that you have a way that it's going to wake you up if a warning is issued for your area. But so far we've seen the severe thunderstorm warning continuing, and that has been for northern and northeastern parts of Coleman County. Not seeing any recent reports. Again, radar indicated you could see some stronger winds with that. And then extending southward, we do have this kind of broken line, but again, no warnings connected with it. We've been watching those storms farther to the south. And again, where we have warnings, you have to get down into Louds, into Dallas County in that area. And then, of course, as Wes was talking about, get down towards Mobile, Foley even. We have severe thunderstorm warning, and then up. Here we go, Wes. They just expanded the watch. So let me clear this off again.
Yeah.
All right. That just popped up.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. I just got a notification.
So that's till 7 o'clock in the morning. Now, it doesn't mean, they might, trim that back.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was extended eastward. So forget about everything I just said, basically.
Yeah, so there you go. You've got more counties added, as Jill, we timed that out and mentioned till 7 o'clock. We'll probably see that trimmed away before then, the way this thing's moving on through. I've had a lot of folks asking about, other parts of the coverage area. And as I've said throughout the night, in our severe weather coverage here, if we're not calling out a specific area, consider that a very good thing, because that means you are not under the gun with a tornado or significant risk. Many times when you see us talk about these areas, it's because of these tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, but we certainly try to get out and talk about all these locations around the state. Jill, I want to get to the radar view if we can. Again, a new tornado watch. Your radio's going off if you're watching us in Cherokee, Clay, and Calhoun counties. Those are the remaining counties in our coverage area that were outside of the watch. The only warnings that we've had a severe thunderstorm warning here for Coleman County. That line's moved on through, but this line is no more severe than what we're seeing in Blount County. I can tell you that. Just looking at this, we're still seeing those gusty winds. Coleman is in the National Weather Service Huntsville office, and we're getting the same kind of impacts that we're seeing here in the Blount County. There could be some winds over 40 miles per hour, but we're looking at the exact same storm. It moved through Winston County and moved through Coleman County. So at this point, in Coleman County, we're dealing with the same kind of weather that we're dealing with in Winston and Blount counties. But that is moving on to the east right now. You can see that we're getting some gusty winds around Springville. There's Pell City. You can see some lightning that's happening there right now. So those storms getting a little bit closer. And what we're doing, you're not necessarily looking at rain here. We're just looking into this line and looking for the most severe parts, the most likely areas where we could have some of the strongest wind gusts. And that's what you're seeing as we kind of filter out the clutter here, so you can see where those strongest wind gusts are located across the area. We got some reports coming in, and Steve and down in the newsroom, this is coming in out of Pickens County. Damage confirmed in Gordo on Benevola Road. No injuries, but homes affected. Looks like 2 barns, a total lost, 1 shop lost, a home with damage, another residence, 3 cars damaged, but they're trying to assess. It's dark out there, loss of power, and trying to see the situation. So do we have Fred ready to go right now? Okay, Fred is there. So we have meteorologist Fred Hunter on the scene at that location. He's trying to get us some information back. So as soon as we get that scenes from Fred from Pickens County and right there around Gordo, we'll get that in. That's from one of those earlier storms, but where we did have some damage. So again, as we monitor the situation tonight, we've got some gusty winds, strong wind gusts, heavy rain pushing through the Birmingham metro area. It's non-severe at this time. Gardendale, we can sound the all clear for you. Areas north of Gardendale, that storm has now moved on to the east. Birmingham, heaviest rains to the east of us right now, pushing through. Actually, it looks like East Birmingham, I should say. Irondale, around Roebuck and Chalkville, Palmerdale areas. Looks like around Grayson Valley to the north there, around places like Center Point, Pinson. If you're watching me, let's watch this as it moves on through. It's not severe, but we still have one more little wave to go here with these heavier showers and downpours before we can sound the all clear. But Oak Mountain State Park getting some more heavy rain now, and I know it's really coming down, and certainly it's rather ominous out there and can be kind of nerve-wracking when you have, this kind of setup out there tonight after we've been talking about these severe storms, and this watch has been in place. But so far, at least the past hour, hopefully this trend will continue. We haven't seen an additional tornado watch warning in our area, but this line, it's stretching now down towards Maplesville, so Chilton County. We haven't talked about Chilton County much. A lot of this has been just to the west of us, but if you're in Maplesville, there's Highway 82, first alert for this line of storms now moving into Chilton County. Want to give you that first alert. Isabella area towards Clanton. We're going to soon deal with some of this heavier rain, gusty winds, and these storms moving through the area. Some of our weather watchers actually were reporting in, Jill, and they actually lost power. So they're trying to reserve power. We've had some outages in several areas, but it's nice to see at this point, at least for us, no warnings, but we're seeing a lot happening down into South Alabama.
Yeah, we don't want folks to let your guard down again. If you're under the watch, that just means conditions are favorable. So we have to watch this all the way through. Because again, because that watch was extended farther to the east, that means we have to watch for conditions being favorable. When those storms move in, you can get those brief spin ups. So again, it's good news right now. Let's hope it stays that way, but there's no guarantee. So we want, again, if you're like, I want to just go to bed, just have a way to get those warnings, and that it's loud enough to wake you up if there were a warning. Again, we're going to be giving folks all clear as soon as this moves on through. I would say Centerville, you're in the clear now, finally, right? Again, we have to still watch that strong storm moving up through the eastern part of Bibb County into the southern part and southwestern part of Chilton County. Again, they are suspicious at times, but again, no active warnings there. Again, some stronger wind gusts, as Wes was pointing out, moving through the central part of Shelby County, through the eastern part of Jefferson, up through Blount County, and now eastern Coleman County. You're in the clear in Coleman. You're in the clear in Jasper. Go to bed, have a good night's rest. Hopefully you didn't lose power or dealt with any damage. But again, we are seeing that line slowly moving eastward, not moving fast enough, right? And again, we're seeing heavy rainfall, strong wind gusts still accompanying this and out ahead of it. And again, we'll watch for any potential rotation, just seeing more of a straight line wind threat and heavy rainfall with these storms right now. Wes?
Yeah, and Jill, what I want to do right now, if you can, let's bring up the current wind gusts and let's plot some current wind speeds, because with these winds blowing, I know out there tonight you're hearing those winds, and it's just been nonstop for the past several hours, especially ahead of this line. Let's just show you where you got some improvements, and you can see right in here, we are seeing some improvements across West Alabama, and sometimes when you have a line of storms like this and you do have this abrupt cutoff point behind a line like this, you can have what we call a wake low situation, and you can even have some of those high winds behind a heavy area of rain like this. But it's nice to see that the wind speeds are behaving behind this. But to the north, we still have some very high gusts. That's showing 32 miles per hour around Coleman, but there's rogue wind gust in here topping 40 miles per hour. That is still there. Now we're under wind advisories, not high wind warnings here across the eastern part of the state. I think the rain, the time of day, I think a lot of these different factors are helping us out where it's not quite as windy as what we were seeing when this system was pushing into the western part of the state. A lot of things kind of happening here that's helping us just a bit, but those winds will still be whipping as this moves on to the east. As we look at some of the recent wind gusts there, you can see again, Jill, notice the abrupt change in wind direction. So we have winds coming at us out of the southeast direction here over Birmingham. There's the boundary, and you can see behind that the wind starting to shift direction. So that severe threat, it certainly ended back in here across West Alabama. This is the front. This is the area we still have to watch. And these higher elevations here in Blount County, around Straight Mountain, and I was mentioning around Aniana, places like that earlier over towards Nectar. Some of these areas in these higher elevations, Shelf Mountain, we could have some high gusts. We've had some gusty winds here at the station topping 50 miles per hour with some of these winds that have happened out there. So as we track this, I want to head over to meteorologist Lauren Linehan, who's also monitoring some of the storm reports. We're going to bring Lauren back in here. Lauren's kind of helping us sound the all clear areas that have been cleared away from the severe weather. We're going to head to Lauren here in a second. Jill, let's bring up radar once again, because I noticed something, and you probably saw this too. When we're looking at this thing, there's still a couple of suspicious areas. Yeah, we got the wind gust still happening out ahead of this, but that line right where it's broken, this is an area we'll need to closely monitor in here for maybe something trying to spin up. These little what we call comma head kind of structures along these lines. You look in the meteorology textbooks, and those are areas, I always say, watch those zones there for areas of rotation, and we'll just keep an eye on this, and hopefully it behaves as it moves on through. I'm happy to report, though, that most of the Jefferson County area we're seeing now, this has moved on the western side of the line, so that risk is ending. But Shelby County, heavy rainfall falling around West Blockton. Centerville, the severe threat's over for us. West Blockton, this is pulling away, severe threat over for us. I think we can sound the all clear for McCalla. Areas out here around Tanny Hill, still need to watch around Alabaster south to Clanton. Still need to watch Alabaster south to Clanton, and then back towards Chelsea. This is probably the one storm close to home, the only one, Jill. And I think you would agree. You look at this, you can see right in there that little bit of a comma that still shows up in there. Let's check out velocity on this one more time. And as we go over to the views and look at this, it seems like right now the way this thing is, it's behaving at the moment. So hopefully it continues to do so, but let's just keep an eye on this. There's Chelsea, the Narrows, Westover.
Strong wind gusts.
Yeah, got some strong wind gusts. Jill, this is kind of interesting what Jill's doing here, using the velocity data to plot some of those inbound, outbound winds. Now, these are radar estimates, and again, we're looking at conditions just above the surface, but it gives us kind of an idea. We saw there a gust up to 50, was that 50 plus miles per hour?
It was briefly, it said like 54.
Yeah, so that's Simsville. See right there, Simsville Road, and that's close to Chelsea High School out here around the Oak Mountain State Park and areas to the south.
58.
That's some strong winds. And again, Oak Mountain, you know, those higher terrains, you get over around Greystone and Shoal Creek, those areas, watch out for some high winds in those higher elevations as those storms move in. I'm seeing quite a bit of lightning right now on our camera still at the University of Montevallo, or Shoal Run, Shoal Run area. You can see there, could have some gusty winds in those areas. Backing the view out, once again, we have no active warnings, but it's late here. It's close to midnight. It's a first alert weather day. We have tornado watches in parts of the area, and at any moment we could have something that tries to develop. We're going to stay a bit longer with you here as we monitor this, and we do have some tornado warnings that are happening in areas to the south. We've got this heavy rain that's moving through the Birmingham metro area at the moment. You can see around Selma and Montgomery, those tornado warnings. All of these storms are tracking to the north. So Wetumpka and folks in Coosa County, we haven't forgotten about you. I've heard from a lot of folks in Walker County and Coleman County tonight. We're keeping a watch on all these areas. We just haven't seen many warnings, which is a good thing in those areas. I know Coleman County, we had the severe thunderstorm warning, but that storm, thankfully, the kind of winds that we've seen that for the most part have been on the marginal side with respect to warning criteria. But as we look further south, again, we're watching Birmingham and areas to the south towards Clanton for that line to make the push through, and need to keep an eye on some of these areas that might push up. There's Coosa County. That is in our coverage area, so we're going to have to watch these storms that might try to move in from the south here overnight tonight. tonight. But right now, it looks like, at least for this time, the storms are behaving. We'll get in for one more close look here in a few moments coming in to Birmingham. But there's a lot of locations right now, Lauren. Meteorologist Lauren Linehan, you guys have been doing a great job with those app alerts tonight for folks. And it looks like we can sound that all clear for several parts of our coverage area.
Yeah, Wes, this is really great news that we are beginning to see at least a good half of our area clearing, but you can see where we've gotten those storm reports. I mean, a majority of these reports, honestly, came in before the storms even arrived. So that's just a testament to how much wind energy there was with this system. But there have been some tornadoes that have been spawned from this, and the National Weather Service will go out and do their surveys tomorrow to determine what the damage is, what that rating is. But one of the more significant reports we've gotten was damage at the University of Montevallo. This is at one of the dorms there at Brook Hall on the University of Montevallo campus. Roof damage. So it looks like a partial part of the roof actually came off, and this was associated with the tornado that came through and crossed, or at least was parallel to Highway 73 as it made its way towards Montevallo. And this was kind of on the tail end of when that storm was coming through. But we do have a new tornado watch that has been extended areas eastward. So if you're in East Alabama, can't sound the all clear yet. That has also been extended into West Georgia, down into the Wiregrass in Southeast Alabama, Southwest Georgia. And if you have any friends or family who are vacationing down in the coast, that has been also extended into the Florida Panhandle and parts of the Big Bend as far east as Tallahassee. But you can see a lot of counties have already been cleared from the watch. So if you live west of Birmingham, we can go ahead and sound the all clear for you. There are just a couple of storms that are making their way through Jefferson County, but I would say within the next 30 minutes in Jefferson County, we'll be able to sound the all clear. Areas like Winston County, Walker County, areas like Winston, Marion, Fayette, Lamar, Hale, Greene. In those areas, we are able to sound the all clear now. So I know a lot of you, us included, looking forward to getting some sleep. So if you are in the western half of our area, you notice you're not under a tornado watch anymore. That's good news. We can sound that all clear. You can go to sleep and catch a few Z's. I do expect that more areas like potentially Bibb County, Jefferson County, up towards Coleman County, those areas will be cleared here shortly, but we're just still watching those storms as they push eastward. I will say it is looking promising that as these storms push eastward, they don't look quite as potent as they did before, but it's certainly something we're going to be monitoring. This is going to be one of those situations where you have to watch for those spin up tornadoes along the line. And so what we've been looking here at our first alert AccuTrack is as these storms have pushed eastward, notice where some of the more potent storms are, where we're seeing those active warnings are actually across South Alabama and in the western Florida Panhandle. So these are storms that are pushing east of areas like Mobile, getting closer towards I-65 and right along I-10 through the Panhandle. And what you'll notice with these storms, just look at the southern half of this line compared to the northern half. What do you notice more of? Lightning. So that tells us these storms and the southern edge of the line are really able to tap into the instability down there. You've got that storm fuel that is able to make these storms more robust. And what we've seen in the atmosphere a lot today in our area is there's been a lot of wind shear. We keep talking about wind energy, and when we talk about wind shear, we're talking about difference in speed or direction with winds at the surface and higher up. And if you get that, you can get that spin, you can get that swirl, that rotation, but you don't only need that to fuel storms, you also need some fuel, right? You need that instability, and where you've got that warmer, juicier air, that's going to be right along the coast, and we're seeing that with this lightning here. So if you have any friends or family, or maybe you're tuning in, you're streaming us from down there, you're on vacation for spring break, I would definitely be aware of these storms as they plow eastward, that not only do they have a tornado threat and a damaging wind threat, but a lightning threat as well.
All right, so we got a severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued right now for Shelby and parts of Chilton County. Jill's putting a track on this. That's at one area we were telling you about where we have that little Boeing segment that's moving through Alabaster. So your weather radio is going off, and you can see right there around Alabaster the timing on this. Looks like it's going to be reaching first alert times at Veterans Park around 11:55. That's out there along Valleydale Road, Chelsea 11:56, and Inverness Corners around 11:55. 57. Jill, let's do a triple threat on this, and let's get in here really close. Let's take this off. I want to zoom in really close to Hoover, and we're going to kind of walk down the line across Shelby County and into Chilton County. This goes until 12:45, so we're now carrying over past midnight here on these severe thunderstorm warnings. So we're going to go in really close. The one area right in that little hook or that curvature, that's where we saw, and it looked like, Jill, that right in that zone, that's probably the more intense part right there where we saw that. I was just looking to see if we might be seeing indications of those damaging straight line winds. Sometimes our system, when we go to triple threat, we'll see that. So let's just start out here to the north. I want to take this close to where the Galleria will be located, and we'll work our way south. So there's Hoover. This is where the River Chase Galleria is located. There is Highway 31, Oak Mountain State Park. Okay, I can grab the controls here, I believe. Can we put the radar in interactive mode, Lauren, so I can drive the radar?
Moving northeast, I was going to check the speed so I could do a more elongated storm track. It's moving 55 miles per hour to the northeast.
Yeah.
Fast mover.
Yeah, I just want to show the areas here impacted for folks that will be in that area right there across Shelby County. So let's move this back and actually, Lauren, just go ahead and move in really close right here across Shelby County. Let's start around Hoover if we can. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, I'm having trouble here, so you might have to do this. You might have to manually control if you can. So let's go into the Hoover area. Again, this line, for the most part, it's moved out of the downtown Birmingham area. You can see it's moved in here to the east, pushing through places like Irondale. So let's start right here. This is where the Galleria would be located. Let's stop it right there. There's Highway 31. There's Pelham and Alabaster. So the leading edge of that storm now about to move into the Alabaster area. Brantleyville, there's Glen Forest, and there is Montevallo, once again getting some heavy rain. So the area is impacted by some of these stronger winds and the gusty winds for the most part. It looks like the heaviest of the rain near Oak Mountain State Park in Chelsea and points to the south. I just want to point that out for folks that's watching around Vestavia, Hoover, Bluff Park, areas to the north where this warning is with respect to you. Again, you can see it's a very close right there near where the Hoover municipal office is right there off of Highway 31, and then where the River Chase Galleria is located and areas to the south. This is actually near Lorna Road there where we had that fire today we were telling you about, but you can see the polygon extends down into Chelsea. So be ready here for some gusty winds. This one little area needs to be closely monitored. It wouldn't surprise me if we got a tornado out of this as this moves to the east direction. Just stay with us here. I know things have just slowed up, it seems like, for the past 2 hours. We've been talking about Shelby County, and that's because this line, we've got these little Boeing segments that kind of broke up here as it moved into Shelby County. But there's 1144. Lauren, let's pan this down just a bit. I want to see what's going on here around Chelsea and areas. Let's pan this in this direction. Let's go down so we can see the entire area to the north. I just want to point out areas that will be impacted by this severe storm. That's a good stopping point right there. And you can see Harpersville, Vincent, Sterrett, the Lawley area, Vandiver, and Chelsea, okay? This warning will impact you as well. You are included in this severe thunderstorm warning. The heaviest of the rain has pushed on through parts of the Birmingham area. Let's see, there's 280 right here. There's Highway 280, Chelsea. So there is 119. So basically the heaviest of the rain has now pushed to the south of 119. We're going to have some more heavy rain that pushes through Oak Mountain State Park, and right there's Cahaba Valley Road. You see it right there? So just kind of give you an idea of what you're looking at. Lee Branch would be right in this area. So Lee Branch, Cahaba Valley Road, points south. That's probably where we're going to have some of the heaviest rain and some of the more gusty winds out of this. There's Harpersville. And again, all these areas here, I just want to point out, once this passes into Shelby County, that severe threat has ended. Things seem to be behaving here around Leeds and Moody. There's Barber Motorsports Park. If we go to tornado analysis on this, we can take a look at velocity and shear. Let's just look into this, do some real-time analysis, and at this point, you see that correlation. That is weak rotation that we have showing up right now in these areas. So again, back to radar, and we'll take a look at the southern end of this polygon for folks here that will be impacted. Wilsonville, There's the Klein area. We haven't talked much about some of these areas to the south, but I'd be ready here around Columbiana, Dogwood Point, Hillsdale, and the Shelby area as that crosses over and continues here through Shelby County. That is the one warning that we have. And then Chilton County. Let's get down into parts of Chilton County. Heaviest of the rain right now over Jemison. If you're in Maplesville, the worst of the weather, it has passed based on what we're seeing right here. The most intense rain and the heaviest storms right on top of Clanton at the moment. That's about to cross the interstate. And I'm going to tell you here across the interstate, let's show the wind speeds with this if we can. We might have to use either velocity or triple threat. And there's some areas in here we could easily be seeing some 50+ mile per hour wind gusts. And I'll look at that, 53, 56, close to 60 as we're plotting here on the map. Be ready here in Clanton. 56 mile per hour winds. Those winds starting to pick up. There could be even some higher gusts. That's the kind of winds that can topple high profile vehicles. And I know folks out here on the interstate, if you're listening to us on the iHeartRadio, if you're listening to us on the First Alert weather app, if you know anyone out traveling tonight and they're on this stretch between Cooper and places like Verbena and Calera on the interstate, they need to pull off at the rest stop. Stop at a store, stop at the travel center, wherever nearby they can stop, go to a site-built structure and wait on this line to pass. It's about to move across the interstate right here, but these are some strong winds. Get off there at that Clanton exit if you can. It's going to be almost blinding rain, but that wind, the way it's coming out of the west direction, we're going to have some high gusts there about to cross Interstate 65. But some strong winds with this. Jill, I know you were looking at trying to figure out the speeds there, trying to help us out with how fast this thing's moving. I just wanted to take a look at that polygon, but I wanted to jump back over to what you were checking out with the track of this and how fast this all will move through Shelby County.
Yeah, I'll do an updated track. I did send out an update on Facebook as well as Twitter, but it has been moving at a pretty rapid pace to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. So we have to stretch it out till it gets to 55. And there we go. We've got some of the areas are going to be impacted. And what time? Shelby at 11:57, so less than 10 minutes. Chelsea in about 10 minutes from now. Pine Grove Village by midnight. So again, just selecting a few of those cities, but again, Sylacauga you would be in the path if it were extended, of course. This is all moving to the northeast, but again, Chelsea down towards Clanton under that severe thunderstorm warning. Also got a report from my friends near the Alabaster area, Maylene. They had a monsoon go through, so it is pouring buckets. Hold off if you have to travel until this passes. But once that monsoon ends, you're in the clear. You can go to bed. So I just told them, go to bed. You're good now that the weather has calmed down. But again, you're going to get some strong wind gusts, 50 to 60 miles per hour. You're going to get very heavy rainfall, some cloud to ground lightning. And then once that passes, you're good to go back to the west. But again, we're watching obviously back towards the east, and hopefully we don't see any rotation. Again, no local tornado warnings. Everything's down towards Dallas County and the Louds area. So again, we are watching this severe thunderstorm, radar indicated, moving off to the northeast, 55 miles per hour. Again, it's basically lined up along I-65 and about to move through Clanton, and then next in line would be Chelsea. So again, watching this real close. Wes?
Yeah, I don't think we had a destructive wind tag applied to that severe thunderstorm warning. There might be some warnings. Some of these severe thunderstorm warnings now will trigger the wireless emergency alert system, so you may see some of those warnings that override the weather app. These are some damage photos. A lot of photos coming in on the weather app. Thank you for keeping us in your thoughts with respect to sharing those photos and those reports. This is Adrian over at Argo. This is one of the signs that fell. This is before the storms even arrived today. We had some scenes like this, and it looks like a large sign that fell on a truck right there. That was it. Yeah, that's the same sign that was there at Argo Plaza. And we also have, that was, what do we have at Highway 11? Oh, that was at Highway 11 in Trussville. Okay, so that's these are just more photos. Look at that. That's what we're dealing with tonight. A lot of trees on power lines. That is from Madison. That was a tree down on a power line on Highway 28 in Columbiana, Alabama.
Go back to radar real quick.
Okay.
Some stronger winds now that kind of push is moving to the east of the radar. I'm getting some detection of maybe some of those stronger wind gusts. Let me plot that for you real quick.
So we're going back. It's not that we have an active warning right now. We're going back here to
We have
Jill.
a severe thunderstorm warning, but again,
We got the severe thunderstorm warning, but not a new tornado warning.
yeah, check out the shear rate. It's pretty intense. So those are some strong winds. Again, we want to give folks a first alert to treat this like a little mini EF0. I won't say mini because it makes it sound like no big deal, but an EF0 kind of tornado wind threat. So again, that's headed right towards Columbiana, Hillsdale, Nelson. We're seeing that radar. Again, it can pick up on just strong straight line winds or rotating winds. In this case, it's going to be straight line winds. So again, this has passed the I-65 corridor in the Calera area, but it is moving towards Highway 25. We got Highway 70, Columbiana, Hillsdale, Nelson. You are next in line. So some stronger wind gusts being picked up by that. I was switching over to the velocity mode. So again, we can see really where that push of strong, intense wind is going to be east Saginaw, between Chelsea, Nelson, and Columbiana. This is going to be blowing on through Harpersville. A first alert for you because you'd be next in line to get some of those stronger wind gusts. Again, those could exceed 60 miles per hour. It could cause some damage out there. So again, be in your safe place, be away from windows. Just treat every severe thunderstorm warning kind of like a tornado warning because again, you could get flying debris, things like that. We want you to just be away from windows, interior room, and hopefully this thing will pass pretty quickly. But once it does, you're in the clear. Wes?
All right, and I'm going to step over to let Lauren grab the controls here, the radar, as we monitor these storms now making their way through Shelby County. And I had to actually go change the batteries, Jill. The microphone batteries, we've been talking for a little while here tracking this severe weather, but we're certainly going to stay with you here. It's a first alert weather day is kind of winding down based on what we're seeing with some of these warnings for many areas as we back this view out. Again, this is the one zone, little Boeing segment. You can see it right there moving through Shelby County. Strong indications here on the other side of Oak Mountain. These storms are really ramping up and reaching down towards the surface here. Columbiana, let's get ready out here along Highway 25 and towards Columbiana. I want to give you that first alert. We could have some damaging wind gusts right here. We have a very good indication there as this is moving across Shelby County, moving towards the Hillsdale area and around 4 Mile and Nelson, moving towards Highway 25. There's Wilsonville showing up down the road. If this holds together, it is moving in that general vicinity, but this is all south of, right now, some of the strongest winds south of Pelham, south of Alabaster. I just want to point that out. What we're seeing with the strongest winds are now pulling away from the airport area. You can see now moving away from Calera. There's Ozone Farms. You see right there. We're dealing with some of those strong wind gusts right now. Shelby Springs area dealing with some gusty winds in there. Those winds moving. You can see that that one line. It's not far from Columbiana. It's moving quickly there across Shelby County. But let's go back to reflectivity, wide view, and let's show you some areas where watches have been cleared. This is all now mostly, with the exception of parts of Chilton County and far southern Shelby County. Most of this has cleared the 65 corridor. It's now east of 65. The line has pushed through Blount County. I know we haven't talked about Aniana and these areas to the north much tonight. We haven't had warnings. We haven't had a lot going on. You can actually see the back edge of this. If you're in the city of Birmingham, the severe weather threat has ended. The city of Birmingham and areas to the west, that severe weather threat has ended. Around Centerpoint Parkway, the threat is ending there. This is now moving into St. Clair County, and we're still watching Shelby County as that line there moves along to 80. There's Chilton County, and very soon we'll see that line moving into Talladega County. But these are severe thunderstorm warnings, but it's one of those nights we're having to treat these severe thunderstorm warnings a bit differently. With the kind of wind energy with this system, we have the potential for the kind of storms that can produce 70 to 80 mile per hour straight line winds, and that's why we're still with you right now. That's why we're treating this almost like a warning. It's just one like a tornado warning. It's one of those kind of nights, and one of the reasons why we are staying with you here. A lot of folks up tonight. If you're in Bibb County, get some rest. Severe threats ended for you. Hale County, Tuscaloosa, again, all these counties here to the west. Coleman County, severe threat is over for for us. This is all moving on to the east. A lot of stuff happening down in South Alabama with respect to warnings. And for folks, I mentioned earlier, we were seeing around Baldwin County, there's Pensacola. If you have loved ones, family, friends here, it's late at night. It's spring break. If they are on vacation, you may want to text them, call them, alert them. In moments like this is when, especially with the communication, helping to spread the word that there could be some severe weather very soon. That's closing in the Gulf Shores and Orange Beach and places like Pensacola. Just want to point that out since we're with you here. That's Baldwin County, far south Alabama, but I know it is spring break for many, and just want to pass that information along. That is something we're watching. Not the entire. This is a system. It's far-reaching. It's impacting a good portion of the state, even down into far southwest Alabama. A lot of rain showing up now across East Alabama, and the way this is moving, I'm still not overly concerned about the risk for flash flooding. It's close to midnight here. I think our timing for 2 a.m. I think for most of us, again, this severe threat will be over by that point. It looks like that's going to time out nicely during the early morning. We had some data today suggested a lot of this would be out of East Alabama by midnight. Obviously, it's moved a little bit slower. You can see the loop there as we show this. St. Clair counties, we still need to watch it right now. Etowah, St. Clair, Talladega, and southern Shelby counties at the moment. The only active warning that we have, and did that warning expire? Okay, it's still in effect. Okay, we turned that off. Lauren's just going through some of the different products. Have we checked out the triple threat on this particular one? Just want to look and see where we might have some of those stronger winds being detected at this time. And Joinertown, East Saginaw, you can see there around Chelsea, and I mentioned earlier Chelsea High School. That's one of those locations. There's Oak Mountain State Park right in this area, and Simsville Road from Alabaster back to the north. This is a look from Boardman Carr Law Firm, 67. That's a live look again this morning. You can still see a lot of powers on, see the lights. I know we've been talking about possibility of power outages, but that's a good sign there tonight, looking at Chelsea and looking to the south. But those winds are whipping, and I know it's been a windy night so far with these winds gusting across Alabama. We actually have some more, just every now and then we're seeing some of these video clips coming in. This is one, let me see here, I believe this was from Tuscaloosa actually earlier. That's Alberta City as those storms move through. You can see that rain picking up, those gusty winds as those storms moved in. By the way, Tuscaloosa, that severe weather threat, it's over for us. This has all moved on to the east. So T-Town, get some rest. Jefferson County, Birmingham, and areas over towards Hueytown and Pleasant Grove, Bessemer, get some rest. Gardendale, the severe weather threat, it has ended for us. This is now pushing down into Shelby County. There's Highway 25 in Columbiana. This is where those gusty winds right in here are located. Can we go to the triple threat shear rate? Let's try to even kind of dig into this a little more, Lauren, try to find out where we actually have the strongest winds at the moment.
Put on the different links.
Okay, let me go to backup. Okay, so this even further, we kind of filter out a lot of this radar data and try to go in where we think the strongest winds may be, and right around East Saginaw, that's one of those areas. And Lauren, I'll let you jump in here. From what we're seeing right now, it seems like this one in particular, it's not trying to rotate like some of the others. We don't see that little hook-like signature with it. It seems like this one may try to behave as it continues on through Shelby County, just based on what we're seeing.
Yes, that is correct, Wes. So we've got just south of East Saginaw, certainly some gusty winds with that, but I'm not seeing anything that would indicate major issues, but just kind of like we've been seeing all day. You don't even need a thunderstorm to come through for these winds to be potent. The wind energy with this system has just really been fueling.
Yes, it's kind of tricky tonight, Lauren, because you have to go through, you've got to go in and look at some of these photos. Some of these pictures of storm damage happened hours ago before the storms even arrived. But we're zoomed in really close over Shelby County, and what we need to do, let's just start to the north. I want to check in with Gadsden and Etowah County, some of these areas to the north. We'll go back to reflectivity. Let's just kind of put this in the forecast radar mode and go from north to south, and we'll show you the forecast, how this will all progress along over the next 60 minutes. We'll give you that 60-minute advantage, and this is those first alert times just to show you. Let's get in here and we'll check out Gadsden, and then we'll just kind of go down the line here across East Alabama. So we'll start out right here. There's 1228. So as we put this in a loop. We show you the times there. We'll take this all the way out there an hour. See that? 1 a.m. So by 1 o'clock in the morning, we've got this thing moving over the city of Gadsden. So Gadsden, Rainbow City, Highway 431 down through Glencoe, Alexandria, Ohatchee. That's when you're going to have some of the strong winds, that main line pushing through. After 1 o'clock, hopefully we can sound the all clear for you, but that will be moving through. And by 1 o'clock, this will be out of Blount County, most of St. Clair County. You can see there over the next hour. Let's just loop this through. Let's let this just kind of play through over and over, and you can see over the next hour, this is going to move from Springville over Wattsville and over towards Raglan the next hour, and there's... Okay, so we got a tornado warning now. We need to go back to Shelby County. Let's get back to Shelby County for a tornado warning. Jill, is that going to be the one that was right there around the...
Yeah, it's right by Chelsea, a little tight circulation. This is radar indicated, and it was near Columbiana, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Okay,
let's get velocity on this. There it is. Wow, that thing, it developed here in just a couple of scans. Toggle between this and velocity. I want this and the reflectivity. I want to see this. You can see, look at that curvature there showing up in the latest scan. So I mean, in just one scan there, it seems like this thing just wrapped up here. Again, East Saginaw giving you that first alert here in Shelby County. That's that one area, that rotation. Lauren was zoomed in there. Jill's got this radar now right in the East Saginaw, Yellow Creek Estates, a tornado warning. Your weather radio is going off right now in Shelby County. This is for a warning. This is going to be south of Hoover, okay? This is going to be south of Alabaster. We're talking about areas near Columbiana and East Saginaw. We're zoomed in. There's County Road 333. If you live in Yellow Creek Estates right now, take action. We still had a tornado watch in effect. We got a tornado warning right now. We are staying with you. Chief Meteorologist Wes Wyatt. This is a first alert for Shelby County, a tornado warning. Get to that safe place, and we have a quick spin up happening here. This is in a matter of a few frames, a few scans. This storm and this little area within this line, this squall line now around County Road 333 is threatening Yellow Creek Estates here over Shelby County. A tornado warning that is now in effect. Let's back the view out. Let's get some first alert times for these areas in the path. We may need to do a manual storm track. This is it right here. There's the tornado that's being radar indicated. Chelsea is here, the Narrows. If you're watching me in Harpersville and Westover, get to that safe place, okay? You have minutes here to take action. The way this is moving, that is going to be tracking towards Harpersville. I don't know in this particular case if this is going to be the kind of storm where that warning is going to continue on past places like Sterrett, but at this point, if you're in the polygon...
Confirmed tornado located over Chelsea. Moving northeast at 40. Looks like we had some debris detected. This quickly spun up.
Okay, Lauren, let's go to the Chelsea view from Boardman Carr Law Firm. So right there we've got a confirmed tornado, as Jill just noted. Jill's monitoring those reports coming in. That's the view, and it seems like, I mean, a few moments ago it seemed like we did see more lights in that direction. I noticed we had some power outages happening in parts of the Shelby County, but in that last view, it seemed like we may have had it looked like maybe more lights were on in that last view. Maybe we've had couple of power outages in that area. But let's go back. I want to take this view here. We're going to watch what's happening there. That's the view from Chelsea at the Boardman Carr Law Firm. Our camera is actually located right here, but this is where we have debris that's being detected by the radar. So we have had a touchdown. This is confirmation. There's Chelsea Road. So East Saginaw, Chelsea Road, Shelby County. Again, another tornado here that has touchdown, and it has impacted Shelby County, Westover, and Abbott Springs. Okay, Abbott Springs, Westover. This is Highway 280. Chelsea, Highway 280 in this zone. There's Bear Creek Road. Anywhere from Bear Creek Road and the new license office here in Shelby County, right there near Bear Creek Road and areas south towards Chelsea. All these areas, you need to be in that safe spot. We could have a tornado at this time producing some damage in here, and we will certainly give the all clear when this moves on through. Now, just because we see debris, I've seen so many cases like this where we have a storm. When we say quick spin up, it literally is a quick spin up. We have a tornado, it happens, and then in 2 or 3 scans, it's gone. So just because we see a debris signature, it may have already produced some damage and it may have lifted, but these things happen fast in these situations. And again, we can't say for certain this may be still on the ground. We just got, as Jill noted, she's reporting those spotter reports coming in Westover and Harpersville. If you're in Harpersville, this may pass just north of you in Harpersville, but I still want you in a safe place, okay, as this moves on to the north and impacts Shelby County. So let me just check in as we gather this information coming in. We have some reports coming in from West Alabama. Actually, I'm seeing some spotter reports of a lot of trees down, some blocking roadways. For folks watching us in southern Hale County, be careful out there. We've got some damage in Fonsdale from a possible tornado. That's in northern Marengo County, so that's some damage reports we have coming in. Right now, the National Weather Service, tornado observed located over Chelsea, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. This is it. This is where we have that debris signature showing up. These are the first alert times as Jill's posting those on the screen. Vincent, get to that safe place. 1222 is 1206. Get there right now. If you're in the Sterrett area, 1222. If you're closer here, if you're like in Westover, at this point, Westover, this is so close. I wouldn't try to outrun this thing or leave the house at this point. If you're in a site-built structure, you need to get into that interior room and away from windows. Interior room away from windows at this time as this storm approaches Westover. There's Highway 280, and we could have a tornado closing in. There's Chelsea at this time, and we're going to be checking in. We have some weather watchers in this area and monitor the situation. Donovan to the north, there's Leeds. Again, we're putting the first alert times on the screen. This is the only active tornado warning that we have, but it still looks rather impressive. Jill, that's the debris, which is somewhat, after the tornadoes touch down. Let's see if we can get, we'll look at that, the latest scan. We're still seeing that showing up. Let's go back to velocity in here, and we might need to just kind of loop this back and forth a few frames to kind of pick up the tornado. Just want to look at this. And are we looking at storm relative velocity in this particular case?
Base velocity.
Okay, that's base velocity.
Put on storm relative.
So there we go. We can kind of move that along. So they're right in here. This is where we're seeing the tornado right in this zone. That is right around Yellow Creek Estates. So we still have that rotation showing up. That is right around Westover. This is crossing 280 right now at Westover. If we can circle this, Jill, on the screen. Actually, Lauren, let me head over to you.
I've got it.
Okay,
Wes.
okay, yeah, I thought Jill was on the computer there. We have 2 different radar systems, so we don't, we stay on different storms here, and we just go between those storms. We have Lauren and Jill. They're both doing analysis on separate storms here tonight, so we don't miss anything, and that's one thing we try to do here is that we don't want to leave a storm unattended, and we're zoomed in right now over Westover in Shelby County. If your weather radio is going off right now in places like Inverness and over towards Greystone, any location, Pelham, Helena, any part of Shelby County, I just want to show you where this is in Shelby County. This is in the southeastern part of Shelby County. That's where this tornado is located right now. We've got a debris signature. We know this has produced some damage. It's kicked up some debris. We're seeing that, and we're seeing the possibility of winds. At this moment, we are measuring winds up to 66 miles per hour, about to cross close to 70 miles per hour. Those kind of winds can cause considerable damage when you have winds like that, 60 plus miles per hour. When it comes to wind speeds, many times, immediately you see a tree that's toppled, you start thinking, well, it had to be a 80, 100 mile per hour wind and knock a tree over in some cases, but sometimes it only takes a 30, 40 mile per hour wind that can do some significant tree damage, as we've seen today with trees down all across the state of Alabama. So you can imagine 66 mile per hour winds. That's what we're seeing with this now as it moves towards Westover. So there are some strong winds in here that need to be taken seriously with this as it moves north. And there's going to be in that severe thunderstorm warning area. There's going to be some areas in there where we're going to have some gusty winds that could top 50 miles per hour. Notice we're all underneath a severe thunderstorm warning, but that tornado right now, Westover, that tornado is located, if it's still touched down, if it's still producing damage, that is over Westover. If you're here around the Sterrett area and just south of Bear Creek Road here in Shelby County, again, there's Sterrett, Vandiver. These are all areas where we're talking about that wildfire that was happening in Shelby County here recently over the past few days. These are all areas being impacted here as this moves to the north and east direction. And it looks like There's some active weather. I've been talking a lot here about Shelby County. I was mentioning earlier about it being spring break, folks down in South Alabama, but there's a lot of severe weather happening down in Baldwin County. Tornado warnings. I was just noticing here the US 90 causeway closed in both directions due to coastal flooding there down in Baldwin County. This is a impactful storm system all across the state of Alabama tonight. This is certainly one of the more potent and far-reaching spring severe weather systems that we've seen here this season, but that's what's happening in other parts of the state. But there's that debris signature now crossing 280. Again, stay put here in Westover. If you're around the Yellowleaf States area we were talking about a few moments ago, areas back into Shelby County, this has passed now, okay? This has passed you. This is past Columbiana. This is now crossing 280. This is in the area of Sterrett. There's the Sterrett community, Calcis community, if you're watching me there as well. This is moving in your direction. Jill, I'll let you jump in here because you were seeing some of those reports. I think you said that there was a spotter observed. I saw the report from the National Weather Service, but we did see this observed, was it multiple times?
You know, Wes, they've been updating so much, I'd have to scroll back there on the chat, but I do know that, I was eyeing the intensity. Remember when I was quarrying the speeds, it was like 60 something. Well, it quickly tightened up. And then I think it quickly produced a tornado. Right now, as we look at the velocity data, I'm not seeing that tight circulation. So maybe this has kind of fizzled out a little bit, but we'll still have to watch this area. And that's the thing with these kind of convective systems. You can get a spin-up tornado. It happens very quickly, and it'll be very intense when it happens, but it doesn't last very long. These aren't the long-track tornadoes that you see with individual supercells. So that's why it becomes very tricky, and we get nervous for folks that are a little bit farther to the north and east. We really want you to pay attention and have a way to get warning information, or just be in your safe place until this passes. That way you're already there, and if there is a warning, well, again, you're already there. These things happen very, very quickly, and sometimes the warning is issued as it's happening, or you start to see debris and it's too late in some places, and then you get, of course, a little bit more lead time to the north and east, but again, where it develops, it's already happened sometimes with these kind of setups. So again, we're watching very closely. Here's an update to the scan, to the velocity, and again, nothing really standing out right now. The Weather Service hasn't updated this warning just yet. No information regarding whether there's still anything on the ground, but I'm seeing, based on the velocity data, I'm just not seeing that kind of a couplet. If we go back to the correlation coefficient, it's going to show us debris. Then there's still maybe things in the air, but that tight little ball of debris, that has faded away. So again, I'm seeing signs of this weakening. And again, this warning continues for those in Shelby County and the Sterrett area. Again, this continues until 12:30. You get another 15 more minutes. So we'll watch this particular area. Again, I think it flared up and now it kind of calmed down a little bit. Other than this particular storm, there are no others that have warnings on them. Let's hope it stays that way. But again, we talked about this, moving eastward, still an environment where you can get spin-up tornadoes along with damaging wind gusts. That's why we have that tornado watch. That's why it's been extended eastward. But right behind it, you can go to bed in Alabaster, Calera, you're fine, Jemison, you're fine, Hoover is fine. Again, once that passes, you're good. Looks like we had an update to the scan. Again, not seeing any additional reports coming in. May have lost its oomph there. That would be some great news. Wes?
All right, and just watching the areas here across Shelby County that could be impacted. Looks like around Country Hills Lane as that line moves further north of that one storm. Country Hills Lane, Sterrett area, if you're watching me there around Calcis, this is Highway 25 back in here. Actually, this is 231, runs from Vincent and then back here not too far from the Logan Martin Dam Road. Basically, if you're anywhere, Jill, let's just back this out just a bit. I want to see where this is with respect to Logan Martin. I want to give some folks some heads up here. There's Logan Martin Lake, so Logan Martin Dam Road is right on the edge of the Logan Martin Lake right there is on the edge of that polygon. But as you noted, the rotational signature, the velocity doesn't look quite as impressive, but it was kind of borderline when we looked at it a few minutes ago. So let's go back to, I want to go back to the rotation track, the shear rate, because that's what really picked up on this. And there you go. You can see right there, we're still seeing that sign right in here, this little comma structure. Still need to watch these areas. There's Westover. This is where we've got the strong rotation. You see it right there? That is tracking across Shelby County. There's Vandiver area and Sterrett. This is that area that caused the damage. Notice the latest scan, it just dissipated even further, so that's a good sign. So hopefully that trend will continue. But that rotation now tracking to the north, Lawley. At this point, if these scans continue to follow this trend, it's highly unlikely we'll see that polygon extended into St. Clair County, but we'll watch it closely here. Shelby County, if your weather radio is going off, if you're just now waking up, I know it's late at night here with these warnings that are happening across the area, but this particular warning is for now, it looks like the far eastern part of Shelby County. Chelsea, this has passed us. The warning's over. The concern is over for us, but I know we probably still have some heavy rain, some rumbles of thunder that's happening. Donovan area, Vandiver, Sterrett. Again, this storm, this tornado, if it's still there, this is where it would be, and it's tracking to the north. There's County Road 45, County Road 55 back in here. I mentioned Bear Creek Road would be located up here, and the Bear Creek runs in this general vicinity.
So the warning, FYI, just getting a new report from Weather Service. They're still saying confirmed tornado located near Vincent or 10 miles southeast of Leeds, moving northeast at 55.
We're still seeing the debris. Check that out.
Flared back up again.
Yep. So we just got an update on this. This is the debris signature, and there's the updated polygon. So they've actually updated the warning polygon. Let's go back to the shear rate on this, and that's an indication we've had a touchdown that's happened. You can see that rotation we're looking at was actually back in here on the corner of the polygon. Let's go back to velocity and take a look at this, Jill, as we scan. And right there, you can see that's actually at the corner, but where that debris signature was showing up was right in here. Bottom line, along these storms, this is going to be kicking up a lot of debris. We're going to have a lot of wind in this, tornado or not. This is a dangerous storm that's moving through Shelby County. We're seeing a lot of indications of some twisting with the winds, indications, as Jill plotted a few moments ago, 60+ mile-per-hour winds here moving through Shelby County. You need to be in a site-built structure at this time. If you're getting this warning, you need to be indoors. You don't need to be on the roadways, hopefully not this late at night. You don't need to be in a camper. You need to be in a sturdy shelter, and preferably a tornado shelter. If you have that underground shelter, basement, if you have a concrete reinforced safe room, and if not, if there's a place you typically go to and you're in these areas, it's too late. If you're in Sterrett, you're getting this warning right now, get to that center of the home, grab a pillow, grab a blanket, something to offer some extra protection. You're not safe in a vehicle at a time like this. You need to be right now seeking shelter and finding some protection as this passes very close to you. We've seen a debris indicator that has shown up for several scans here moving across Shelby County, and that's some of that debris that's been lofted thousands of feet up into the atmosphere. There is the Calcis area, Sterrett that we talked about. Here's Highway 231. There's Vincent. Okay, so you see where this is with respect to Vincent. This has been pushing up towards Vandiver and moving over towards Lawley. And Jill, you know, the way this is behaving, I said earlier we may not see a warning that's issued, but want to head over to meteorologist Lauren Linehan right now. And Lauren, you've been monitoring some of those storm reports coming in. Actually, I think I need to go over to the radar, and then let me go back over to this radar.
This is this radar. So
okay.
Lauren was driving that up.
Okay, so I'm going to go to Lauren here in a few minutes, because I know Lauren's been monitoring those storm reports coming in. But this is another view of that debris signature. You can see right there around the Calcis area and moving over towards Lawley. Here's Logan Martin Lake. There's where the Logan Martin Dam is located right there. There's the Logan Martin Dam Road that moves to the north. So for folks that live out in that area, you know where we're talking about. Shoal Run, Bridge, Sacred Hollow Road Park and the sports complex back in here. This is all past those areas. Again, this is on over into Sterrett and tracking towards Lawley. A lot of these locations we've been talking about past couple days here in Shelby County with that flooding, or not flooding, but the fires that's been happening across parts of Shelby County. That was an issue here over the past couple days. But let's go back to that, Jill, one more time, that scan you were just on. I want to see that. It looked like around Vincent we could really pick that up. Let's back this out and just loop this through if we can, a few frames. Situations like this, we often have to kind of loop things so we can see a trend. And I just want to take a look at this there through Harpersville. And yeah, you can actually see, if you look at the velocity data right in here, see that? So you could see that rotation showing up. It was a couple different spots in here, but it was in there right there around Vincent. You could see in the velocity data, it looked like that was a little bit further south there around Harpersville in that one frame. So we had a couple of areas there. That one area around Westover, and looked like another spin up there a little bit further east. Small
circulations, pinwheeling around the comma head. So that's why it's kind of like, wait a minute, we got something there, we got something, yeah. So it is certainly in different areas and rotating around. What you see is that little comma head here. There, I'll draw that out. I think you can kind of see it, but we have that comma head shape. So watching in that area for these multiple little circulations. So again, we could have tornadoes touching down anywhere within where that warning is at. Of course, it's moving a little bit outside of the warning area. We're going to be watching to see if Weather Service decides to extend the tornado warning. But again, a northeastern corner of Shelby County remains under a tornado warning. We've had instances where we've had debris detected, so that indicates damage. Likely a tornado was on the ground at some point. So again, monitoring this. I'm not seeing any extension yet, but again, that can change. They're very busy looking at this. Just showing
that's
you the
why.
maps.
And I was going to say, Jill, that's why we've stayed here with this. This is one of those nights where some of these severe thunderstorm warnings, at any moment, they could go tornadic. I mean, this is just the kind of setup that we have tonight, and one of the reasons why we've just stayed with you. It's been a first alert weather day, and just giving the all clear for some of these areas. At this point, you can see here in Shelby County, this storm's almost cleared Shelby County, and there's no indication that we're going to have a warning here for St. Clair County at this time. But we're going to be watching this here and let you know. We're going to stay with this until we find out before we send it back to programming. And we do have the news team standing by. We've been trying to get reports here for a while from Tuscaloosa. I know we had over in Pickens County, we were trying to get some scenes back from Pickens County of some of the damage that was happening there. I can confirm there was actually a minor injury with that storm that impacted the University of Montevallo earlier, so we did get that confirmation coming into our newsroom. That's just one of the reports coming in here tonight from that storm earlier tonight, but thankfully no loss of life out there with this system so far this evening. So looking at the setup, it's just past midnight here, closing in on 12:30 on the final day of March. There's an old saying, March comes in like a lamb, it goes out like a lion. Have you ever heard that one? Well, that's exactly what's going on tonight with the month of March, and this is the final day we're going into, and we've got some active weather, some storms happening around Harpersville, Arkwright area as we monitor this. Meteorologist Jill Gilardi, I want to make sure I'm on the right one. Jill, we've got some active weather happening further south. I see around Wetumpka, Montgomery. If you're watching around Alexander City, stay on top of this tonight and keep a watch on these storms to the south. Some of these may try to lift in here. But looking at the setup, Birmingham, we're in the all clear. We can now sound the all clear for the city of Birmingham and most of Jefferson County. The back edge of this now pushing through St. Clair County. And listen, Gadsden, I know we're getting some heavy rain. We're hearing some rumbles in Asheville. Haven't forgotten about these areas. It's non-severe at the moment. It's just gusty winds that are moving through. So if you're anywhere here around the Gadsden area, Etowah County, if you're around Highland Lakes and Asheville, Appalachian School or Appalachian area, if you're watching me around Chandler Mountain, any of those locations, it's non-severe at this time. And the way this is behaving, I think we may get through this through at least most of the eastern counties here. Hopefully this stuff will weaken. It looks like it's trying to behave here further north you go. Most of these storms have been mostly severe further south. And again, there's another broken segment you can see close to Montgomery, and that's one of the reasons why we also have this warning. You can see right there near the Montgomery area, another tornado warning that's showers happening near the city of Montgomery. Jill, let's get back into Shelby County. Lauren, are you hearing anything? Are we going to see this warning expanded? Looks like at this point we're going to let this just run out perhaps here over Shelby County.
Yeah, I haven't seen any updates. So
Like it's got
I
5
see
minutes
no news
left.
is good news.
Okay. Chelsea Road, tree on a house and debris in the road, possible gas leak. Looks like some damage reported there. That's Highway 47, Chelsea Road. Jill, you may have mentioned this, but just kind of going through, we've had so many damage reports, but there's some damage reports there in the Chelsea area. And if the newsroom's listening, that's Chelsea Road. We do have some reports coming in there of some damage in that area. So we'll continue to follow up with some of those damage reports tonight. Steve, I know you and Catherine are standing by. Do you guys have any reports that you want to pass along while we're still watching this warning? Hopefully that will be expiring very soon here for Shelby County.
I do know I just checked in with Alabama Power. About 50,468 customers are impacted right now. So that's down from 52,000, which I checked about an hour ago. So it looks like some power is being restored. Again, we did have a confirmation that someone was injured, minor injuries at the University of Montevallo. We did have a crew there, got some video of some of the structural damage at one of the dorms as well. Our meteorologist, Fred Hunter, is in Gordo. He got some footage of a tree that crushed a shed, a storage shed there. Thankfully, no reports of any injuries there. And I know you showed earlier, Wes, a sign of the family dentistry, Argo Family Dentistry, right on top of a car. We've been getting a lot of pictures of trees down on power lines, trees down on cars. Pickens County, Benevola Road in Gordo. Yes, that's where we're getting a lot of reports of damages there. But yes, as you said, Wes, we're still waiting to hear back from Tuscaloosa County. You can see this is a picture, I believe, from Columbiana.
Yes,
is that
Highway
correct?
28, yeah.
Yes, Columbiana. And as you can see right there, that's why close to 50,000 people are without power right now. Those trees falling on power lines all across the state.
And as Wes was pointing out, this was around 7 o'clock when the winds were only 30 miles per hour. So let's check in now with meteorologist Fred Hunter. Fred, where are you and what's the situation there?
Well, Steve, the situation is the air is calm, the skies are clearing, and it is turning cooler. I know early in the day, Wes was talking about the temperatures dropping. Well, it has dropped considerably. It was in the 80s this afternoon when we first started reporting from Northport, and now it's in the 50s here along the Pickens and Tuscaloosa County line. We're right here on Highway 82, and Lauren was talking about Benevola Road, and we were there just off Benevola Road, actually in the Kirk community on Kirk Road. And we saw the damage that had happened there, and we talked with the homeowner, and he gave us an update on where he stands at the moment.
They said it might be a couple days before they get it turned back on. They did inspect the house, make sure there was no danger to flip it on. So we're just waiting. I think other people around us have damage as well. And I have a small generator. We can run deep freeze, refrigerator. We'll be fine.
That was Mr. Wes Fuller with his son Ben, and in Wes, the first thing we asked him was everybody okay? He said yes, thankfully. There was a huge tree that came down in his front yard, but it actually didn't touch the house. But he had a stick-built 30-foot shed there right beside the house, and it of course is long gone. And he said he had debris scattered about on his property there. But again, a lot of power outages, and that's just off Benevola Road in the Kirk community, and it will be, they said, several days before that power is restored. Reporting live from Tuscaloosa County, I'm meteorologist Fred Hunter, WBRC Fox 6 News, on your side.
All right, Fred, that's a good way to think of it. No one was injured. They have a generator. They're going to be fine. Just a lot of property damage there.
Yeah, and what a situation to recover from, though. And we're going to see a lot of this over the next 24, 36 hours. Wes?
Yeah, I'm going to stay with you guys. I just want to let you know it looks like that tornado warning is going to expire over Shelby County. They're going to let that expire. So Shelby County, I know we're under a warning that will be expiring.
That is good to hear.
And I think we actually have a picture from the Montevallo area if you want to pull that up.
Yeah, here we're going to get a live look at some of the damage at the University of Montevallo. I believe at Brook Hall, the dorm there had some structural damage. There it is. The roof we saw pieces of the roof, some shingles that were on the grass below. And as we said a little bit earlier, if you're just tuning in now, we have confirmed that one person did have minor injuries at the university.
Yeah, just a tough night for so many people in West Alabama and coming through into Shelby County. And, you know, the thing that blows me away, Wes, was the graphic that you guys showed, the map that you showed, with winds of, I think it was 76 miles an hour in the Graymont area of Birmingham, like near Legion Field and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
I mean, when was the last time we saw something like that?
Right, it's crazy. And Montevallo took 2 hits. I mean, we saw it on our cameras. We saw when the rains and the heavy winds were going through, and then about an hour later, you know, Lauren was saying it's just hard to see round 2 of the storms hitting the Montevallo area.
Yeah, and I think tomorrow a lot of us get up in the morning. There's been a lot of power outages, and we'll assess and we'll see there's a lot of trees down and some damage in scattered areas all across the state from these strong winds that we've had that have moved across the area. Those winds around Birmingham you were talking about, we can take a look and look at some of the radar data, but we're looking a bit higher up in the atmosphere. That's why here at the station, you guys may have noticed we had some gusts, had to be over 50 miles per hour. I mean, you could just feel the building shaking.
It really did. It sounded almost like a leaf blower outside, just how it just revved up. It was incredible how strong those winds were sounding. And we got a lot of lightning, 2 lightning strikes that really impacted us here, and they were close. Yeah. They were really close. We want to get to a live shot with our Lauren Jackson, who's in Shelby County now, with what she's seeing there. Lauren, can you hear us?
Not be able to hear me. You can see this is a big tree that fell down here in Briarfield right off of Booth Lane. They're cutting it up right now, so you guys can probably hear those chainsaws in the background. Now behind this tree was a mobile home that was completely destroyed. It's hard to see in this dark, but you can just tell it's in pieces out here in Booth Lane. And we did talk with the family earlier. They said during the storm, a 40-year-old woman was inside the mobile home at the time when the tree fell, and she was trapped, but fire and rescue got her out. They took her to the hospital. The family says they think she's going to be okay. She's just having a little bit of back problems, but they say that, you know, this is just another reminder as to why you can't stay in those mobile homes. Like we tell you guys, you can see here, they say the home is probably just completely gone, and it's going to take them hours to get this tree out. It's a pretty thick tree, and it ripped right out of the ground. So this family here, it's a family land here. They're all trying to work together to get the tree off of the house here in Briarfield, but a lot of down trees, a lot of wind. The rain just let up, but it's still a cold night out here, and they say they're just thankful that everybody is okay tonight. Live in Shelby County, I'm Lauren Jackson, WBRC Fox 6 News, on your side.
The warning did just expire in Shelby County, and hopefully that woman will in fact be okay. But just an incredible situation there with that tree coming down. And
Wes, I mean, we want to toss it back to you, but you were saying, I mean, when that tornado warning has been established, it is just too late to seek shelter, especially when you're not, you know, in the lowest level of a structured home. And that just shows, you know, when those trees fall, thankfully, she is not seriously injured there.
Yeah, that's one of the frightening things about these windy days, and you're always, when we've had some reports out there, we've seen a lot of trees on power lines, but then you get trees on homes, and scary stuff when you have the winds before the storms even get here, like what we saw yesterday. Let's get over to radar. Things are moving along. We can clear now Shelby County. The severe threat has ended very soon. I can say Chilton County, the severe threat will be soon ending for us. The back edge of those storms have now passed Clanton. I can certainly say Clanton and around Lay Lake, that threat has ended. The areas being impacted. And Lauren, let's check out that Oak Grove camera if we can. We'll bring that up on our system. That's in Sylacauga. I checked the camera out when we actually had light during the evening hours yesterday, and you could see the dust being kicked up there at the marble quarry from some of those strong winds there out of the south. And well, I guess we lost the view. That might have been one of those gusts of wind that took out the camera. That was yesterday. But I do know that the storm shelter at Oak Grove there is open in the event that there is a warning that's issued. But there's Sylacauga, some of those winds picking up. But the line of storms, it's behaving at the moment. Before we send it back, we have no active tornado warnings in our coverage area and no active severe thunderstorm warnings. We've stayed on.
Just changed.
Okay, that just changed.
St. Clair County has a severe thunderstorm
Okay.
warning. The wording, though, is tornado possible. So even though you don't have a tornado warning, these storms can quickly spin up and produce tornadoes. So treat
All right.
a severe thunderstorm warning. It should pop up. There it goes.
There it is.
Treat a severe thunderstorm warning.
That you know, Jill, that is going to be the trouble spot. That one little area where we saw that break in the line, that's giving us problems here. That continues to show signs where it's trying to rotate. That moved across Shelby County, and there you go, as Jill noted. So Coal City, let's see where we're at here. Asheville, there's Highway 411 here south, Wattsville community. If you're watching me around Wattsville, you'll be impacted by this severe storm. But as Jill noted a few moments ago, we're all treating these severe storms a little bit differently with that possibility of storms that could produce, could be a tornado that spins up with this. So Shelby or St. Clair County right now, Shelby County, we're in the clear. It's now St. Clair County, a severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be east of Odenville. This is going to be east of Branchville, okay? This is moving through the heart of St. Clair County. There's Raglan, there's the Hood community. So if you're along Highway 144, let's take a look at this, see where we're at here. So there's Coal City. I mentioned Wattsville. There it is. It just actually passed right across Wattsville. There's Raglan. So we have from Coal City to Raglan in here. If you live anywhere along Highway 144, okay, giving you that first alert along Highway 144 to get to that safe place, just in case we have a warning that is issued, a tornado warning. This is going to produce some gusty winds here. Certainly don't want to be, I mentioned this, in a camper. Notice this is moving out towards Neely Henry Lake. There's Neely Henry Dam is right here. Highway 144 runs over to Ohatchee. So any areas out here, if you're watching me around Neely Henry Lake, pay close attention to this and certainly be in a site-built structure if you can as this moves through. Any conditions like this with the winds, there's certainly going to be a threat of some damaging straight line winds out of this, but this could produce a tornado. We just can't rule that out. We're watching, you can see there is some rotation in there, and that is just north of Coal City where we're seeing that. That's moving towards Raglan, almost right along Highway 144. There's Embry Bend. This is Logan Martin Lake here. There's the Coosa, back up towards this area south of Raglan. And there you go, Jill. Let's get in really tight. Let's take the green off. Let's take all the rain off here. And even the watch, we can probably take that off as well. Want to clear as much off as we can. And let's put a wind speed on there. So if we factor in where some of the strongest winds are, let's zoom in really close right here on this. Let's get this out in the middle of the screen for folks to see. There's St. Clair County. So again, as we zoom in really close just to show you some of the roadways, you can see I'm having a tough time seeing that there. Let's see, that's Pope's Chapel Road, County Road 26. Been looking at a lot of roads here on these maps tonight. So we just kind of filter in getting really close, the most severe part of the storm, and this is where we're detecting those strongest winds right now. County Road 26 and Raglan. I remember I've been out to this area a few times. I know this is some of those areas that have dealt with some active weather. There's Shoal Creek Road there. Back in 2011, we had some rough weather move through this part of St. Clair County. Not seeing a situation like that tonight, I just want to stress, but this is a dangerous storm right now that's moving through St. Clair County. Could have some winds in here gusting. I know this is showing 58 miles per hour, but those winds could be topping. Look at that, showing 81 mile per hour winds when we look at the velocity data possibly associated with this. So some damaging winds possible with this storm, and even the possibility, I mean, that's getting into territory of EF0 tornado when you have winds like that. So Raglan and areas around Shoal Creek Road, that's where we're having some of the strongest winds right now. Asheville, back towards Asheville High School, and locations south towards Wattsville, all being impacted. This little quadrant here from Raglan back to Asheville, and that's all tracking towards Hood, but this is a severe storm. There's Neely Henry, there's the Coosa River, and all those areas that will be impacted by some of these stronger wind gusts there tracking to the northeast. But that is another severe storm that we have. Looks like some more counties trimmed away from the tornado watch. Lauren, do we have an update on that? It looks like maybe Jefferson County trimmed away. I want to throw it over to you to give us a quick update. A lot of folks staying up tonight. We want to make sure we give you the all clear when we see these watches that are canceled across parts of our area.
Hey Wes, yeah, we do have an update. We have been seeing more counties cleared from the watch. Of course, that watch did get extended eastward, but you can see here on our tornado watch that areas like Shelby County up towards Coleman County, St. Clair County eventually should get cleared from that. But a lot of spots along I-65 north of Birmingham have been cleared of that. Now, you'll notice there are still areas like closer to East Alabama that are still included within the watch, so we're going to be keeping a close eye on those spots because as we've been seeing, we've got this severe thunderstorm warning in effect for St. Clair County, and it's within these areas that you could watch for those brief weak spin up tornadoes. As we've seen with some of the tornado warnings that we've had this evening, a lot of those could potentially have the issue where they could spin up briefly. They're only there for a few minutes and then they go away. But as of right now, if you live west of I-65, where should be able to sound the all clear for you. You should be able to go to bed if you live in Pickens County, Tuscaloosa County, Shelby County, areas like Coleman County. Go ahead and go to bed, get some rest. But areas in East Alabama, you're still under the gun as these storms come through. And of course, one of the big issues we've been seeing today is that potential for wind damage. And you can actually see it here on our first alert AccuTrack. I think this is what Jill had pulled up looking at our rotation tracker. You'll notice where you've got kind of that bright green there. That is indicating that we have some stronger winds that are moving in between Asheville and Raglan. This is pushing just to the north and east of Highway 231 and is headed basically towards the Coosa River, getting closer to Highway 411. And so that's going to keep pushing to the northeast. But if you live to the west of this, if you live along that I-59 corridor headed towards Birmingham, away from Gadsden, once you get out of St. Clair County, you're going to be able to sound that all clear. So a lot of spots getting cleared from the watch, but we still have to watch for areas in East Alabama. If you have any friends or family who are vacationing down in the Florida Panhandle, there has certainly been some potent storms down that way. We are seeing an active tornado warning near Montgomery, and also looking at this very large severe thunderstorm warning where you're seeing that yellow polygon there. That is including south central Alabama and the western Florida Panhandle. It looks like that is kind of from the Pensacola area up areas northward, getting closer towards Andalusia, Alabama, and closer to just south of Montgomery. But notice with what we're seeing here with these, lots of lightning, and that's where you've got that greatest instability is in South Alabama and in areas like the Florida Panhandle, which is one thing we haven't seen as much of today. There has still been enough to certainly make these storms potent, but one thing that we have been dealing with is the wind energy. So that has given us all of these damaging wind gusts, the spin up tornadoes we've seen, but even though we've had some lightning, the more intense lightning has been down areas south where there has been that higher instability, that greater storm fuel, that really warm, moist air in place. But as we go into the evening, we're still going to be having that potential even once the rain moves out. You know, Wes and Jill have been mentioning this concept called a wake low, and it's not out of the question that this could happen. What is a wake low? Well, it can develop after storms move through. You've got this area of low pressure that develops in the wake of rain, and you can get really potent winds with that. So that's something we're going to be keeping a close eye on this evening. But as we zoom in here, we had been checking out the University of Montevallo, where it had had that one tornado come through and then another storm on top of that. But certainly seen areas like Montevallo, we can sound the all clear now. A lot of areas west of I-65 are looking a lot better at this time. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on things still. And I know we have this one active severe thunderstorm warning that is in place on our first alert AccuTrack. We'll have Jill or Wes to pull that up shortly, but that is in St. Clair County, and that's in effect until 1 a.m. Central Time. Wes, Jill?
All right, Lauren and Jill, you know, you started talking about this a couple of weeks ago, this particular system. We were talking about beyond the 7-day, and it seems like the wind energy, that's been one of the big stories here. But these are the current wind gusts. Look at the wind starting to settle down in some of these areas.
Some good news there, but we still don't have the all clear for East Alabama, monitoring things because conditions are still favorable for potential damaging wind gusts or even spin up tornadoes. And we've been watching that instability. It's just following. It's not developing out ahead of it. It's just following the squall line as it tracks eastward. So that's all that needs to happen in this case, and then you get the wind shear.
It was incredible today because the air was kind of dry for most of the day. It was windy, and I think that may have been one factor that might have helped this out. It helped kind of mix out some of that moisture, but it also led to driving some of these wildfires that happened across the state on Tuesday.
Yeah, very surprising, I guess.
Wednesday, I should
yeah,
say.
I know.
Days turn around.
Yeah, we were just, shocked by the crazy wind, the dryness, and then it doesn't take much when you put those two together for those wildfires to start. I mean, it could have been as simple as, a cigarette not put out properly. I'm just, for example, but a lot of the fires happen because those strong winds knocked down the power lines, and that sparked fires.
It's kind of like a domino effect in many cases. But I noticed the power outage number, it actually went up in Jefferson County.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like 16,000 now. So we got some more power outages coming in. Jill, just looking at this on radar, I'll let you grab the controls there. You had that storm pulled up. We were watching it, the one in St. Clair County. And I know we stayed on typically for severe thunderstorm warnings. We break in, give updates. If it's a tornado warning, we stay on nonstop. But this has been one of those nights where as soon as you leave a storm unattended, it seems like it wants to start to spin up. But this one, it's behaving. But that's kind of the one segment where we've seen these breaks in the line. That's where we've seen tornadoes trying to form.
Yeah, all it takes is just a little bit of inflow, and then you get that little turning with height, and those storms want to start to rotate. And
yeah, it looks like Springville, by the way. Jill, notice behind you there, Springville and Coal City, we're in the clear. Now, Aniana is all east of you. Looks like Shelby County, by the way, the severe threat is over, so it's so nice to be able to clear some of these areas. Does it seem like to you, though, Jill, it seems like this slowed down a little bit? I know yesterday we were telling you that this might roll in at 6, could be out as early as midnight tonight. That's what some of the high-resolution data was suggesting, but now it looks like this might have it's slowed up a little bit, but it seems like now it's kind of speeding up again.
Yeah, probably be around that 2 a.m. time frame. It's kind of like, okay, now it's getting back to where we thought time-wise to probably exit East Alabama, but it's what, 2, 3 a.m. probably will clear the eastern part of the state. I mean, it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning, so a little bit slower. And again, we have to watch this area out ahead of it because, again, there could be some spin-ups along the line. Still some strong damaging wind gusts can't be ruled out as well. So that is it in terms of the severe thunderstorm warning that continues until 1 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, and notice over here we've got the camera. That is Gadsden. That's one of the live views coming in from the Gadsden area, and those winds still going to be quite gusty there. Cherokee County and Gadsden, that's that storm coming in. We're looking over the Coosa, and that's just off of 759 there in the Gadsden area. Temperature of 64 degrees right now here in Gadsden, and that storm coming in around the airport and tracking, kind of paralleling 431 there in areas across Calhoun County. But that line's more linear. Certainly more linear compared to earlier tonight, Jill. You can see there Gadsden lining up through Talladega County. This is all non-severe all the way to Sylacauga. But that line, at this point, we don't see quite as many discrete storms somewhat like what we saw earlier, especially down in the southwest Alabama.
Yeah, it's certainly something to watch. Again, you're going to get the stronger wind gusts, and as we have learned, it can take a couple of minutes and all of a sudden you have a spin-up tornado. So we'll have to keep a watch on this until it is finally out of here, but it's been nice to give folks the clear back to the west right now.
Yeah, let's hang on here for a few moments. I know we don't have an active tornado warning, but it's late. I know a lot of folks are up. It's been a windy night, a first alert weather day, so we want to certainly let you know if we see anything out of this as it continues closer to Gadsden. But so far, this one in St. Clair County, it's still a strong storm. Again, we're going to have some gusty winds out of this. I kept mentioning site-built structure, the Weather Service, and the tone tonight. And with some of these warnings, we're mentioning the possibility of a tornado with a lot of these severe thunderstorm warnings because things are changing briefly with some of these, and that's what we need to watch out for. But the active tornado warnings that we do have across South Alabama, there's one around Montgomery right now that's near Wetumpka and Eclectic. You can see a tornado warning there near the city of Montgomery that's moving towards Lake Martin. So Lake Martin area and Alexander City, keep a watch on what's happening there towards the city of Montgomery here through these early early morning hours. But Coosa County now, the storms moving in, they're non-severe at this point. All that tornadic activity to the south, it looks like that's staying south at the moment. This looks like another break that we'll watch, Jill, in those areas, but it looks like Chilton County, we can sound the all clear.
Yes, Clanton, Chilton County, you are good to go to sleep and not worry about these storms anymore and what they could do. It's all going to be happening to the east. Again, we'll watch this very closely. Again, every time we get a scan every few minutes, it's like something changes with that line. And again, we're seeing maybe a little pickup or increase in speed. So it's something we'll need to watch very, very closely. These things can happen very quickly in this kind of setup. So the leading edge is what we are monitoring very closely right now. We have one tornado warning that is south towards Wetumpka. Again, that is going to be headed northeastward. We're watching that part of the storm getting into Coosa County. No warnings, but again, that could quickly change. So definitely stay with us. Keep a watch on things. If you want to just hang out in your safe spot until this passes, that could be, you know, something that gives you peace of mind. Lauren has some new information she wants to share with us.
Okay, Lauren.
Once you get me up here, I can show you that I've actually put a new ETA on the rest of this line as it moves through East Alabama. So as we mentioned, if you live west of I-65, you got the all clear, you can go to bed. But we still have areas in East Alabama that are under the gun with that tornado watch. And as Jill and Wes have been saying, unfortunately, this is, well, fortunately, because, you know, they're not long track tornadoes. But one thing with spin up tornadoes is they are hard to warn for. And so sometimes it's hard to give you that first alert. But generally, this line is moving at about 45 miles per hour. As Wes mentioned, you know, it's really slowed down from when it was over in Mississippi, but this is generally moving north and eastward as far as the storm. So we want to give you those first alert times. Going to be in Anniston by 1:14 a.m. Central Time, Chocoloco 1:24 a.m., Heflin 1:33, Wedowee and Randolph County 1:46, Cave Spring 2:50 a.m. Eastern Time as we're getting over into West Georgia, and then Cedartown at 2:58 a.m. Eastern. And so we do have this one active tornado warning that is just north of Montgomery. So if you live in areas like Coosa County, Tallapoosa County, you want to keep a close eye on this as it is lifting northeastward towards Highway 231. But then we're going to be watching it as it gets closer areas northward up towards Alexander City and Tallapoosa, getting closer towards 280. But right now you'll notice coming through Montgomery, you get a lot of lightning with this system. And what's kind of been the history tonight is that a lot of storms farther south you're able to tap into that instability and you're seeing more lightning and the storms can end up being more robust. But the most recent counties that have been cleared from the tornado watch include Bibb County, Jefferson County, Blount County. So again, if you live west of I-65, you should be able to sound the all clear. Next up, we're going to be waiting to see if we can get some clearing in Chilton County and Shelby County. You guys have certainly been under the ringer tonight. So we'll let you know, give you that first alert as soon as it happens. But as far as any active warnings, do we have any updates on that, Wes?
At this point, we're still looking at that. Only the warning that we have for our coverage areas, that one in St. Clair County that we've been keeping an eye on. I want to go back to the radar source here. That's a live look from Gadsden. We've got the radar pulled up, and I circled a tornado warning there near Wetumpka. And I just wanted to point out this is another area where we've got this what we call kind of a comma head-like structure where we're getting some little spin-ups that tries to happen in these kind of zones along the line. If we follow that, that will be tracking here through Tallapoosa County. So if you're watching me here in Clay County, southern Clay County, still keep an eye on the radar. Keep an eye on this. These are areas we've got to watch until this passes on through, but hopefully next couple of hours it will be through this area. But we're watching things closely here. 12:53 in the morning. Chief Meteorologist Wes Wyatt continuing severe weather coverage here on WVRC Fox 6. We've been staying on top of this for you as this system moves across the state. Steve Crocker and Catherine Steve and Catherine are standing by at the anchor desk. They were just talking to me here. We got a lot of reports coming in, and I know you guys have been standing by with us. Certainly appreciate all you're doing to help pass along information. What do you have for us this morning?
Well, just wanted to point out, Wes, that one reason to stay with our Good Day Alabama crew as they pick up the coverage tomorrow morning is not just to sort of discover with them the true extent of the damage as we get daylight, but you can see at the bottom of your screen, we've got information scrolling about schools that are opening late tomorrow. We've got Bibb County, Talladega County, I think Somebody else we just saw there, but everybody's opening at least 2 hours late. Calhoun County delaying 2 hours. Bibb County saying they're going to consult with their EMA and they'll make a further decision about extending beyond that 2 hours, maybe even closing for the day, because there's so many trees down, so many power lines down. So it's obviously not safe to be transporting kids around if you even have power and can get your kids ready for school.
Right. They haven't really assessed all the damage right now because it's still dark out there. We're going to update those lists of delayed openings on our WBRC News app. Right now, we want to get to Brook Hall in Montevallo. This is at the University of Montevallo. That's a dorm building right there where we did confirm at the university that one person did sustain minor injuries during the storms tonight. We confirmed with the university that they are thankful that this week was spring break and that very few people were on campus there during tonight's storms. But as you can see, some parts of the roof of this dorm, this is Brook Hall, ripped off because of those strong winds that we had moving through the Montevallo area. And throughout the night, Steve, we actually had two systems that moved through Montevallo, one that really packed a punch, and then they got a little bit of a break. And then again, we saw the rain, the heavy rain, and those strong winds ripping through Montevallo. Again, one person injured, a minor injury. The school has not been able to confirm quite yet with us how many people were in this dorm when the storm hit, but they say they will follow up with us in the morning. And
let's look now at Pickens County. I want to show you some of the damage there. This is from Wes Fuller, who spoke to our Fred Hunter earlier. This is near Gordo, and he lost his shed to a falling tree. Yeah, and all that stuff that was inside the shed is what you're seeing right there. He says he will not have power for a few days, but he says he has a generator. He had a good spirit talking to our meteorologist Fred Hunter earlier this evening, saying he will be okay. But as you can see, lots of property damage there. But again, no one injured there. That is the good news tonight. Yeah, he's got a generator. He's got provisions, but some folks probably don't. And so it'll be a good idea to check on your neighbors in the morning if you can do so safely. Again, want to stay out of the way of first responders and utility crews who are going to be responding to this situation across our viewing area, because we have so many trees down, so many power lines down. I think we're in the 40,000 to 50,000 range of folks without power tonight. So that number is going down slowly, but we're at 49,360. It was, I think, at its highest around 52 or 53,000. So hopefully you're getting your power back on shortly. And we did have our Lauren Jackson, who was joining us live in Shelby County, where a family said a mobile home was completely destroyed. A 40-year-old woman was inside the mobile home, and the fire department got her out. She went to the hospital complaining of some back pain, but she will be okay. I believe, you know, just when our crew got there, folks were helping with a tree that had fallen and just clearing some of the debris there. But that is some good news tonight that she is okay. She is out of the home, and thankfully no serious injuries there. We've been showing you pictures of damage from our news app and website, and some of the folks, well, here's your Alabama Power outage map. Again, you're right below 50,000 folks, 50,000 customers without power. A lot of those in Jefferson County, I think they were up about 10,000 folks without power. There were pockets in north of the city in Fultondale, Gardendale, over in Jasper and Walker County. There were some folks out in Moundville. About maybe 1,000 or so. Right. And we are still trying to get some updates from the Tuscaloosa County EMA. We were told that they are going to do some damage assessments in the morning, but really Tuscaloosa County was getting hit hard in the beginning of our storm coverage tonight with multiple tornado warnings there. So we are working to get some more information about damage reports there. But as we've been talking about all night, a lot of people without power. It is dark outside. They will be assessing a lot of this damage when the sun comes up tomorrow. But so far, no reports of any injuries in Tuscaloosa at this time. Yeah, and folks who were going on our website and sending us pictures were giving shout outs to Alabama Power because they were able to get their power back in 90 minutes or an hour and so on. But it was still light outside. And so while the utility crews across our area are working hard, it's probably going to be a lot longer than that for some people. So it's easy for us to say with our lights on, but hopefully folks who don't have power can exercise some patience as our utility crews around this area work to restore service.
Yeah, it's really incredible, Wes. I mean, a lot of the damage that was reported in those trees down was actually happening before really the biggest line came through the state. This was, give me again, this is Columbiana.
Highway 28.
Yes, I mean, this obviously, you see it's bright out there. You know, we just saw a ton of wind damage and strong winds even before this main system moved through our state, Wes.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've had a situation like this. We had so many wind damage reports before the storms even got to the area, and we saw a lot of that. And I know for a lot of folks out of power tonight seeking information, we have a lot of people tuned in right now on our weather app and are watching us right now with our streaming coverage, and that's another good reason why we've been with you here. We do have an area I'm about to go to. I want to show you this quickly. Some video coming in. This is a wildfire in Coosa County. Look at this tonight. This is the kind of scene that we've been seeing across the state of Alabama tonight with these winds. This is from Chris McEwen there. That's off of County Road 66 tonight there in Coosa County. And you can't hear the audio with this, but may have been Chris talking, but mentioned that felt a raindrop. So luckily we got some rain moving in to help out with these wildfires, but a lot of this stuff getting set off before the storms, and you can just see the wind driving that fire there off of County Road 66. That's there in Coosa County, getting some of that video tonight. Want to go over to the radar. Jill is watching a storm in an area where we're seeing a little bit of rotation. Let's see where we at here. There is Bentleyville. There's the Wildwood Shores area. Okay, so we're in Coosa County. Okay, so there's Alexander City. Just trying to get my bearings. There's bearings. There's Rockford showing up. So I just mentioned Coosa County, and here we go. We've got an area of rotation along this line here in Coosa County, and actually some strong rotation, Jill. Good catch on that. Looks like along that line is trying to spin up. Let's watch it here around places like Equality and southern Coosa County. I want to give you that first alert for a storm now about to cross 231 just south of Hanover. This is that line pushing through Coosa County. We need to stay on this because we may have something else trying to spin up here around Speed in the Pentonville area. This is going to be moving towards Cruzville, and this is the edge of our coverage area over towards Alexander City. I know we have a lot of folks watch us there. We're certainly going to stay with you here if this does produce a tornado warning. Let's watch and see what happens, but that is trying to spin up. There's certainly going to be some gusty winds. Jill, you can plot some of those wind speeds on there if you'd like. And we actually have more counties. I believe, Lauren, we want to come to you. Lauren, be on standby. I believe we've had some watches trimmed away, tornado watches, so we'll come to you for that and get some updates on that tornado watch. Just got some updates, but at this point we're under a tornado watch in Coosa County. This is not a severe thunderstorm warning at this time, but it is a area where we're getting some strong rotation, and I'm sure the Weather Service is watching this as we are, and we'll let you know if we see indications this may continue to ramp up here. Let's watch it closely in Coosa County, but lots of rain. Let's go north, Jill, check out what's happening around Gadsden. We'll kind of follow that line south. I know we have a lot of folks up with us now in Anniston and Oxford as that line moves here into Calhoun County and Jacksonville. Here it is closing in. There's Calhoun County, so a lot of what's happening right now. Heavy rain pretty much and gusty winds stretching from Reese City, Gadsden, through Southside and then crossing the Coosa River. You can see there we've got the views from Gadsden. We're going to bring those up. Jill's bringing up several different camera views, and there's one of our First Alert Sky Vision cameras, and you can see their visibility has really dropped off as this line moves through Etowah County. This is non-severe at the moment, so if you're waking up, you're hearing some rumbles, hearing those winds whipping outside, this is staying below severe levels, which means we're not anticipating winds here at or above 58 miles per hour. We're expecting those winds to stay below 58 miles per hour, but if you have winds still 40, 50 mile per hour, that's possible here. You're going to know it out there. You're going to feel that, hear that wind whipping outside. And I know it's probably waking some folks up here with those gusty winds and that line of storms, but it's all crossing the Coosa River. Very soon we'll be able to sound the all clear for more areas in Etowah County. St. Clair County, the worst is over. Severe threat has ended for us. Talladega County, right now the city of Talladega, this is roughly just moved through Lincoln. So Lincoln, the worst of this has moved on to the east. This is right around Coldwater Powder Mountain, East Aboga. Get ready here around East Aboga, the Montford area, Highway 77 there through Talladega, getting some of that heavy rain. There's Waldo community about to deal with some of that heavy rain as well, but that line stretching south, and really nothing too concerning to me as I look at this through Talladega County. You get down in here into the southern part of the area where it starts to bow in some areas and starts to break apart. As we noted, that's one of the reasons why we're seeing some of those areas of rotation. That's that one big circulation, that kind of comma head structure to this line that's been causing some problems in areas further south. That's where we had that warning a bit ago around Wetumpka that's moved to the north. Lauren, I want you to jump in here because more areas being trimmed away from the watch. Just go ahead and show us where we can sound the severe threats all over the all clear. What are we seeing? Let's go to Lauren, Lauren, if we can. We're going to Lauren at the, there you go, Lauren. Okay.
Checking to make sure my mic was
Yeah, your mic's on. We got you. Go ahead.
And I am sorry to report that. So looking at the tornado watch, we do have some more counties that have been cleared. This includes areas like Chilton County, Shelby. Actually, looks like some more have been cleared since I just looked at this. Yes. So we now have Coosa, Talladega, St. Clair, Etowah County have been cleared from the watch. So notice more areas even east of I-65 are beginning to be trimmed from the watch, but still extreme East Alabama is included. That areas across West Georgia down to the Chattahoochee Valley, the Wiregrass in Southeast Alabama, Southwest Georgia, and the Florida Panhandle and Big Bend. And I know we have a lot of people down there too who are vacationing for spring break, but again, a lot of counties beginning to be cleared. Some areas like Chilton County, Shelby County, up towards Etowah County. So really seeing some improvements here, but we still got a few spots that are under the gun with maybe the potential for damaging winds like we have been seeing with this one cell north of Montgomery that is now east of Wetumpka. You can see around Eclectic, we've still got some lightning. As we've been mentioning, when you see the lightning popping up on these storms, that's often when they're going to indicate some higher intensity because they're able to tap into that instability that we've been seeing a little farther to the south here. So we're going to be watching this as this pushes past Highway 231 and lifts north and eastward towards Tallapoosa County, getting towards that Highway 280 corridor. So I actually went ahead and put a track on this, and it's not just the entire squall line, if we can really even call it a squall line at this point, more of a quasi-linear convective system, which we told you guys is kind of like a more warped line. It's a fancy term that meteorologists use, but basically it's a batch of storms that are pushing across the state. So if this is moving at about 45 miles per hour, we have a first alert time for Eclectic 1:10 a.m., Butts Mill 1:14, a first alert for Cherokee Bluffs at 1:22, Dadeville 1:38 Central Time, Camp Hill 1:52, 1:57 Fortis. If I'm pronouncing these incorrectly, you guys are always so great at letting us know. You can message me and tell me how to pronounce it correctly. Milltown at 2:09 a.m. Central, and Roanoke at 2:21 a.m. Central Time as these push off to the north and east. But what we've been watching with this particular cell that is just east of Highway 231 that has lifted northeast of Montgomery is, as well, and Wes and Jill were mentioning, you've got this bowing here, and that is going to indicate some very strong wind gusts where you've got the green that's moving towards the radar, red winds moving away from the radar. So when you see them bowing out like that, you maybe could get straight line wind damage, which we've certainly had no shortage of that today with all of these storm reports across our area. Most of the reports in our area came through before there were even any storms, at least those wind damage reports. But you can see, especially across the southern half of central Alabama, that's where we've had multiple tornadoes that have been reported. And so I think the National Weather Service will be going out tomorrow to do damage surveys and find out what is the exact rating of these. But I know a lot of you are tired, ready to go to bed. So as we did mention, if you live west of I-65, the all clear, but we are finally beginning to trim more counties from the watch, Wes and Jill. So I think that's great news. We've only got our extreme counties now in East Alabama under the gun for that tornado watch. So hopefully within the next couple of hours, we can sound the all clear for everyone in our area.
All right, great job there, Lauren. Jill, you're standing by here and you're circling this one area. We need to look at this from Birmingham and from Montgomery, and we'll get both analysis. This is southern Coosa County. Jill has circled where we could see there's some rotation here. It's showing up on the radar. You're seeing it right there around the Hanover area, just cross Highway 231, some signs of rotation, letting you know around Cruzville and the Hatchet area, the first alert for some gusty winds that are moving through Coosa County. You can see the axis of stronger wind gusts is now pushed across 231. We don't have an active warning on this, but our system is telling us. I'm just giving you that first alert here for the possibility of some strong winds at this point now moving into Cruzville, the Hatcher area. We're watching this very closely right now as this still showing some signs of rotation as this moves through Coosa County. And you can see right in there those inbound, outbound winds, that curvature that's showing up. Let's go over to our shear rate, Jill. We need to check that, and there you go again. You see there strong rotation showing up on our system with this as it moves through Coosa County. No active tornado warning on this, but we are watching it as this moves through Coosa County at this time. And we're looking at the tornado watch there. You can see it's trimmed away for exception of some of those areas off to the east, but this is that main line making its push now across the area. We're going to watch this and keep an eye on it. No active warning at this time. There's Logan Martin, or Lake Martin. You can see this line is approaching places like Alexander City. Let's go to the big view one more time here on the radar. We've got a tornado watch in effect, but no active warnings. And since we don't have any active warnings, we're still here in the weather office. We're going to be right here on standby. We'll pop right back on if we see something, but we're about to break away here and just kind of reset as it's been a long stretch here tracking severe weather across Alabama tonight. And at this point, we've got the storms and non-severe storms at the moment now moving into far east Alabama. One more check. We'll take this. Let's go north to south because I know you're watching here. Don't want to leave Anniston and Oxford. We'll zoom into the city here. That line now approaching Cherokee County. There's ball play. Again, non-severe, but the heaviest of the rain about to move into Cherokee County, and very soon you can get some rest actually. City of Gadsden, you can go to bed now if you're up watching this weather. This severe threat is now east of you here in Gadsden, but this is soon about to move out towards Weiss Lake and Center. We'll have some gusty winds there as we continue to pan further south. We head down 431. There's Weaver. Line closing in on us now in Weaver. Morrisville, you're probably hearing those winds picking up. There's Anniston and Oxford. So Anniston, Oxford area and Coldwater I mentioned a few moments ago. That leading edge is right around Bynum, right about to move into Anniston and Oxford, and stretches further south. Talladega County, most of Talladega County, we're in the clear now. This has moved on into parts of Clay County. You can see they're moving on towards Chandler Springs and over in towards Ashland and Lineville there in Cherokee or Clay County. But the only one location, Jill, we get into Coosa County is this one tail end of this line where we saw that little bit of rotation in Coosa County, and it doesn't look quite as impressive in this latest scan. So we had one little area right in there around Cottage Grove and Nicksburg, and the way that's moving, that's very close. This is the county line here. That is about to move into Tallapoosa County, but it's not an active warning, but it is a area that we're watching, that there could be some strong wind gusts here with this line as it moves through Coosa County. But we're here in the First Alert Weather Center, keeping an eye on these storms. Chief Meteorologist Wes Wyatt. Still a few watches to go. We'll probably see very soon, within the hour or two, we'll probably have Calhoun County out of the watch, and we'll probably have Clay County out of the watch. No warnings and some watches being trimmed away through the early morning, but we'll be right here with lots of updates, keeping you posted. Keep that First Alert weather app nearby. I'm Chief Meteorologist Wes Wyatt. We'll be back with another radar check at the bottom of the hour. Stay with WBRC Fox 6.